The biggest stars in the women's game
Harmanpreet Kaur launches this all the way for 6.
are lighting up your winter nights.
Down that track comes Mooney. Cover drives to the boundary.
As ABC Sport brings you the ICC Women's T20 World Cup.
Big 6 from Phoebe Litchfield.
And it's not just a win, it's a statement by Australia.
Every game live and uninterrupted on ABC Listen. Just look for the cricket button.
ABC Sport.
We begin this broadcast by acknowledging the traditional custodians of the land on which this match will be played today and pay our respects to their elders past, present and emerging. We extend that respect to Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander peoples listening.
Boy, we're going to have some fun.
The AFL in 2026 on ABC Sport.
The silence there. Here we go. Listen to the roar. It is showtime.
You take a seat because it don't get better than this.
Right to the goal line. Jamie Elliott, the man who gravity forgot.
That's why we love AFL football.
On ABC Sport, this is the AFL.
Sit back, relax, witness the greatest. It don't get better than this.
From 45 and rides it all the way home.
An ambitious effort. Unbelievable.
The left foot is a goal.
Take a seat because it don't get better than this.
Rosen kicks off goal. The prancing pony.
What a goal.
He's off and running.
From 45 to get the party started.
Take a seat because it don't get better than this.
It's bouncing. It's through. Bailey Smith. He'll want the cameras on him right now.
Like camera action, baby. Countdown to contact.
Spins around and buries it.
Loads up from 55.
That's a monster bomb.
40 metres out, snaps towards goal. What a beautiful finish.
Bacon goes where? Goes for glory.
He eyes the goals and sends it home.
100% pure footy.
Every minute of every match, all season long.
Gathers, snaps, goal.
It's just football at its best.
Kick on goal. Dribbles it through. What about that? Took them all on and said, I'll have some of this.
Bailey pinches his pocket and bang, bang, bang. That's the price you pay against the Premier.
Watson snaps. Oh, Watson puts it through. And the Wizard arrives precisely on time.
He's built for the big stage.
On his left boot. His kick is good.
Inside 50, off a step, turns and goes bang. And snap. And goal. There's some bravery through the middle of the ground.
How good is that?
What a goal.
He wastes no time. He whacks it through for another. It doesn't have to be your night, but it can be your moment. Hands it to Charlie Cameron. He can walk it in. Show him your tail lights, Charlie.
Welcome to ABC Sports coverage of the 2026 AFL Premiership season.
Runs the 50 out. What a way to finish.
On radio
ABC Sport Digital Radio.
and ABC Listen.
You take a seat because it don't get better than this.
A pair of teams on a two-game losing skid. The Cats, a pair of close losses. They've gone from premiership favourites to on a slide. Meanwhile, the Gold Coast Suns, they were top of the table heading into round 4. And after a hot start, they have cooled off somewhat and they're in their post-Darwin drought at the moment. On the back of back-to-back losses, can they turn things around tonight? It is Geelong hosting the Gold Coast Suns. And incredibly, the loser tonight will be on a 3-game losing skid headed into round 15. It's Friday night footy on ABC Sport. The whole gang's here. Corbin Middlemass with you on ABC Sport. It is a perfect night in Geelong. A temperature in the mid-teens. There's a little cool breeze, but outside of that, it's superb for footy, particularly in the middle of June. We're the first at the footy and last to leave on ABC Sport, which means we're too early for teams. But already there's a little bit of news about that George Stevens could be a late in for Geelong. As we love to say, death taxes and late changes at the Cats. and there could be again tonight. So watch this space as Jack Bowes has had to do a fitness test in the lead-up. More on that when teams come to hand in the next 15 minutes or so. Kelly Underwood's here alongside me to call the footy. Hello, Kel.
Hello, Corby. You mentioned the temperature. I had to check the temperature. The further you drove down the highway here to Geelong, the warmer it got. That's never happened in my life, but it's 16 degrees. I have to take the jumper off in a minute. It's quite warm here, and it's all open. So the lights are on at Cardinia Park, and it's lit up here on the Bellarine Peninsula. It is an absolute treat. Do you know the Gold Coast Suns? This is their first ever Friday night game in Victoria.
Wow.
Never played a Friday night game in Victoria before, and they've never won at this stadium before as well. So there's a little bit of history up for grabs here. And I couldn't, what did annoy me, and Cameron Lynn can set me straight in a moment, but walking in, the MC or the host, or she kept saying, don't forget your white, get your white towels. We've got white this, dress in white out, white. I thought, what on earth is this all about? Can you or Lingy set me straight on there? I've arrived, and on my desk is a white towel that says "We Are Geelong." I'm looking at it. A couple of the players warming up. They haven't got their numbers on the back. They're wearing a white T-shirt.
This is the annual whiteout game. So now annual. It's happened last year. It didn't go too well, must be said, for the Cats. They lost that particular fixture, but it's back again. And after the white T-shirts on the seats last year, this year they've gone with the rally towels. So like we see in American sports, Pittsburgh Steelers, for example, have the towels on the seats and they wave them around. So every single seat of the 40,000 in the stadium has a white towel on it tonight, and they're encouraging people to dress in white.
Another Americanisation of Australian rules football. I know who will agree with me. Keep introducing down the line. I'll be quiet.
The legendary Cat, we're in his neck of the woods. He's a legend in the Geelong Hall of Fame. Premiership captain, three-time premiership player, Cameron Ling. Hello, Lingy.
Hello, Corbs. Hello, Cal. Hello, Mick, Hodgie, and everybody out there. I'm just gonna pick off a couple of things Cal's been going on about. This is a thing that's forever been in place. As you come down this way, don't you know that there's a tropical band that just sits over Geelong, the surf coast, all the way down to Lorne? You just entered paradise. That's why it's so beautiful and warm here.
I'm surprised you didn't walk in with your board shorts straight out of the surf. It feels so unseasonably warm in June down here at the moment.
So that's one. Number two.
Yep.
Number two. Where it's just fun for the fans. It's not about on the field. Wait till you see them run out in the jumpers too, Cal.
Yeah.
It's going to be a predominantly white strip for the Cats. It's going to have the hoops, but the blue hoop is going to be just the faintest, almost grey, a light grey. I'm not sure of the painting shades or anything like that of what you'd call it. It's a fun night out.
Do you know if Mick was coaching an all-white team, they'd come in at half-time and the cleanest player wouldn't get on the bench. Would be on the bench to start the second half.
Just rub a little bit of mud on you before you head into the sheds at half-time.
It's white on white tonight for the Cats. It is a concept that the Penn State Nittany Lions have for their white-out game. They have the same colours as the Cats. They're a predominantly navy team with white, and they play the same theme in the lead-up, so it'll be a great spectacle. I'm looking forward to it tonight. Speaking of that man, the coaching icon himself, the man who's coached more games than anyone else in VFL, AFL history. He's also a premiership player, three-time premiership coach. His name is Mick Malthouse. Hello, Mick.
Hello, Corby. G'day, Kel and Lingy. The next introduction to the Hall of Fame, I reckon, Lingy. Anyway, I'm going to push like hell to get him in. Not that I have any weight whatsoever. I watched a bit of rugby last night and saw a team in white.
Okay.
Was
And
it league or union were you watching?
League.
The NRL.
Yeah.
Was it the Bunnies or was it the Broncos?
The Bunnies were white for a particular reason. One of the players, former players, that has got
M&D.
Yeah,
Giant Arrow.
And I've got to say, it looked so spectacular. I was trying to find no sponsors or anything. I'm thinking, wow, that did anyone see that? It was last night.
Yep.
It looked unbelievable.
They blew them off the park, didn't they?
They did.
They smashed Brisbane, which is that's the premiership side, who's now only 5-8, I think, or 5-9 or something.
They do have better colours in the NRL. The Penrith Panthers wear the hot pink quite a bit, which it looks good as well. Anyway, we digress.
I thought the Saints Guernsey the Dogs Guernsey last night.
Last
was
night.
quite good.
Yeah.
It didn't do them any good, but it was from 1929, 30?
1935. The story behind it goes that they were meant to wear that. They were going to do away with the hoop.
Yeah.
They took the set of jumpers to the dry cleaners.
That's right.
They all got shrunk, so they never wore them. So they ended up wearing the jumper for the first time for Heritage Round back in 2003.
The only thing that cost them with the jumper last night was the fact they ran into Jordan Dawson. That was the biggest issue for the Western Bulldogs last night. He is in the most ridiculous vein of form at the moment. What a player. What a leader.
What a leader.
Yeah.
You must, as a leader, Lingy, and what you did down here, and the mayor of the town, and your leadership qualities, and you must. I mean, I sit there in awe, particularly what he's gone through in his personal life. A couple of people asked me today, what happened, because they said it kept getting referenced in the broadcast, but his brother died suddenly, and took terribly sad, took his own life with a young child going back a few months ago. And so Jordan's had to deal with that, obviously hailing from the country town of Robe in South Australia. But to then...
Very emotional, was he, last week?
Yeah, after the final siren.
There was a really close win against...
Yeah, 1 point against Geelong. So there's that outpouring of grief. But then to back up each week, to have the mental energy... And then to do what he did in the first quarter.
I can't imagine how he's dealing with and compartmentalising what he's going through personally. But as an on-field leader and everything you see, it is as good as you get. You can see his teammates lift. You can see his teammates follow his lead and directional lead. He's one who's pointing fingers, setting up structures, but then actual influence of play. That big mark that's just needed, or the bust through, the back of the centre square, running into 50 and just, we need a goal here, and he goes bang. He'll win a big contest. Everybody lifts when they're around him, and you now see the way they're playing and the way he's playing, and with those couple of players arriving back and hitting some form, that's when your mind starts going back to last season and their run to the top of the ladder.
Better?
And are they better? Exactly.
Yeah. It's interesting, Lingy, we talk about leadership, and when you arrived at Adelaide and when you look through the ranks of AFL clubs in the past and present, that there is a perception at times the best player is going to be the best captain, is going to be the captain. Then clubs shock you by naming someone so early that he just arrived.
I was shocked. I didn't know he had that.
I think we're all thinking, is there no one else at Adelaide? But when you look at now why they chose him, they obviously knew a lot about him. Look, I've got to say, when Nathan Buckley retired, and then Scotty Burns this is at Collingwood, had for 1 year before he retired, there was a general perception that the captaincy at Collingwood would go to outside, and even board level in many respects, it's got to go to the best player. Now, Nick Max will become captain, and he'll be annoyed to think that I didn't think he was the best player. He wasn't the best player, but he was the best captain. Yeah. And I talk to all those players now. He's a premiership captain, so it makes it easier. But you talk to any player at Collingwood who's been under him, they go, Nick's fantastic. Nick's this, Nick's that. And I hear the same about you, Lingy. So people identify those leaders are so vital. And tonight's game is one of those games, because right now it just appears that Gold Coast may be a little bit rudderless. Now, someone's got to step up, and I think, Corby, I've been working with you through COVID, and they appointed Marcus Bontempelli, and there was no one in the stands, and we could all actually hear what was happening at ground level. And I think, they appointed him too early. Well, no, they picked that out right, because he is fundamentally not only the best player there, but he's the best captain. So tonight could well be a test for the leadership of Gold Coast, how far they can contest the game against Geelong.
Lingy's flat too. He thought he was just the best player, which is why he was the captain of the team. Couldn't believe it. Jordan Dawson, 32 and 3 last night, 12 score involvements, 570 metres gained. That first quarter in particular, so all 3 of his goals came in the first term. The Crows kicked 9 of the first 10. It's the first time they've done that highest scoring opening quarter since their grand final year in 2017. There is a late change here, so just confirming, as was widely speculated, Jack Bowes is out, replaced in the lineup by George Stevens, who actually polled a Brownlow Brownlow vote in his first ever game. Had 21-1 and 8 clearances. So he comes in for his first game since round 18 last year. His third overall, his first of the season. So George Stevens is the late in. The other side of the coin last night. So Dawson was awesome. The Crows won. They get themselves to 5th on the premiership table. They made 5% on the table as well. So a big boost on that front. It was the Western Bulldogs who obviously came crashing back down to earth after a 3-game winning sequence. And the bizarre circumstances around Adam Treloar last night. So he sat on the bench for all bar 4 minutes in the third quarter. Played 20 minutes in Q1, 20 minutes in Q2. Q3 spent most of the time on the bike, a stationary bike, and then came out and played 23 minutes in the last quarter. And Luke Beveridge was asked about it last night as to what on earth happened in that third term. Why was Adam Treloar on the bench for so long?
Well, Luke Kennedy's first game. Luke's got high endurance. We're working through who should be playing different roles and covering the ground in different ways. And we thought we'd save Adam up for a run at it in the last quarter, and he came on at the start of that last quarter and had an impact. So, with the 5, you're looking for output at different times, and you make decisions at different, throughout the course of the game. And so we figured with Adam's sort of profile at the moment that we'd look for a spike in the last quarter from him.
It sounded like a coach trying to defend his player last night, at least publicly, Mick. But to me, and I was lucky enough to be there last night, it looked like a coach that had given up on the bike in real time. He almost decided he's 33 years of age. He's no longer part of our plans.
Well, on the first half, he was embarrassingly slow to react to a turnover, slow to react to a run out of... Look, the Dogs, I think by my estimation, probably had the ball inside the front 50 equal number of times as Adelaide. It went in and come out like it was part of the quickest run in history, and there was just no resistance. You cannot afford to have a player who, one, is slow and got lack of interest in trying to stop them coming out. If you're slow and you're tenacious, you may well, be able to get a handed jumper. I love the way he's gone about it in his career, but there comes a time when you have to adjust your game. I'm no longer a 35 to 40 possession getting player. I've got to have some defence in my game, because otherwise the ball's going to come in and go straight out, and I'm going to be left there looking very, very silly at watching backline players run down the ground and have an impact on the game. I thought he was horrible.
And he's not a natural forward, so it's not like he can now roll into that position and think, I'm going to be a smart little clever small forward, kick a couple of goals and put some pressure on.
That's right.
It's never been his thing. So, and I mean, the way Luke Beveridge framed that, I appreciate that and respect that. He's not trying to lay the boots into a guy who's clearly not quite there right now. And he's had a wonderful career, and he's done everything that he's possibly done and pushed his body as far as he can. And it might just be time. And
that happens.
And Bevo doesn't need to lay and give the totally honest answer and say, you know what, he just wasn't up to it tonight. He tried to pad it a little bit and make it a little nicer.
And in his defence, 260-odd games, multiple soft tissue injuries. So he would know within himself, but he looked like someone who'd lost confidence in his body.
You know what he said, Kel, in an article last week? I've been scared to play.
Yeah.
It's not scared as in getting of hurting himself.
Yeah, he
was
like
worried about. He said, I've learnt to forget that and go out there, and if it goes, it goes. But I've carried the injury, so I'm with you. I think there's a combination of all that. He's had so many soft tissue injuries. He's slowed down. He's no longer in a good position. You can't afford other clubs to break away from him in the midfield, Lingy, and which they do, and he can't defend the ball. So you're in real trouble.
And we're simply talking about reality for the Western Bulldogs, aren't we? That Treloar's at the end, I would say, without being too disrespectful. Ed Richards and the Bonds are well and truly the future for the next few years.
And Butters.
And that's it. If we're talking about the Dogs next year and maybe winning the premiership, it's the addition of a player of the calibre of Zach Butters to support Richards and Bont in the middle of the
He's not the only
ground.
answer, though, is he? I mean, you've been banging on, Mick, about their defence.
The back
I reckon he could be the difference. Butters could be the difference.
Well, particularly if Darcy comes back.
Darcy comes
sure.
back.
If Darcy comes back in the side, Lobb goes back, you've got... And he's... They were horribly exposed last night.
Yeah, defensively.
Yes, and they certainly are one probably one tall short.
Yep.
And Lob's 33, so I mean, he's no spring chicken either. But his body hasn't broken down, so he could probably play for a couple of years. O'Donnell is not a big man, so they probably have to chase someone in that area. But how do they do that? If they're able to get Butters, he's going to cost them a bit on the salary cap.
Yeah, you put your finger in the wind, it feels like they're at the front of the queue for Butters, at least a lot of the reporting suggests that. Luke Beveridge was asked multiple questions about it. He did start off his press conference by saying, I'm not going to comment on it. And then by the end of his press conference, he started talking about Zach Butters' emotional pull to the Whitten Oval and the fact he grew up as he first met him in the cafe as a young man. He had the number 6 on his back. He was a big Brad Johnson fan. And it didn't pass Josh Carr by, the coach of Port Adelaide, who currently coaches Zach Butters. He's his captain in the absence of Connor Rosie, and this is what Josh had to say earlier today.
I'd like to say I'm probably a little bit different than some coaches. Those conversations, if I do have them, you guys won't know about. And I always love when a coach starts with, I don't really like talking about other clubs' players, but then go for 4.5, 5 minutes and talk about it. So, I'm different to that view. And we're obviously talking about Bevo's conversations and media that he did, and I'd attack a bit differently.
Fair enough.
He noticed it.
He watched it.
but so you've got Bevo on the other side had a crack at Sam Mitchell last year. So all coaches see it differently and have a crack where there might be a little opening, but on the same token, they're not shying away from the fact that they want players.
I can assure you right now, and it would be the same in mixed day. Did they used to have the CEO would get all the coaches together back when you were coaching? Yeah. Those get-togethers of coaches, there is some clear little divides amongst certain coaches.
Oh, absolutely.
There are a couple in there
Definitely.
who cannot stand each other.
Exactly. Tell you what, if they had a camera at my place, at my table where Nanette used to cook meals for people I used to bring home and say, this player could be, and I want him there next year, and some come through, and a lot come through, and you might pick up one or two.
Give us some names of who went through.
I reckon I know one.
Go on.
Jonathan Brown.
He may well have been.
Brendan Goddard.
Could have been.
Oh, this is fun. Let's get going. Let's get a list of names.
Don't worry about the game. Let's get going.
I don't think we fed Goddard. I think we went to his place.
Mick Moldhouse and Cameron Ling. Steve Hocking is going to come by and join us shortly, the Chief Executive of the Geelong Cats, Corbin Middlemass and Kelly Underwood to call the footy, and Tim Hodges is on the boundary, and that is where we're heading, inside the Suns camp. And let's head down to Hodgie now. Hodgie.
Corbin down on the boundary in the Gold Coast camp with Sean Grigg, the development coach and senior assistant. Sean, thanks so much for your time.
No worries, good to be back at the Cattery.
It's looking very white tonight, isn't it?
Beautiful night. It's pretty balmy actually, so it's nice for us Gold Coasters.
Balmy, I'm not so sure about that. Yeah. Hey, losses to North Melbourne and Brisbane either side of the bye. It puts a serious edge on tonight for the Suns, doesn't it?
Absolutely. We feel like we want to build the game off contest and pressure, and the Cats down at this oval bring that, so it's going to be a great test, especially for us around the mids.
Has it put a serious edge on the week since the Q Clash? It was clearly a disappointing day at the office for your team.
Yeah, it was, and we want to respond and we want to see that response. So our leaders have taken charge this week of most of the reviews and how we want to play tonight, which is great growth from them. So now it's time for actions, and we've spoken enough during the week, and what better place to do it, Friday night footy with a large audience.
I love that. So what sort of response are you expecting out there?
More around the contest. Our contest and pressure, we felt Brisbane taught us a lesson in that regard, and it was disappointing for us. So we want to really come out here and show our wares and around the contest in the midfield and put great heat on the Cats when they've got the pill.
Has it been a week of ranting and raving from the coach? Has he got a serious edge on him as well?
Compared to what weeks? Dim is a fierce competitor. We know that. He values the contest and pressure just the way he played, and all the teams that he's been involved in are built off that contest and pressure. So he's demanding that from our whole footy club, and our leaders have taken charge, and we expect them to get the job done.
I know it's only 1 week at a time, but 2 losses tonight is huge down here. tough task. Then Hawthorn next week, then a trip to Perth to face the ladder leaders. It's a brutal schedule you've got ahead of yourselves, isn't it?
Every game is. AFL footy's tough, and we want to play in these big games with big crowds on Friday night, so our boys are really looking forward to coming down here, and there's nothing better than winning away, so we're looking forward to that challenge first and foremost and taking the 4 points back home.
So the midfield hasn't been in great form. Like, how do you prick them and get a spark out of them for tonight against one of the best midfields going around?
Yeah, they're really excited for the challenge. We've had a few injuries throughout the first part of the year, and we're starting to get some continuity through the midfield, so now it's time for the boys to get their hands dirty and get to work, and we've shown last year to be a top couple in the midfield through a lot of those stats. So it's going to start there tonight, and we're going to put it on those guys to get it going for us.
And how important are you this week? No one knows this team and this venue better, and the Suns haven't won here before. So what can you bring to the team to help them?
Being involved with the Cats for 4 years and being down here, it is different playing down here. The ground size is a lot different to anywhere else. So we felt like we've tried to prep the boys for some of those things and what the Cats throw up. We know the Cats throw different challenges all the time, so we've got to be on in the coach's box, but we feel like we've prepped our players to go after our game first and foremost, and we feel like if we get our game up and going early, then the Cats will be worried about us.
Your gut feel, what's most important to beating the Cats? Who do you have to shut down? Is it Jezza in the forward line? Is it the old man Dangerfield? Is it Bailey Smith or Holmes? I mean, who do you target and have to make sure that they don't have a great night?
Oh, there's a lot, isn't there? Even their backs intercept the ball. So over the ground, we've got some good focus areas. The forwards have got to compete and get it to ground and give our guys a chance at ground level. Our defenders have to defend their nippy forwards. Sean Manners had a great year too, and we know what Jezza can do. So, but for me, I feel it comes down to the midfield for us, and at this ground, territory's key. If we can get inside 50s and lock it in there, it will be a good chance.
They are slightly vulnerable without Tom Stewart, who is, he's the quarterback. He's just about their most important player, and he's not there tonight.
Oh, he's a wonderful player. I know firsthand what Tom Stewart can do, but in his absence, we've seen Zach Guthrie step up in that role, who's a great player also. So for us, whoever's in that Geelong jumper is a fierce competitor. I know that firsthand, and it's going to be a tough game, and can't wait for it to start.
We can't wait for that either. Sean, can we just ask a couple on you? You've entered the Level 4 Elite Coaching Program. You're one of 14 coaches who are progressing. How close are you to feeling like you're ready to put your hand up and say, I'm ready to be a senior coach?
Oh, that question's hard to know. For me, the way I go about my business, probably from my playing days, is I just want to keep growing and learning and keep getting my job done. So I've been blessed to be a part of a couple of great programs and learn from Chris Scott down here and do some great things, and now to see how Dimmer's started fresh at the Gold Coast and implemented a game plan and a culture and an identity and a buy-in. So I'm lucky to have experienced those cultures, but for me, I'm pretty focused on getting the job done here at the Gold Coast. I came up for Dimmer with a job to do, and that was to make the first finals, and we've done that, and to bring the first silverware to the Gold Coast Suns. So my sole focus is on that, but always trying to learn and grow and get better.
Learning from a couple of icons. Do you think you'd like to go through a process just to see how it stacks up?
Oh, I'm not sure about that. That's for other people and their processes to go about that. And like I said before, for me, I'm just, I've got a rage to learn and grow and get better, and a real thirst for coaching, and it's a real passion of mine. So been a part of some great teams and some great leaders with Scotty and now Dimmer. So having a great apprenticeship, but plenty more to do.
We wish you well. Thanks for joining us so close to the bounce of the ball. Best of luck
tonight. Thanks, Hodgie. Thanks.
There you go, Corbin. Sean Gregg from the Gold Coast camp.
Awesome. Thanks, Hodgie, and thanks, Sean, for making himself available. So, he's one of those guys, one of the decorated senior assistants in the competition. Just to pick up on what Hodgie was talking about there on the back end, Mick, the Level 4 program's coming back, so 14 coaches selected for that Level 4 program. What is it? Why is it important? And it seems like the best of the next guys that haven't yet to be a senior coach, the next bunch of decorated assistant coaches are all part of it.
Yeah, well, I was invited to speak I think it was 2 or 3 years in a row that we had these, and a lot of those blokes have gone on and become senior coaches. Now, I'm not saying it's because of us, one little bit, but what they were able to do, if they're already at a football club and maybe been in a second club, they get an idea of what those coaches are like. But if then you pull yourself back to, say myself, and you go, okay, you've coached in the 80s, 90s, etc. What's different? you're able to actually, they're able to tap into you.
Yeah.
And you're able to give them a little bit of feedback back. And there's one coach today who's done very well. And I remember listening to him answer a question. And I went to him after it and I said, I want you to just to think about that answer that you gave me, and I want you to delve a little bit more into individualism so that not everyone's the same, because you've got the same plan for the whole group. So if I did this, what would you do? And he said, oh, no, it's got to be the same. And I said, well, not everyone's the same. So he was able to, it didn't mean that that's the way he was going to run, but he was able to hear my theory on that.
Would you do it again if someone said, hey, can you be part of it?
Absolutely, because I just think that these young blokes, the more they're exposed to different type of people and that have been involved. So I'd involve Lingy along because of the fact that he's a captain of a premiership, so got to have winners. Must have winners.
More from Mick and Lingy coming up in just a moment. Corbin, Middlemass, Kelly Underwood with you to call the footy. And then Tim Hodges down on the boundary. The CEO of the Cats, Steve Hocking, is going to join us after the news.
Good evening, Nicholas Hines with ABC News. A One Nation fundraiser in Melbourne is underway following a last-minute venue change. Ethan Seiderman reports.
Supporters of the minor party have filed into the new venue in South Melbourne after a restaurant in Moonee Ponds pulled out at the last minute. One Nation says the event was moved after police raised concerns about planned protests. However, Victoria Police says the decision was made by the restaurant itself and that it didn't receive any threats against the venue. There's a large police presence at the new location, with a small number of anti-racism demonstrators protesting outside. Party leader Pauline Hanson and MP Barnaby Joyce are speaking at the event.
The Victorian opposition says the anti-corruption watchdog needs stronger powers as a powerful union fights to block a major report from being released. The United Firefighters Union and its secretary have today been revealed as the parties behind ongoing court action. They're trying to stop the release of a long-delayed IBAC probe into an industrial dispute between the union, CFA and the former Dan Andrews government. Shadow Attorney General James Newbury says the state can't override the courts, but IBAC should be given the power to table investigations, even if injunctions are sought.
For constitutional reasons, you cannot put a hard date deadline because you are bringing a new way of tabling these corruption reports.
Police have revealed 11 unsolved homicide and missing person cases have been assessed for possible links to serial killer Ivan Milat. The head of the New South Wales Homicide Squad has told a parliamentary inquiry Task Force Air reviewed about 50 matters beyond the 7 backpacker murders Milat was convicted of. Detective Superintendent Joseph Dewey says investigators categorised the cases by how likely they were to be connected. Criminal experts have told the ongoing inquiry it's very hard to believe Milat did not offend between an alleged rape in 1971 and the first backpacker murders in 1989. Iran has insisted a final decision on a deal to end the current conflict with the US hasn't been reached, despite President Donald Trump again claiming that an agreement would likely be signed imminently. John O'Wakely reports.
Donald Trump claims the US has ended the war today, with Iran agreeing to never have a nuclear weapon. Many earlier claims over an imminent end to the war have failed to materialise, but the president's latest comments again fueled a stock market rally and saw oil prices fall. But Iran's foreign ministry spokesperson Esmail Baghi says Tehran hasn't come to a decision and that it would not compromise on its red lines. What those red lines are isn't exactly clear, but officials have previously indicated that the right to enrich uranium is among them.
American singer Taylor Swift has become the youngest woman ever to be inducted into the prestigious Songwriters Hall of Fame at the age of 36. Artists become eligible for the honour 20 years after the release of their first commercial track, with Swift's debut hit coming in June 2006. At a gala ceremony in New York, she expressed her gratitude and thanked her family for backing her. The FIFA Men's Soccer World Cup is kicked off with co-host nation Mexico and South Korea winning the first 2 games respectively. Vancouver will be the focus for the Socceroos on Sunday when they play Turkey in the opening game of Group D. Chair of the Football Supporters Association of Australia, Patrick Clancy, says the Socceroos ideally need to pick up some wins in the group stage.
If we can pick up 1 win or 2 wins and, a draw or 2, then we're going to absolutely finish 1 or 2 in the group, and that really provides us with an opponent in the round of 32 that, we could definitely advance against.
The brother of Victorian athlete Gemma Stapleton has delivered an emotional tribute to the 25-year-old following her death while on holiday overseas. The young sprinter died while travelling with family in Thailand, though the cause of death has not been revealed. Tributes have been flowing for the former Stall gift finalist, with the Victorian Athletic League saying Stapleton left a lasting impact on the people around her. Her brother, Joel Stapleton, says she was more than a sister.
For those that knew her, you knew how lucky you were to have her in your life. Her smile was so bright that wherever she went, you knew she was there.
And to the weather across Victoria. Mostly dry and partly cloudy this evening. Some cloud and areas of rain tomorrow, though, starting in the west and extending eastwards during the morning, with the rain clearing in the southwest during the late afternoon and then contracting to eastern Victoria tomorrow night, with moderate to fresh northerly winds, fresh and gusty about the ranges in the morning, and then shifting light to moderate westerly from the west. In Melbourne tomorrow, rain increasing later in the day with a top of 17, mostly sunny on Sunday. Right now, it's 18 degrees.
ABC Sport.
On ABC Sport, this is the AFL.
The well-trodden path. Lockett, Hall, Franklin, and now Curnow. The grass is greener at the SCG.
Back, relax, witness the greatest. Don't get better than this.
On his left, he couldn't bang through a third, can he? You bet he can.
Hits from 45 on the run. And they've made it 6 in a row. What a goal.
Nick Dacos takes the advantage, eyes the goals and kicks it. DNA doesn't lie.
Want it down.
Sock it off the ground by Will Ashcroft.
He's a freak.
That is just that. Freakish.
Welcome to the 2026 AFL Premiership season on ABC Sport. On radio, on digital, and ABC Listen.
You take a seat, cause it don't get better than this.
Geelong and the Gold Coast. Friday night footy on ABC Sport, round 14. And it's a high-stakes encounter. The Cats, who have lost touch with the top 2 off the back of back-to-back narrow defeats, they come up against the Gold Coast Suns, who have slipped out of the top 6 and all the advantages that come with it. They'll have to do something tonight that they've never done and beat Geelong in Geelong if they want to get their campaign back on track. Corbin Middlemass alongside Mick Moldhouse. We'll hear more from Cameron Ling, the legendary Cat, and Kelly Underwood throughout the night. Tim Hodges to join us on the boundary. I can tell you there is a late change here at Kardinia Park and what is a glorious night. 15 to 17 degrees is the forecast during play. It is clear. It's perfect conditions for a Friday night in the middle of June. George Stevens is in, so he's in to play just his 3rd game, the 21-year-old. His first since round 18 last year. He was delisted and re-rookied. Actually had 21 disposals and kicked a goal on debut and picked up a Brownlow vote in that fixture late last year against the Tigers. He makes his way into the Geelong 23 tonight in place of Jack Bowes, who misses through injury. Still on the Geelong front, I'm pleased to say the Chief Executive of the Cats, Steve Hocking, has been good enough to join us in the box here on ABC Sport. Steve, appreciate your time.
Thank you, Colin. Great to be here. Yeah.
Firstly, is Chris Scott going to coach tonight? Is he okay?
He is, yes. Yeah, I think that was probably overplayed a little bit. There's been a lot on this week with Hall of Fame and a range of things. We came back from Adelaide last Friday, so yeah, travelled over there. So it's been a busy little week and great opportunity for James Kelly to step up and take a presser.
I love the whiteout concept. I'm a big college football fan, so
right, yes.
Big Ten fan too, with the Penn State Nittany Lions, who of course are same colours as you guys. They've got the whiteout concept. Did you get over there to watch Penn State play at least as a way to try and find a concept similar to this?
No, but some of the staff have. Yeah. But really good to bring it into our region, and really important to have our community sort of wrap its arms around it. We did it last year with the t-shirts. This year we're doing it with the towels. The rally towels, and Acosa is a betting company that has come on board and sponsoring all the rally towels tonight. So yeah, really, really good there. You'll find across the stadium here, it looks like there's some seats that are covered and other seats that aren't. Every seat has a towel on it, but due to the wind,
yes,
we had some issues this afternoon. So they're actually tucked in behind the seats. So if anyone shows up and feel like, hang on, someone's actually filled their backpack up and they're about to go on eBay, they are actually there.
Are you going to get enough backsides on them? So you've got 40,000 capacity now, and yet your crowds have been up and down, and the Thursdays and Friday nights are interesting as a time slot for Geelong, given the amount of people that live Surf Coast, Southwest. And are you able to get closer to 40,000 or closer to capacity than you have done, I guess, over the last year and a half?
Well, look, it's always a mix, right? Depending on what teams you're playing, who's got the following, who hasn't. It's hard with the bigger Victorian clubs not coming down here. This stadium operates in the mid 80%. In terms of capacity attendance, and that's one of the higher ones in the AFL. Now, I acknowledge it's a smaller stadium, but the fact is people are still showing up. I think it's more of an issue for you guys than what it is for us, because everything's sold within the stadium. So we've got a great resale program. Our members are fabulous. We're hitting, close to about 1,500. I think we got up as high as 1,800 for the Swans game as far as seat resales. That's exceptional. A lot of clubs can only sort of get to around about 500 or 600 seat resales. So people are understanding that as well. But we've got a lot of people here that they make a commitment to the club, they purchase their seat and it's their seat. And then the other part to it is they don't want to necessarily hand it on to someone, because they've been coming here with the same group of people for about 20 years. And they don't want to drop an opposition supporter in amongst them. So they're quite respectful as far as that goes.
Do you have a preferred time slot? If the AFL said to you, you can play at any time you want to play your home games here?
Well, I think that if the fans were talking to that or answering that question, they'd say 2:30 on a Saturday afternoon. But we actually really like the twilight time slot. We've found on a Saturday here at that sort of 4 to 4:30 is just an absolute ripper for us. And it's the same when we go to the MCG as well, because people don't necessarily travel. It's harder to get to the MCG of a night, particularly a Thursday or Friday night. So Saturday, 4:30 at the MCG, we would fill the place.
But one thing that's seemingly a bigger issue for us than it is for the Cats is when it comes to things like your injury list and late changes, and the AFL have obviously instructed teams that they need to be as transparent as possible with their injury list. And Chris Scott, to his credit, has come out and he said it with us, he said it in his press conferences, that he just doesn't believe in it in the same way that I guess the AFL does to be fully transparent on these types of things. And when you drill down a little bit deeper, he said, look, are we doing it because of betting revenue or whatever it turns out to be? As he doesn't quite understand why we need to be as transparent on that front. Do you hear any pushback from the AFL? Does the AFL get in touch and say, hey, we got 17 other clubs that are compliant as best we can see, the way they put their injury list in, and Geelong are the outlier? Is there any type of ramification for that or feedback from league headquarters?
Well, I haven't taken any calls on it. That's the first bit. The other thing I would share is Chris is a coach and he likes everything to be available for him. So he likes all the opportunities and he likes to stay open on them for as long as possible. And that's a skill that he's developed over time. And he likes that for the players as well, because, a player potentially, he thinks you need as long as possible to have that player actually be available and be ready. And then you've got to have the other player coming in behind if that player doesn't get up, and have them ready. So you've got to have them on, and that's his style. It's always, I don't think it's something that's just landed just in the last, 18 months. He's been like that across the 16 years. He likes to play in the margins.
So you've been on both sides of it. Is it a good thing for the league that the injury list is transparent and accurate?
I think that part you definitely you've got a point around that, and Chris and I will always contest that. But again, I would come back without defending Chris and just say that you may see it a certain way and you want it clear that it's 3 weeks. It's 3 weeks. It can move either way, of course. Always. And so again, Chris plays in those margins, and it's not deliberate. It's his style of operating.
Why don't we know when Tom Stewart entered the concussion protocols? That seems to be the latest one this week, and to try and work out, with the mandatory period, does it mean he's missing 2 games? Does it mean he's missing 1 game? Is there a reason why that isn't just out there for everyone to see?
Well, that's news to me for what it's worth. So that's on me as far as taking that level of interest. So it probably gives you a bit of an understanding, maybe even where Chris is getting it from as well.
So do you know whether he'll miss next week's trip to Perth?
Well, what I do know is it came out of the game. So, that's what I do know.
But we're not sure whether he had delayed symptoms that he went on Wednesday or Monday
I can't
or
confirm
whatever.
that for you, Corbin, no.
Mick Malthouse is here as well. Corbin Middlemass alongside the Chief Executive of the Geelong Football Club, Steve Hocking.
Steve, just on the year itself, and I reckon what the old playing days at Geelong was sort of out of Melbourne, and I reckon you've done it again. You played from last year's grand final. You're a very good football side, and people aren't talking about you. And yet I still think, even though you've dropped the last couple of games, I still think you're the favourite. Tell us, if you had one thing, like we talk about times, is there something that's just missing at the moment? Is there something missing? Because, quite frankly, I still think that you're very, very close to it.
Look, Mick, I think what happens is, and it's difficult for fans and also even media to necessarily dive into this area. From a fixturing point of view, it can be when you're getting teams now, and I think it's become much more like that.
We've seen double ups already.
I think with the opening round, that straight away puts extra buys in. And we played Adelaide with Adelaide coming off the bye last week. We'll have Fremantle next week coming off the bye. And so when you get those teams, depending on whether you've had your 10-day turnaround or you've had a 5-day turnaround. Now, I don't offer that up as an excuse. It is more answering the question that you're asking. I think that there's a lot of ins and outs around all of that. And we know the fixture is the way it is and you just have to work through it. And then the other point I would make is we are a team in transition, and I think you would see that. You have a look at like
I've seen a lot of young kids.
Lawson Humphreys. You look at Max Holmes, Ollie Dempsey, and Shannon Neal, and these guys. I think what happens is people sort of go, well, they've been playing at VFL level and they're showing up, so they should just be ready to go. But you and I both know, Shannon Neal is a 23-year-old who's, 200 plus centimetre. He's still learning. And Ollie likewise. And even some of the closer games, like we have 3 games this year against Hawthorn, Carlton and also Adelaide. Most people probably in the past would have said, expectation is for Geelong to win those. And we were leading all those games with 2 minutes to go. But
that's right.
But they haven't lived in that. Right, so there is a new group of players that are gaining experience and understanding that. So I think once we spend more time in those phases, I actually think it's really healthy from an education point of view. I think it'll help us later in the year because the competition is, and then the other part I would acknowledge is the competition is really tight at that top end. It's really competitive.
I know this is going to be a really awkward question, but I watched second game last year of Geelong, and without a shadow of doubt, Paddy Dangerfield was just outstanding. In fact, he was like a Superman. And I think I may have said to Corbin at the time and a few others, it's going to be a miracle for him to butter up again because the older the player, particularly when they get that much out of him, takes a long time. You might train beautifully, and of course the grand final was what it was. I'm seeing cameos at the moment. I've seen him play really well, and I'm seeing him then struggle. He still takes the big mark and takes, kicks the 50-metre goal. Is there any hint that he will go on? From your point of view, do you want him to go on? Does he want to go on for next year?
Oh, look, we're so fortunate with him because he's so mature and so we will just sit at the appropriate time.
What do you think?
And chat that through. I think he'll go on for what it's worth. That's my own personal view.
And do you think he should go on with it?
Look, I think managed correctly. Yeah, there's no question.
With 23 players.
No question about that. You have a look at what he did last week, and to your point, the cameos, I mean, they're pretty exceptional cameos. They can make a real difference. And I think probably for us, it's more about us having our head in that model and, probably less Paddy understand because he's just so combative. The thing that he hasn't done is he's lost none of his power and speed. For a 36-year-old,
and he's still got his love for it too.
He loves playing footy, and he's great for the game. Like he's a really good person.
Yeah, absolutely.
I know you got another commitment, Steve. Really appreciate your time. Stengel, good to go tomorrow in the twos.
I think that what'll go on there is we're wrapped.
Yep.
He's back in the club, but there's still a bit for him to work through. So I hope the fans out there and the industry. I know everyone's barracking hard for him. We just got to just give him the space to work through it, and hopefully he'll get a game in tomorrow. But he's still got some challenges ahead of him, and that's okay. We're here to support him.
So don't necessarily expect a VFL next week, AFL the following week. We just a straight line.
We just had the conversation about Chris Scott.
Yes, all options open.
Exactly. Yeah.
Steve, appreciate your time. Thanks for being so generous with us here on ABC Sport. Good luck tonight and the rest of the way.
Thank you.
Steve Hocking, the Chief Executive of the Cats, with us here on ABC Sport. Just repeating that late change. Appreciate Steve's time. George Stevens is in, so the 21-year-old in for his third game, his first of the year. And Jack Bowes is the man that misses out. Corbin Middlemass and Mick Malthouse. This is Friday Night Footy on ABC Sport. Kelly Underwood and the legendary Cat Cameron Ling step back in. There was a little bit in that from Steve Hocking. So, Lingy firstly spoke about venue capacity, that even though it doesn't have the 40,000 number on it, all seats are often sold. So that's why. And that they feel like they get 80% capacity and bums in seats, which is about what they budget for. I guess us in the media, we look at it and we think the capacity's up to 40,000. Why isn't it 38, 39,000 every game?
And I can answer that as a Geelong person. We are incredibly spoiled here in Geelong because we have a world-class venue with a team that plays in the elite competition of Australian rules football. But every now and then, especially night games, we can get a little bit comfortable and just say, oh, well, I'll go to the next one. I'm just going to watch it from home. And even though they own those reserve seats or have bought those reserve seats, it can be occasionally a little bit of, I'm not calling all of us Geelong fans lazy, but every now and then we can get a little bit warm and comfortable inside our own house and think, I'm not going to travel that 9 minutes to the ground.
It's a donation.
Yeah. And what a blessing they know. Oh, we'll go in the spring when they make it to September and play in those big games. We'll be there again, which is such a luxury. The other thing that he offered a little bit of insight on there is no feedback from the AFL concerning their injury list. So it was interesting. It was pointed out to me that this year it has been kept up to date much more. There's no more short-term, long-term and everything else. If you look at the Cats injury list as it's currently posted on the AFL website, which often journalists chase up the clubs and that's how it comes together, there's a test, a TBC, a TBC and an indefinite on the current list, and one who's in a conditioning block in Stengel who's going to play tomorrow. But I'll take the Cats on face value that has changed this year. The Stewart one's puzzling this week, that Geelong won't give us a set timeline as to when he entered the concussion protocol. And essentially, journos are just trying to trace, if he entered here, he's available for this game. And given the fact Geelong play a Thursday night after this, and they're coming off a Thursday night in Adelaide, if Stewart had delayed symptoms and he didn't enter the concussion protocols until Wednesday, it would mean that he'd missed the Fremantle game as a mandatory stand-down period. Geelong won't tell us whether he had the concussion test and tested and failed the concussion test late Thursday night after the loss to Adelaide, or whether it was Sunday, it was Monday, it was Tuesday. So.
By AFL rules, do they have to tell the wide world?
Well, they should be. They should be. I don't know whether yes or no, but we've talked about the Americanisation of sport. I mean, we've seen last year the Kangaroos kick certain journalists out of rooms because they were offended by what journalists or TV personalities had to say. And then the lack of clarity with the media. I'd love to see the AFL crack down on this and say, you know what, we're going to fine you. But if you're not going to be honest and tell us when he will enter and exit the concussion protocols, at the end of the day, it's the media that's paying the players' wages.
Okay, but can I, and I'm not just pushing back because it's Geelong. So this is a wider thing than that. So let's pretend for a second it's another club.
Yeah.
It's personal medical information. Does it need to be told? And is the only reason why you go to the American side of it that they mandate it is for gambling purposes. Yep. And we don't want that to be the driving factor of why injury lists or availability is
And Chris says that and speaks about it philosophically. But, I mean, Geelong have got this whiteout tonight, and the sponsor that's on the top right of their whiteout banner is a betting agency, essentially. So it's sort of, you can't have it both ways. The other thing
he said about Brian Myers, I'm not going to reveal his personal medical information, and we all suspect that he has been playing on with a torn ACL. Yet he was managed out of the team tonight, but he's been named as an emergency. If you're named as an emergency, you're fit to play.
The only one I would say differently when it comes to when it comes to the mandatory stand-down period for concussion, remembering concussion is that the idea of having a mandatory stand-down period is to protect the game against litigation, isn't it? So you're basically trying to tell anyone that'll listen, hey, if someone has a traumatic head injury, we are going to keep you out of the game for a period of time on the back of that to make sure that everyone knows we're doing everything we can in 2026 to help players recover from concussion.
There's a way around that, Corby, and the way around it is very simple. Concussion is one of those ones that we know has got a mandatory out.
Yeah.
Knees, ankles, quaddies, whatever, but that should go through the AFL. So the Geelong, in this case, the Geelong medical officer informs the AFL and says, this is when it happened, and they are informed. So therefore, it is above board, litigation and all that sort of stuff is then accounted for. So
are they not trying to tell because they don't want Fremantle to know for next Thursday?
I don't know. Or maybe it's just, again, the way that Chris doesn't philosophically believe in it. I actually think it's almost got to the point it's actually not on Geelong anymore. If the AFL aren't happy, if the AFL aren't happy with it, do something. But if the AFL aren't going to mandate it, fair play to Geelong. Do whatever you want to do.
My point is mandate it, fine them. You know, there should be penalties for this sort of stuff, and we've seen it in other sports around the world.
You can't fine Geelong if the AFL don't enforce a particular law.
Absolutely.
And is it a law?
I was going to say that there's no.
Let's get the rules.
Well, they said when they signed the new media deal, they said that every player had to do a certain amount of media each week, and every coach had to be up for this long, and there needed to be more media access and host broadcasters. So Seven and Fox Footy had to get into the rooms, players made available beforehand. Sure, they all agree to that, and then they turn their back as soon as they can because they don't want to play along. A lot of them.
Those things can be enforced, though. The access to the players and the access to the coaches. Just on the point of the injury declaration, I don't know if there is set rules. Now there should be, is what you're saying.
Yeah,
and if there are, then clubs have to adhere to them. But while there's no rules in place,
no, Geelong's doing nothing wrong. Yeah.
Can I just correct something I just said? I got caught on the betting agency comment from Steve Hocking, right? You've just looked up who the sponsor is on these towels, which I've just referenced moments ago. There's a huge chance he may have said betting company, and I thought he said betting. So I'm glad that you called that out.
The only reason I jumped to it was because Geelong made a stance to get rid of all their pokies and gaming.
I'm glad we've clarified
and all that. It is bedding.
Betting, and that's important. I clarify that for people out there that think, that's a bit hypocritical, as I did, where I kind of thought, hang on, that's an interesting stance to take. But it is bedding, BEDDING, not a betting agency that Steve Hocking was referring to. The Cats are making their way out here at Cardinia Park. I'll give Cameron Ling a hand to open the window.
There we go.
Big strong muscles for the broadcaster here. We are the whiteout is what the banner reads in Geelong in their bespoke jumpers tonight, which looks spectacular. It's the white on white. They've got the blue numbering on the back. That's still there, but essentially the two different shades of white making up the famous Geelong hoops tonight. They've got the white shorts, and the Gold Coast Suns are only moments away. George Stevens are late in. The full preview with Mick and Lingy coming up in a few moments' time. And the last part of the interview, unsurprisingly, Mick Moldhouse, who in another life, if he wasn't off becoming the most decorated coach of all time, he could have been an award-winning journalist. He got the best bit out of that interview with Steve Hocking when you asked about Patrick Dangerfield, and he was very candid, Steve, where he came out at post and essentially said, I expect he will go on next year, so he fully anticipates Dangerfield to play on in 2027. Were you surprised to hear that?
I've got to say yes, because I would have thought that perhaps both parties would wait till the end of the year to see how, the performances were. If I can just cast my mind, go back a few years, if I was talking to a player, and let's say a bloke like Paul Licuri, who I knew gave every possible thing to the football club and himself, and my remarks were to him, I don't want to play in the seconds. And he said, what's that mean? I said, well, because I can see you perhaps not performing at a level that would see you in the seniors.
Yep.
And under those circumstances, I want to see you go out as a true hero, not being dropped to the seconds. And it would really pain me to have to do that, but it's my responsibility to get the best out of the football club. And as a consequence of that, he retired. So I only say that I think Steve's looking at his form at the moment, which can be down, but his high level is very high. I would have thought they may wait for another few Well, probably towards the end. What have they got to lose to wait to the end of the year?
And Steve Hocking's probably doing that as well.
Exactly.
But he just doesn't want to slam the door shut on it.
What else can he say? Anything else he says fuels speculation.
Well, he could say, we'll wait till the end of the year, couldn't he?
Fuels speculation.
The-
Opens the door.
I think also, too, he spoke about I think as an entire football industry, are more mature on the idea of Patrick Dangerfield can still have an influence next year playing 15 games and being well managed throughout the year.
You've seen most Geelong games. Would you recommend on the total performance? And let's forget age. I've always said age is not the barrier, but performances like that are. So would you say yes, he should go on next year? Right now,
I would still want to get a game like him, like he did last week.
Right.
Every now and then.
Yep.
That would be valuable in clocking up enough wins to get you to September. I get that the challenge then is, like we found last year, he plays that preliminary final, which was a phenomenon, and his body didn't allow him to back up to be able to do anything near the following week.
Yep.
That's the difficult bit. He can't do it week after week, unfortunately, anymore.
We got two jumpers that are the same colour on the same colour. So the Gold Coast Suns wearing their home strip, which is red on red, of course, the red logo blended into the red jumper with the yellow numbering on the back there. And the red shorts tonight, Geelong in their white premiership shorts. They're out there with the white on white jumper for the White Out game, which is now an annual event. They've got the rally towels out there that have been waved around. The full preview with Mick and Lingy is on the other side of this. It's Friday night footy on ABC Sport. The Cats and the Suns around the corner.
Hi, it's Zan Rowe. Excited that a new generation are taking on a classic series. 6 filmmakers, 10 countries, 1 winner.
What could possibly go wrong?
Race around the world. Streaming now on ABC iView.
AFL.
On ABC Sport, you're listening to the 2026 AFL Premiership season on ABC Radio,
Sport Digital,
and ABC Listen.
One of the ultimate road tests in footy. Geelong in Geelong. The Suns, if they are to win tonight, they have to do something they have never, ever done. In 9 attempts previously, they are winless at Cardinia Park. They were the hottest team in the competition through the first month. And since that point on, they have cooled off a little bit. They're on back-to-back defeats as they hit Cardinia Park tonight. And the home team carries the same form line, albeit by closer margins, 2 narrow defeats in consecutive weeks. And incredibly, the loser tonight will be on a 3-game losing skid headed into round 15. The Gold Coast Suns in town to take on the Cats. Corbin Middlemass and Kelly Underwood to call the action. Tim Hodges on the boundary. The legendary Cat Cameron Ling and the coaching icon Mick Malthouse with the preview. There is one late change. George Stevens comes in for Jack Bowes. That's the only late change. So other than that, they come in as selected. Lingy and Mick, talk us through it. What are we in for tonight?
Well, we're in for a very important game, Corbs. The traffic jam in the middle part of that top section of the ladder is severe. The Hawks are on 34 points. Then the Cats, Crows, Demons and the Dogs are all on 32, with the Suns and Lions just sitting a game back on 28 points.
And Adelaide jumped in.
Yes, yeah, so Adelaide up to 32. Yep. So that's the challenge that awaits these two teams. I always hesitate, Mick, because, all games are important, but the old term must win. Yeah. It is a must win for both of these teams. I feel like, now this doesn't mean it'll play out this way. I feel like Geelong's form in the last 2 weeks around the middle and the way they've defended okay at times has probably been slightly better than the Suns, but their efficiency with ball in hand has dropped considerably from that run of beating the Lions, the Swans and the Pies prior to that. Whereas the Gold Coast Suns last week, it felt like they got smacked around the ball, around the contest. Lachie Neale was back to his best and Josh Dunkley was able to put Matty Rowell away completely. That's where I expect the Suns are thinking we must respond in the contest, around stoppages, through the middle of the ground. We have to be better than we were last week.
Absolutely. I'll go back 3 weeks and say I'm just, I can't believe that sides in this day and age have to travel away from home to fill the pockets and play games of football. And I'm talking about going to Central Australia or Darwin or wherever else they have to go. In North Melbourne's case, Western Australia for 2 weeks to play home games. And I know that the Suns have got a great record in Darwin, but when they come away from Darwin, they've got a horrible record. And I would suggest that for them to, I don't know. I'm thinking now that they've had 1 week at home, but they've had to travel again. They should be okay there. That should not be an excuse anymore. That middle you're talking about, when you look at any of the 6 players that could potentially be locked in there outside of the ruckman, it's Brownlow medalists come best and fairest come 35 possession getting players, umpteen number of metres travelled, great tacklers, inside 50s, you name it, they've got it. But I reckon Rao's not quite there from last year. He hurt himself in the State of Origin match, hasn't come right back. Anderson's been a bit patchy. The bloke that's gone right off the ball for me is Miller. I don't think he's anywhere near what he was last year.
I reckon he's...
Is he a victim of Petrarca?
Yeah, I reckon he's lost his role a little bit.
Yeah.
He's a bit... can you come up from half forward and do it? Can you play a little bit on ball?
Yeah,
Can you try this, try that? He hasn't quite found his spot back again.
I agree. And I also say that Geelong, to me, I've been a firm advocate for years and years and years, and you know it, about taggers, because there's a position for, and everyone goes, oh, if you spoke to, some players just can't stand them. They think, oh no, if they're not good enough, they've got to dag someone else around and all this sort of stuff. That's not the case. It's a matter of being able to manoeuvre your body in the right spot at the right time to make sure he doesn't get an easy run or doesn't get the football, and you take it and then you test him out going the other ways. Taggers are not what they used to be in the 70s and 80s. They are now a far more balanced footballer. Geelong, in the last, since 2011, I know, and I know prior to that, they've had players that can go in there, win their own football, stop their opponent, and be a really dangerous forward or player going forward. Geelong have still got that. I don't know whether Clarkson has ever, Hardwick has ever really got him. I know he's a tough, hard player himself in the halfback flank, but he doesn't embrace that. At Richmond, he didn't overly embrace it. It was, all in, guts in. This side is all in. Again, all guts in. Is there anyone that can come in there and go, well, okay, look, Smith's causing some untold damage outside? I'm not sure they can, and Petrarca won't do it. Anderson doesn't do it. Rao can't do it because of his leg speed. Miller doesn't do it. So if they don't win that football, the opposition do. And if the opposition do and they've got a good forward line, you know what? They're going to get beaten. And that's what happened last week, and it happened the week before. So I don't know whether Damien Hardwick will ever change, but somewhere along the line they've got to balance up better than what they do in the middle.
And I wonder if he's trying to find, and is yet to, and I don't know if he's asked players to do it, that player, when I think of his Richmond teams, Mick, Kane Lambert, and now he wasn't a tagger, he's not like what you're describing, but he
went in on those players.
He came in off half forward,
yes,
and he did all the grunt work, all the hard work, did it superbly too, would often kick a goal or two a game and find plenty of the footy, but he was doing the massive running work so that Dusty could save his petrol and be the weapon that he was in the forward half of the ground and be the match winner.
Cotchin and these sort of players, exactly. But who they got down here, Lingy? Who you've seen it?
Well, I wonder if he wants Miller to do that, but Miller is so used to. But I go and
see
get the
ball, get ball.
Yeah, that's my whole career. Bailey Humphrey's not that. Bailey Humphrey's a weapon up forward. He's just a.
You won't do it.
He's a beast. So, is it Ben Long?
Well, Ben
maybe
Long
a little bit, but
Ben Long's not.
He's not an endurance machine who can go.
No,
through.
He's not, and you've got to have that capacity. You can't half tag.
Yeah,
you're all in or out, all out.
Opening round, they played one another. It was a 56-point win for the Suns. Team changes from that point on. Geelong have made 6 changes to that team. The Gold Coast even more, 7 different players from the opening round game. That was way back at the start of March. Is it count for anything, or is it ancient, unimportant history?
Well, it's not unimportant because it's 4 points. But I suspect that a side that played off in the grand final didn't start for a month later.
Yep.
Oh, well, sorry, I shouldn't say that because Gold Coast were also in the finals, but certainly didn't start at the same time. And you lose a lot in that 2 or 3 weeks. And it takes a couple of weeks to catch up, I reckon.
Big deal, no big deal?
Not a big deal. No.
Let's see what's happening downstairs. Tim Hodges is in the front row of the grandstand. We've just had the coin toss. What do you got for us, Hodgie? Good evening.
G'day, crew. Nice to be with you. Patrick Danger won the toss of the coin. The Cats will kick to the City end. That's the left of screen if you're at home watching on the telly, listening to us. One late change, just repeating. Jack Bowes had a very public fitness test just before 6 p.m. He failed. In comes George Stevens for just his third game. Now, I believe George was always playing regardless of Bowes coming out of the team. So you'll be able to find his family and his mates have all made the trip up from Warrnambool, his hometown. So my question, was there another Cat who was on the brink of not playing, who is now playing because Bowes isn't there? There is some talk down here. Jeremy Cameron is very, very sore. He has the busted arm, which he's been playing sore with from the grand final. That will require surgery again post-season, but I believe he has a groin issue as well. So he's well below 100%. So he will be a real watch for this evening's games. The Suns as selected. The Cats hoping to hit 30,000 here tonight at Kardinia Park. I think they're well on the way. This is I know they cop a lot of criticism, but this is an awesome turnout for the wideout game, and it's a super night for footy. It's hard to believe it's still 16 degrees down here on the boundary, guys. Quite remarkable for the middle of June.
Lingy tells us it's like this all the time here, and on that information, I'm taking that to the bank because the streets of Warrnambool, they don't lie. So Hodgie's got his ear low to the ground.
He's got his sauce
does.
hundreds.
Anyone tipping the upset tonight? Mick, who wins?
No, I think the Cats will win.
Lingy, do I bother asking?
No, I think the Cats will win.
Kel?
Oh, I'd love to say the Suns. I'm on the Cats, although every time the four of us come down here against the Giants of Brisbane, there usually is an upset, so you never know.
Let's see what we get tonight. The loser will be on a 3-game losing skid in June. On ABC Sport, the Cats and the Suns. You're with Kelly Underwood.
And it's Moyle and young Edwards. Picking it up is Mullen, handballing to Dempsey, who started on that wing on the red chicky stand. Kicks up to Manor. Takes the mark in front of his opponent, Jeffrey. Turns around and kicks inside 50. Wiltshire got a hand to it. Slapped down there by the Gold Coast Suns defender. Atkins back out to Blitzarves. Here's Jack Martin in space. He doesn't need too much to be creative. Skies it. It'll land at the top of the goal square. Collins tried the double grabber and then dropped it cold. It's picked up by Atkins. Snaps on the left. And the white flags and the white towels are going berserk here. Takes you back to Kevin Sheedy days in the black and red, but it is all white as Atkins produced the first goal of the night. In the opening minute, it's 1 straight 6 to the Suns, yet to score.
He worked hard out of the centre bounce then. Tom Atkins was involved as the ball came close to 50. The Suns trying to punch it out of there. He was involved in that ground ball, then followed up deeper to get to that one. So happy just to surge forward with the play and finish with the goal. He's trying to see the matchups in the middle of the ground.
I reckon he's got to be on. I reckon he'd go to Rowell.
So Mullen is standing next to Petrarca at the centre bounce, Atkins to Rowell, and then Bailey Smith obviously and Anderson as the other one.
Yeah, so they've got two. So it's not a lost art, thankfully, and I think it keeps sides in the games and it helps them.
Edwards climbs up, palms it down towards Mullen, who's spun around and will have a ball up. Good tackle from Anderson. Sometimes the centre bounces aren't a perfect indication of what they're going to do, but it looks like they're staying the same way, yeah. Red versus white. Moyle palms it down. Rowell got a hand pass out, but straight to Bruin. Handball off his knees. A free kick spotted in all of that. It's for a hold. And Petrarca will get it. Highest rated game of his career last time these two teams met. Kicks it wide to Rioli. He spears a kick down to Long, just off his fingers, tips, no mark. Halfback for the Cats. Edwards intercepts, gives it away to Smith. Handball to O'Connor. Handball to Holmes, and Holmes goes with a long kick in the centre square. Cameron the target. McAndrew punched it away from him. Now at half forward with the Suns, and we're going nowhere fast as Humphreys held up in the two-man tackle. Ball up, 60 out from the Suns goal at the Barwon River end. Do they play it? Look at Yuland right now. Free inside his own forward 50.
Well, ducks it down. Dempsey, a little awkward kick on the outside of the boot, only trickles a couple of metres, and Wiltshire jumps on that, and Noble jumps on him. So secondary ball up. Moyle, Edwards, Anderson. Handballs into space. Clever little flick from Humphrey. Gets it to Petrarca. He's held by both hands. Is that holding? It is. It'll be a free kick to the Cats. So two-man tackle. Mullen was one of them. No surprises. Got the running job with Petrarca. Kicks out wide. Dempsey tries the slips catch. Hemmed in against the boundary line, and the umpire says there'll be a little conference and it'll be a boundary throw-in. Dempsey shakes his head. He's the only Geelong player out there in coloured boots just about tonight. They've taken the white out, the full kit. Tough night for commentators. All in white boots, all in an all-white strip. The home side. Anderson again picks it up, has it tossed back in. The handball was smothered. Holmes is able to gather it. Handball's out to his partner in crime, Smith, who wobbles the kick just outside 50. They pile in from all angles. Well done by Collins. Slaps it on the boot at centre half back. Oh, slipping over and taking a brilliant mark. How good was that from Guthrie? He slipped over, outstretched arms and took it while he was on his back. He kicks to the hot spot. In position O was Jeremy Cameron. Got his fingertips to it. Desperate defence. Out the back, Noble. Handballs Miller to Anderson. Back to Johnny Noble, who kept running here for the Suns.
Kicks to the wing. Walter got it on the half volley. Hand pass away to Petrarca. There's not a heap up ahead. King holding his position way back in the forward 50. Handball to Zeke Hewland. He kicks under pressure down to half forward. And 2-on-1. College Asney bank to help out. Intercepts.
That's what you need up the ground, don't you? The pressure from Zach Guthrie just forced the quick kick from Hewland and intercept mark, but the Suns are on here.
Switches on. Holmes trying to link up with Smith. Spills away of Adams. He gives a spoil down towards Humphrey. Hand pass to Moyle. Kicks into the pocket. And there's King, who's upstairs and taking the mark. Left half forward flank for the Suns. He'll kick from the boundary line and he'll kick from about 35 out.
Yeah, I really don't think that his opponent was thinking he was going to get the ball. He fell off him by half a metre, and that was enough to use it. He gets used so often, King, so I'm sure the instructions were you just got to stay with him and spoil that ball.
Last time they met, he kicked 4 goals. He had 4 kicks. Let's see what he does with his first one tonight. It's a tough angle. His drop punt here misses everything.
Wow.
Out of bounds on the forward near side, so that strike rate takes a hit right from the jump. One straight Geelong. Gold Coast yet to score. We're 5 minutes in. Friday night footy on ABC Sport.
Has been accurate. 38-10 so far this season. And he's leading in the Coleman. Cats go around the red chickie side stand, and that's a lovely mark taken by Edward.
Well,
Mitchell Edwards gives it off to the run of Bailey Smith. Long locks flowing in the wind. He kicks up towards Cameron. Couldn't take the mark. Martin's there. He's going to handball back to Cameron. Tries to get onto his left. Handball to Neil. Dropped to Cole. It was too hot. Suns now chain of handballs. Petrarca involved in Rowell, and they get themselves out of strife. Squares the kick off to Zeke Hewland. One of 4 inclusions and changes at selection. And then he's able to hit up the youngster in Ben Jepson. Brings it back inboard. Still got it across half back here, the Suns, to Miller.
So this is a strange ground for Gold Coast. This is very narrow, and they like to have that bit of space to actually get the lateral balls. They'll find lack of room going lateral.
Short, sharp kicks, and they've worked it round the other side. The western wing, and Sharon's in the hands of Rioli. And he steps around the man on the mark. He has a bounce. He goes for a dash down, and he delivers long into that left forward pocket over a couple of players who collided. They ran into each other, Walter and O'Sullivan, and they both went to ground, and Walter's a little slow to get up. Meanwhile, the ball trickled out of bounds. It'll be a boundary throw-in.
Yeah, but I thought O'Sullivan just took Walter out. He misread the flight of the ball and just crashed into Walter. Oh, it should have been a free kick.
Yeah, if you don't touch the ball, it's a free kick, surely.
Boundary throw-in. Edwards palms it down. Slick hands O'Sullivan. Got it away to Holmes, who's been busy early. Kicks off the left out the half back, and that's a nice mark. Blitzarves, who breaks another record tonight. More on that in a moment. Handball away to Stevens, who's in for his first start of the year. The late inclusion. Handball to Bruin. Kicks down to Ollie Wiltshire. Runs onto it. Wiltshire kicks to full forward. Jack Martin giving chase, as is Rioli. Ball skids off the turf. Rioli left it behind. Martin collects. Shakes Rioli. Handball in the end of McAndrew, and smothered through for a minor score. How was that not a goal for the Cats?
How was it not a rush behind for Rioli? How was it not a goal for Martin?
Was he handballing to himself, Jack Martin?
What
he must have felt sorry for him. That's all I can think of.
Extraordinary.
Rioli just overran the ball on the goal line. Martin had a chance to pop it through at either end. As Dennis Cometti would say, it was the third of 2 options.
McAndrew with the driving kick out of defence. Rowell takes the mark. Thought about giving it off, and now steadies. He's got it at half back. Kicks down that Reg Hickey stand wing, looking for Ben Long. It goes past him. Beautiful pick up there by Humphrey, the smooth mover. Handballs into the corridor where Anderson lowers the eyes and delivers to Ben King. Found some separation on his opponent and will go back and have his second set shot of the night. This one directly in front from bang on 50.
Yeah, he's getting into some dangerous positions, Ben King. As Mick said before,
Coning's on him, isn't he?
Well, I'm not sure because O'Sullivan's on the mark right
put it
now.
this way, he's not on him.
Yeah, no one's on him at the moment.
Last marking contest was Colin Jasny, I think.
Oh, he would be picking him up on a permanent basis.
All right, so Ben King looking for the Suns' first opener to the Barwon River end. The goal umpire does not move. It's a goal, and it's met by silence. White noise, we could call it at the Whiteout, Lingy.
We could, Cal.
So one straight 6 apiece after 9 minutes of play here at Cardinia Park.
Well, Mick, I reckon the last few weeks, Connor O'Sullivan's been taking the main key forward.
Right.
So I think it's O'Sullivan, but he needs to quickly readjust his
Well, he's not even on
starting points. No.
On 2 occasions when he's marked the ball King, he's been 4 metres off the first time, and I reckon 15 the second time. Right?
Scores level. Tim Hodges on the boundary. Hodgie.
Honestly, I reckon there would be only 20 to 30 Suns supporters here in the stadium. And Lingy, just keep an eye on your old mate Patrick Dangerfield. He's got all white footy socks pulled up to his knee. I swear they are stockings more than footy socks because I'm not sure where white footy socks exist.
Yeah, you play. That's over in America at the moment.
Yeah,
World Cup.
Absolutely. Moyle wins it down. Cats come up with it though. Dangerfield right on cue. Handball to DeConing. Tumbles a kick from 60 out. That rolls through for a behind. Teddy K with a minor score.
Is anyone surprised that Danger went a little bit extra just to make sure that everybody thinks he's looking all right in the white gear?
It does look good, though, doesn't it? It's very impressive, especially with the way Paddy is. Look at the build on him with his socks up to his knees.
Fashion expert Mick Mulgus
Well, it's a bit
joining
like
us
Maradona.
on Friday night footy here. Oh, the kick here for the Suns. Yes, it works out. Leo Lombard takes the mark just inside 50, squares the kick to Andrew. Again, they go round the outer side to Rioli by hand, back by hand to McAndrew. He's kicked it straight to Bailey Smith. Here's the turnover, no one inside 50. Bailey just thunders the kick. It's going to bounce in the goal square and sit up for Sam Collins to be able to pluck it up and kick to the 50. Put his teammate under pressure there. Wiltshire keeps it in play. Handballs into space. Running onto it is the second gamer here, and he does quite well in Murray. Gives it back to Noble. And now sharing it around back to McAndrew. They handball backwards and they handball their way out of strife. Bodie Ulam with the all-important kick out of the D50.
Great work from O'Connor, who just drops in front of 2 Suns, knocks it out of play. So we'll throw in on that eastern wing underneath the Reg Hickey stand. On the other side of the ground, Tim Hodges. Hodgie.
Corbin, Sean Manners just come off. He's having his left ankle strapped. I'm surprised. I thought all AFL players would have had their ankles strapped. No strapping at all, so he must have gone over on it in the first few minutes. He's having it heavily strapped right beside me down here.
Boundary throw in, DeConing palms it down, but straight to Anderson. Hurried kick forward for the Suns between wing and half forward. Walter collects, handball to Goulburn, handball back inside. Miller grabs it. Stevens got him. Good tackle. Miller got it out. Walter collects, gives it away to Lombard, chips a kick into the pocket. And there's Ben Long, who marks 25 out, left forward pocket for the Suns.
One of the big mistakes in St Kilda, Ben Long.
Yeah.
He's an absolute cracker. He just doesn't know when to give in. Can I just say about the style, just before he has his shot, or if he's going to have his shot, I'll come back to it. But
he's going to hook the ball across the body, so he decides to snap it. Ben Long, he misses to the far side. Scores level again, 1-1-7 apiece after a dozen minutes. Friday night footy on ABC Sport.
What I was saying was that the Suns get the ball in the corridor and their natural instinct is to go to the fence, whereas if they understand this ground, you've got to stay in the corridor.
Humphreys perfect to Holmes. Holmes handballs over the top to Dangerfield. He put it out in front of Mullen, closing the space though. Well done was Collins. Flicks it over to Petrarca, and then the boundary line beats Closey for the Suns. He can't keep it in. It'll be a boundary throw in.
No, Mick's right. Once you don't get long to get into the corridor because of the width of the ground. But if you get it there, stay there and go straight at the goals.
Spinning ball will come back into play. Half forward here for the Cats. It's Mac Andrew, and De Koning used his bodies well. Just shoved Mac Andrew off it, picked it up, kicked it towards Cameron. And the
That's a good spoil.
double-fisted spoil. That was a super spoil coming from Bodie Hewland.
That's about 10 rows back.
Came back to help out his teammate who was one-on-one with Jeremy Cameron. Went with it with 2 fists. And it went about, 20 metres in the air, about 30 metres into the crowd.
That's the definition of when you hear us say, you're going to spoil, you've got to kill it.
Kill it. You got to kill it. Yeah.
Put it 10 rows back.
53 consecutive games for Bodie Hewland. Longest continuous serving son from the boundary throw-in. Andrew wins it down towards Closey. Handball to Bodie Hewland. Handball to Anderson, who slips out of bounds. Jeffrey, rather, boundary throwing.
There's a few slipping over and there's a few fumbles. It's
must be dewy.
Yeah, probably slipperier than we think, given we've all been commenting it's a reasonably mild night, but he's getting a bit slippery.
Forward 50 stoppage for the Cats from the boundary throw-in. Spills down to Lombard. Hand pass away to Anderson. Handball to Jeffrey. Handball to Rioli. He works it back by hand to Noble. He's going to kick it out of defence. Game 150 for Johnny Noble. He comes wide to the second gamer in John Murray. Feeds it further afield to Miller, and that is a horrid kick. Start the count. There's one out on the full. So we'd love to say for the visiting teams with the cigar-shaped ground, Mick, that we have on offer here at Cardinia Park. Yeah. Cats back with it, quarter-hour mark, 7 points apiece.
Mind you, that was just a shocking kick.
Yeah.
He tried to go up the line, there's no question.
Kolodjasny took the free kick, kicked it backwards to Holmes, and then he sets it up for Oliver Henry, who flew. He's got coloured boots on in those blue boots, got up the back of a teammate, but couldn't take the mark, Lingy.
No, didn't quite time his jump right, which is what he can do occasionally.
So, ball up, play straight underway. De Koning in the ruck, gets a little handball away to Atkins, throws it on the boot, will land on the 50. Jeremy Cameron flew well done by Collins going back. Now Ballard's got it. Handballs to Collins. Collins, the sweeping handball, puts Lombard under the pump. Was quick, did well. Murray, the second gamer, under the pump. Composure. Goes back to Rioli and then cuts the kick back inboard to Collins, who marks uncontested. He's got it at half back and he's going to retreat by foot all the way back to Ballard.
So that does nothing. He goes back 30 metres and now they're stuck on the back pocket, back flank, where Geelong hunt teams. It's hard to hunt through the middle. Very easy to hunt from that pocket because you're stuck here.
Looking for the switch kick. He kicked it to Jepson, who's got no other option but to go long down the line. Big pack flies right on the wing. Moyle with a looping handball, stolen by Lawson Humphreys. He handballs it into the space, hemmed in against the boundary line. Kolodjasny's handballed straight to the opposition in Jeffrey. Rouse in strife. He's taken down. He gets the handball back to Miller. Miller's quick kick's gone straight down the throat of Connor O'Sullivan, who looks like he has got that early matchup with Ben King.
O'Sullivan into the corridor for Atkins. Hand pass away to O'Connor. O'Connor straight up the middle. Short kick to Neal. Hands it back to O'Connor. He's 60 metres out. Kicks to the top of the goal square. Martin down there. Juggled effort. No mark. Spills to Collins. Hand pass snuffed out. Picked up by Ollie Henry. Tackled. Caught. Holding the ball. And the Suns rewarded. That's a goal-saving tackle from Sam Collins. He does it again. Their Minister of Defence. Last line, 117 apiece. We are 16 minutes in.
Ollie Henry just had to give first option there.
Yeah, he did. I tell you what, though, Gold Coast have given Geelong tackling practice in the front 50.
Inside 50 count, 9-5 in favour of the Cats. Here go the Suns now. Quick hurried kick from Goulburn, goes down towards Ben King, and O'Sullivan with the spoil now into the advertising hoardings.
It's a bit better, a bit quicker off the back flank.
Yeah, well, yes, it is better play, but to get the ball there in that first place, 3 hand passes, there's no substitute for getting the ball out if you've got a good setup outside your back 50.
Boundary throw in one easily by Morley. He palms it down into space. Running onto it was Atkins. Gives it off. The hurried kick down the line has been picked off. An intercepting mark by Bodie Hewland.
And this is not necessarily a breakdown, but so there's no vehicle to come through the corridor. It is now sort of pumped up the line.
So that's exactly what he does. He's looking for Moyle. Leaping from behind was Walter. Spills down to Ben Long. He's weaving, he's dancing, he's giving it to the standing Rao, who handballed it off. A little costly error. He drops it, picks it up, and they handball backwards to Anderson, who puts it out in front of Walter.
Beautiful.
Marks right on the boundary line in the pocket.
I know that's not where you want to have a shot at goal. I get that. But when there were so many numbers back, you just have to use any space that's available to you. And that was a superb kick by Anderson. onto the chest of Walter.
So Jed Walter in and out of the side this year with Jamari Gugelhagen, the new recruit. Off a couple of steps, he snaps it through, and he curls that expertly for the Suns' second goal, and they hit the lead. 2-1-13 to Geelong 1-1-7. 18 minutes gone. It's Friday night footy on ABC Sport.
Yeah, great finish. Superb kick by Jed Walter, and that'll give him a lot of confidence. They've only been inside their forward 57 times, Mick. They've scored 3 times, which is not massive. It's not a huge percentage. But they've looked dangerous when they have gone in there. It's taken a bit to get it there.
Yeah.
Hence, they've only had the 7. But when they've gone in, the forward line looks like they're pretty well isolated and working together well.
Yeah, I agree with that, Lingy. Can I just throw some stats at you? To get the ball inside 7 times, Gold Coast have had 94 possessions. So if you divide your 7 into 94, that's quite a few. Whereas Geelong on the other side have had 54, 40 less possessions to get in there 9 times.
Petrarca, first disposal at the restart. Handball away to Rowell, who's tackled immediately, the Brownlow medalist. Handball to Anderson, trickles a kick forward, but straight to Holmes, who hit it at speed. Geelong back with it. Handball to the skipper. Dangerfield long and direct. The centre half forward. Two Suns wrestle it from each other. Lands in the lap of Collins, and he's caught.
2 other Suns wrestled it, and then Collins is the one who ended up with it. Can you pay a team mark?
Yes. Yeah, the ball ended up with him as he was lying on his back. They all were able to dive in on top of him. From the stoppage, Geelong win it again. More clearance dominance early for Geelong. Over-possessed it, though, and now coughed it up. Noble off the back flank. Handball away to Anderson. Handball from Petrarca to Noble, and Anderson again still at half-back, the Suns. Handball to Collins. Kick smothered. Nice 1%er from Atkins. Ball comes out to Manor. 55 out. Handball to Smith. Kicks to full forward. Mac Andrew leaps up, takes the intercept mark. There's Adams and Martin banging bodies in front of him, but the Suns work it out short to Anderson.
Who goes, just swings that beautiful kick to Jepson. Handball's over the top, had to get himself out a little bit of a pickle, and he broke the tackle. Did Joel Jeffrey, and then gives it off. A high kick to Koning's closing. That is a strong mark by Ben King in front of O'Sullivan, and he's got breaking for him. Is that Ballard down there?
Wow.
He's taken the mark, and he's going to centre it and kick it to Leo Lombard, who was all by himself 25 metres out directly in front. Ballard took the mark closer in the right forward pocket link.
Yeah, that was a really poor decision by Sam de Koning. So he went to leave Ballard and come at the high contest, but just jogged there, Mick, and got nowhere near influencing the high ball. And by the time King had marked the footy, his opponent was way out the back. A terrible defensive decision.
He's directly in front, Leo. He's kicked 6-12 this year. Silence will tell the story. That is 20 Gold Coast Suns fans in the cheer squad cheering, and about 35,000 silent here because the Suns have taken an early lead. They lead it by 12 points. 3-1-19. Geelong 1-1-7 on the boundary. Tim Hodges.
Kel, I'm not sure. Can you guys see through the interchange roof from up there? Just Jeremy Cameron's been right beside me, having worked for the last 4 minutes on that groin. So the mail we got is decent. He is nowhere near 100%. He's just running on the ground now. Very proppy. He's had about 4 minutes work on that groin on the massage bench beside us in our little media pen here. So, yeah, he's a work in progress, well below 100%, as we said pre-game.
All over at Hodgie, the good mail. So Jeremy Cameron, he was goalless last week. He didn't play the last time these two teams met, and interestingly, the 2 fixtures against the Crows, he didn't get a goal in either of them. Jeremy Cameron. Bailey Smith, first disposal at the ball up, got it away to Mullen, kicks to half forward. A spoil firstly from Jeffrey, then came up with a footy, no mark paid. Hand pass to Collins under pressure. Now Ollie Henry with it, he's tackled, but the umpire's whistle blew before that. A ball up.
Noah Anderson has been superb so far for the Suns. He's up to 12 disposals already, and beautiful ball use.
Clearance count 10-4 Geelong's way. We've got a secondary stoppage here right on the attacking 50 for the Cats.
I'm not saying he's underestimated, but Collins has been outstanding. He's had 10 himself.
From the ball up, comes down to Ollie Henry. Tackled, lost it. Rouse stripped of it. Great tackle and rewarded Tom Atkins.
Wow.
That's his MO.
Any hand pass that, you know?
Atkins straightens up, finds Shannon Neal in the corridor. He'll kick from true centre half forward.
What's more, Mick, I didn't think Rowell had prior opportunity, and he was doing everything he could to fight through that tackle to dispose of the footy. If you haven't had prior opportunity, that's all you need to do.
Yeah, it's a bit bamboozling, isn't it, the way they interpret those.
Stevic, Meyer, Williams and Toner, the 4 men out there in yellow. You've got 3 very distinct colours. The Cats all in white, the Suns all in red. Shannon Neal pokes it straight through the middle. And there's one back for the Cats, who are playing catch-up in this opening term. And Shannon Neal's been on somewhat of a little goal-scoring drought. He's kicked only 1 in the last 3 games. He's on the board early tonight. Geelong 2-1-13, Gold Coast 3-1-19, Suns by 6 points. The legendary Cat Cameron Ling and the coaching icon Mick Malthouse.
He's a nice headshot goal kicker.
That's a beautiful action. Yeah. Lingy, I'm just going to throw these at you, and just for our listeners, Gold Coast have had nearly 50 possessions more, but have gone inside the front 50 only 2/3 or 3/4 of the number of times. They've gone in 8 times to 12, and yet they've had 50 more possessions, and most of those are hand passes.
Well, that
are under pressure, Lingy.
They've had more hand passes than kicks.
And on a greasy night, we know it's a bit slippery out there. You only ask for trouble.
Back underway in the centre. And here go the Cats again through Atkins that favoured him. He kicks it long towards Cameron. Umpire blows his whistle. Joel Jeffrey puts his hand up and says, yep.
Crowd can't complain about that. That was a bad free kick to give away by Ollie Henry. Just grabbed his jumper. Silly.
Gives the handball to Noble. Noble kicks it up to the wing on the outer side. Rowell's involved. Handballs to Closey. Gives it to Rioli. Going backwards to Closey. They're working their way in a triangle here. Noble accepts the handball. Tries to get around but can't quite get around Atkins, and that is holding the ball. Manor it is, rather.
There's my case. 4 hand passes, no kicks, and the ball is Geelong's hands.
Absolutely shanks it. Taking it on the bounce is Wiltshire. And Wiltshire snaps a ripper. It was a wobbler, a tumbler of a kick that came inside 50. He waited for it to bounce, had to get down low, threw it on the boot, and the boy from Barwon Heads ties it all up with 2.5 minutes to play in this opening term. 3-1-19 apiece. Cameron Ling and Mick Malthouse, Friday night footy on ABC Sport.
Overuse, Slingy, I'll give you the tip, and I've said it right from the word go, regardless of the fact that they were leading 3 goals to 1 a few minutes ago. Overuse of the football against these type of teams, they will get you on the 3rd or 4th. In that case, I think it was the 4th hand pass. They had 4 times they could have kicked the ball. 4 times elected the hand pass. Now, I know they go, oh, well, that'll get them a goal, but it also gives you the opposition, particularly here on this narrow ground, every opportunity.
Thoughts of Mick Malthouse on ABC Sport alongside Cameron Ling. Scores level, back in the middle. Petrarca stripped of it in the tackle. Ball comes out the way of Miller. Hand pass trying to get it back to Petrarca. He's got Mullen right with him. Handball onto Lombard. His hand pass out wide for Rowell. Rowell kicks off his left from the logo to inside 50. Moyle gets down there, competes in the air, spills to Goulburn. Suns still with it. Handball to Miller. Handball to King at full forward. He gets it back by hand to Goulburn. Hand pass away to Petrarca. Snaps off the left peg, and they're all back to save the day. Dempsey on the goal line where he needs to be as that fat side winger. He marks and saves a scoring opportunity for the Suns. He's got it for the Cats, of course, as he kicks out towards half-back. Intercepted here by Rowell. High half forward for Gold Coast. Gives it to Collins. Good smother from Neal. Ball trickles out of play. 60 metres out from the Suns' goal.
You can see, so the Damien Hardwick style of coaching, he did it at Richmond. He wants a swarm of numbers getting inside the forward 50. So a positive outnumber inside your forward 50. That's what the Suns are doing. They were a chance then. They had numbers everywhere. The opportunity is if you can flip it back the other way, you can expose them a little bit.
Get them out the back. Absolutely, Lee.
Boundary throw in at half forward here for the Suns. Both ruck hold it to them. It's like a jump ball, so tossed in the air. It bobbles around. Moyle just throws it on his boot. It's a loose ball inside 50. Who'll get there first? Long went low. O'Connor did well, and he's going to receive the handball and take off through the centre of the ground. Hits up Shannon Neal, who was all by himself. He can flare the kick out wide. It's got to sit for Manor, and it does beautifully. Watch him explode, Manor. He has 2 bounces from 50. He eyes home. He goes. He's got Cameron in there, or rather Dangerfield in the goal square.
Oh, free kick.
Oh, no. Dangerfield had two Gold Coast Suns players on him and it was rushed through for a behind, but a free kick has been picked out and the skipper Danger's going to take it only a metre or two out from the goal line on a 45-degree angle.
Gee, I didn't see much.
There's no free kick.
No.
Put it in your book. Cats back in front. 4-1-25. Suns 3-1-19. And there's 1 minute to play before quarter time. Was there a free kick there?
No, I don't think there was. We're going to need to watch another replay. I was about to jump in with he did not need to do it because he had the help. The Gold Coast Suns defender had a teammate coming up over the top. But I take that back because I'm not sure he did do it. I didn't see much of a hold. We've got the replay coming through in the box now. And is there a little... What are we looking at there, Mick? The tug of the child. No,
but the ball's already gone through. It's already been punched through.
So it's Adams in a one-on-one, the inexperienced defender.
But it's not
and
a free
Jepson
kick.
over the top.
If that's a free kick, the game is... we're in real trouble because there's just no free kick there.
Edwards and Moyle share it down. Rao left it behind. Smith collects and then immediately drives it forward for the Suns. Out to half forward. They all fly for it. Cameron in the pack. Ball hits the deck. Underneath all of that, Mullen involved in the scrap along with Dangerfield and Rioli, and a ball up. Right on the blue paint for the 50. Half forward for Geelong. Couple of lead changes in this opening term. One down by Moyle, taken by Neal. He's ragdolled into the ground and a ball up again. 55 metres out from the Cats' goal. And kicking to the city end of this opening term. They did trail by as many as 12. They're on top now. Rioli comes up with it for the Gold Coast. Handball goes back to Jeffrey. Shares it with Noble. Kicks across the goal mouth. And Adams marks in the right back pocket with plenty of space.
He's got a paddock. He has a bounce. It's a thumping kick up towards Ben King. Got a little shove in the back. And in the end, it's O'Sullivan who takes the mark. Oh, brilliant smother by Ben King. O'Sullivan just tried to wheel up and go long. Now it's a loose ball inside that centre square. It's a toe poke off the turf. It should favour Jack Henry. He gets through one, gets through two. Handballs to Blitzarves. Quarter time in the Whiteout game here at Cardinia Park. And just scan around the ground. It is predominantly white, and there is a few white towels getting twirled in the air because the Cats lead it by 6 points, 4-1-25. The Suns 3-1-19. But the Gold Coast Suns did get out to a 12-point lead in that first term. The goal kickers for Geelong, Dangerfield, Wiltshire, Shannon Neal and Atkins with the first of the game. And for the Suns, Ben King adds to his tally for 39 to lead the Coleman. Jed Walters and Leo Lombard.
6 point lead for the Cats. They had a late change coming in, so George Stevens in the lineup takes the place of Jack Bowes. Tim Hodges told us pre-game that he may not have been the only one, Jack Bowes, that was a little banged up. He did do a very public fitness test at 6 p.m. George Stevens was always playing. Hodgie said, look, there was some concern around Jeremy Cameron with a groin complaint. Spent a lot of time on the bench in that first term having it looked at. He had one handball in that quarter of football, Jeremy Cameron. So that is a watch ongoing. Hodgie all over it downstairs. Cats by 6 points. Back with the thoughts of Mick and Lingy in just a moment. This is Friday Night Footy on ABC Sport.
Some chase the story.
We'll be interviewing some of Australia's most famous
And
faces.
some are the story.
Hello, beautiful people.
The piano, the assembly, and race around the world.
This is fabulous.
I loved it.
Great storytelling on ABC iView.
This is the 2026 AFL Premiership season with ABC Sport.
Collins tried the double grab and then dropped it cold. It's picked up by Atkins, snaps on the left. And the white flags and the white towels are going berserk here. Atkins produced the first goal of the night.
Wiltshire kicks a full forward. Jack Martin giving chase, as is Rioli. Ball skids off the turf. Rioli left it behind. Martin collects, shakes Rioli. Handball in the end of McAndrew and smothered through for a minor score. How was that not a goal for the Cats?
Beautiful pick up there by Humphrey, the smooth mover. Handballs into the corridor where Anderson lowers the eyes and delivers to Ben King. Found some separation on his opponent and will go back and have his second set shot of the night.
Yeah, he's getting to some dangerous positions, Ben King.
Looking for the Suns' first opener to the Barwon River end. The goal umpire does not move. It's a goal. Rao, who handballed it off. A little costly error. He drops it, picks it up, and they handball backwards to Anderson, who puts it out in front of Walter.
Beautiful.
Marks right on the boundary line. So Jed Walter in and out of the side this year with Jamara Gugelhagen, the new recruit. Off a couple of steps, he snaps it through, and he curls that expertly.
From the ball up, comes down to Ollie Henry. Tackled, lost it. Rao stripped of it. Great tackle and rewarded. Tom Atkins straightens up, finds Shannon Neal in the corridor. He'll kick from true centre half forward. Shannon Neal pokes it straight through the middle. And there's one back for the Cats.
The AFL on ABC Sport.
On radio.
ABC Sport Digital Radio.
And ABC Listen.
Suns led by 12 points. Time on in that opening term. The Cats responded with the next 3 in the game. And at quarter time, it's Geelong by 6 points. The legendary Cat, Cameron Ling, the coaching icon, Mick Moldhouse.
Mick, you were onto this really early on in the piece, and it's spot on, your analysis of it. The Gold Coast Suns are absolutely overusing the football. Now, they've scored themselves 3 goals, so that's all well and good. But they've had, just to go through the stats, and then you can talk about why it's happening and what they maybe need to adjust. So the Gold Coast Suns have had 135 disposals to Geelong 78. A huge gap, nearly 60 there. And the inside 50 count is in reverse. So the Suns have only got the ball inside their forward 50 10 times, having 135 disposals, an average of, 13.5 times per inside 50. The Cats have been inside their forward 50 16 times, with 78 disposals. My maths isn't that good, but that's around about 5 or 6 disposals per inside 50 compared to the 13.5 disposals per inside 50. Surely the plan hasn't been to overuse it as much as they're doing. Is it the pressure? What is it?
Yeah, well, you wouldn't expect so, Lingy, and I'll just take it one step further. Without looking at goals, just looking at... just look at goals. Geelong... Every 20 possessions is a goal.
Yep.
Every 45 is a goal for Gold Coast. If you have to maintain that for the game, it's unsustainable for a start off.
You're going to need a lot of the footy.
You're going to have to wax it so many times with each other. So to kick, which I think is always around about 14, 15 goals, should get you over the line here at Geelong.
You tell me what 15 times 40 is, Mick.
Well, that's right. It's at least, let's assume it's a million.
Give or take.
Yeah. I would say that I'm in your court here because we're talking about someone who is so consistent with their coaching that you cannot then go at quarter time, oh, boys, we're overusing the football. They're getting the football. What they haven't got is width. And by not having width, they are then forced, there's the boundary, I've got to hand pass it back. They are taking the ball back into the dangerous territory by hand and foot far too often. If I'm going to give them one instruction, go forward with it, because when you're going forward, you're actually fairly competitive.
One way to maybe fix it up, is the clearance numbers at the moment are 13-7 Geelong's way. So a lot of those chains of possessions that are trying to lead the goals to the Suns are starting from the back end of the ground as opposed to starting from the midpoint of the ground. So if Rao and Petrarca and those types of players can win those clearances a bit, maybe they can avoid 20 disposals across half back. But I also think they need to adjust to the overuse as well.
Absolutely.
It's a great breakdown. Cameron Ling, Mick Moldhouse with their take through 1. It's Geelong by 6 points as we start the second term. Edwards with the hit out, but first disposal going the Suns' way. Anderson gives it to Miller. Hand pass goes back to Jeffrey coming off the back of the square. Kicks to Zeke in a one-on-one. Wrestling with Guthrie to younger siblings, and the ball in the end trickles past them both and out of play. Last disposal, free kick going the Cats' way. So Jack Henry to take it. Centering kick to Guthrie. Long kick down the wing. Wiltshire gets to the drop. Can't handle it, but in the end soccers it forward. Kind Sunday hop for Cameron. Kicks on the outside of his boot. He puts it across the face. Through for a minor score. His first kick of the night. Geelong by 7. 1 minute played in this second term. Tim Hodges on the boundary. Hodgie.
Suns were unbelievably united. They had the arms around each other during that quarter-time break. A lot of finger-pointing. I think they're looking to go, as Mick and Lingy explained, to go straight down the guts during this second term, because they went too far around the boundaries and fiddled around with it too much in that opening term.
Rioli and Noble combined, then Rioli long down the line. Walter with the leap at the back. He's going to accept the handball after it was mopped up by Moyle. Leo Lombard does well. Traffic coming. He handballs over to Humphrey. Can they go coast to coast here? Long launches from the side. Colin Jasny on all fours. He flicks it out towards Dempsey. Gathers under pressure. O'Sullivan's kick hits up Bailey Smith. The composure from O'Sullivan, brilliant. Got the match up on King. So Smith's kick now goes out and it's been taken by O'Connor. His kick was a shocker though, and it's gone straight down the throat of the Suns' vice-captain in the key defender, Sam Collins. He kicks and finds Petrarca. Dominated in the opening round game. His first game in red. Up towards Walter. Slips through his fingers, waiting at the back. Humphrey overruns it. Bailey Smith didn't. The two Baileys going head to head. And now Guthrie gets rid of an opponent. Kicks towards Wiltshire. Puts him under the pump. Goes in heavy. So too does the second gamer Murray. Does well. It comes out to Hewlin, who has a shot on the left to step in from the boundary. 45 metres out. And Zeke Hewland is missing to the near side. For a minor score, Cats by 6.
Max Holmes with the kick-out duties. Decides to go on a stroll, take a bounce, and then kick it to Guthrie. Marks at half-back. 6-point lead for Geelong. Hand pass away to Smith. Goes long to the logo on the wing. Trying to mark Edwards. Unsuccessful. Spills to Moyle. Got a hand pass away for the Suns. To Noble. Retreats all the way back to Bodie Hewland. He kicks laterally to Jeffrey. Back edge of the centre square. Pokes a pass out to the wing against the boundary line and held up there by Closey.
Closey should have kept on going.
Yeah.
He was already 2 or 3 yards in front of his man. He runs and kicks the ball inside front 50. By not going in, it's still on the centre line.
Short to Jeffrey, short to Miller. And again, they're in this slow play. Geelong so well set up.
Yep.
A real contrast tonight. The red-on-red jumpers of the Suns up against the white-on-white of the Cats. They come back through the middle. Bodie Hewlin tries out the broadcast wing. Here's Rioli. Short kick away to Jai Murray. Back of his baseball card. Picks 17. Academy kid out of Burleigh. Modelled his game on Noah Anderson, which is a pretty good guy to try and follow. Here he is. First round pick from last year. Kicks into the pocket. Walter trying to leap from 6 deep. Unsuccessful. Humphrey hand pass back into the ruck. Free kick. Out of zone. Umpire says holding the ball. Penalises Humphrey and all of that for trying to fight the tackle. And a free kick to O'Connor. In the back pocket, kicks it wide to Bruin. Cats back with it. 4 minutes into the second term. 6-point lead for Geelong.
Just a bit of feeling out in this second term, isn't it? A couple of little jabs by the boxers. No haymakers being thrown yet.
Bruin sits it up and he asks Neil to run and jump at it. He got his hands to it. Then at ground level, a couple of Suns pile on top of O'Sheen Mullen.
So we saw Dangerfield get a free kick up the other end. Collins has just absolutely ripped Neil down off the ball there, and no free kick because it's up the ground.
Moyle palms it down to the advantage of Anderson. Handballs over his head to Noble. Beautiful kick out in front of Walter. He's got it. He's past the 50 and he's crossed the boundary line as well. So he did the snap at the opposing pocket, the left forward pocket up the other end in the opening term.
He does have the distance from here.
This is a little bit further out.
He's good for 50 plus, and he needs to go 53,
He's raised
54.
his left hand and pointed and said, I'm going for home. He crosses the boundary from right on 50. It's going to fall short. Where's the leapers at the back? Dempsey handballed. The loose ball, sticking his head over the top of it. Look out, he could be gone here. No, the umpire says you didn't hold it in, and that was Closey. A little bit too close for comfort there. Ball up on the edge of the goal square here for the Suns. Blitzarves handballs towards the boundary line. Mullen's got it on the left. Just blazes away. Doesn't look. And Collins couldn't quite rip the mark out of Shannon Neal. And they see it over the boundary line.
It's a lasso, but
It
we don't know
is.
which way.
Well, it's going the way of the
Geelong.
Cats.
Okay, I would have said it's the other way.
Manna takes it.
Manna, off he trots. Defensive side of the wing. Kicks beyond it. Puts his fist through a Bodie Hewlin, but can't kill it. Stays alive. Suns work it out. Rioli the 1-2 with Miller. Rioli again on to Humphrey. Humphrey didn't hear the footsteps. He's mowed down, but it's too high. As Dempsey caught him high in the chase down tackle. Humphrey takes it. Kicks inside 50. Long marks. Long plays on. Check side. Misses. Near side. He's second behind to the night for Ben King. So 5-point lead for the Cats. We are 6 minutes into this second term. Friday night footy on ABC Sport.
Geelong can't get it past their half-forward line at the moment in this quarter, but the Suns can't capitalise on anything.
6-1 inside 50s.
So the kick in to Kolodjasny to a one-on-one out mark was Bruin. And again, Murray, the second gamer, does well. He marks it right in front of the interchange gates. He's going to send up high and long. Front position there was Jack Henry. Didn't take the mark, but he was interfered with.
Brilliant defensive craft. Just his footwork to get himself in the position to sit under that ball.
Short kick to Mark O'Connor and then squares it off to Mullen.
I reckon Henry's hurt himself in that marking contest
Comes
too.
Back to the late inclusion, Stevens. Running past and accepting their handball was Holmes, and then he wedges the kick over the top to Neil. Neil, a long way from home. He thumps it as long as possible. Mac Andrew in the air with the intercept mark, read at best. Top of the defensive goal square. He gives it to Anderson, the captain, gave it to Rao. Rao standing start, and it was Bailey Smith bearing down. Good mark. Gives the handball off to Murray, and then he delivers down the line to Bailey Humphries. Got it right in front of that Suns bench.
Actually, when I think about it, Lingy, I reckon they're too slow moving the ball from the centre line.
Oh, Humphrey just breaks the ankles of O'Sullivan on the mark, and the short centre and kick a turnover. Bruin intercepts. Hand pass away to Manor. Manor drives it down to half forward for the Cats. The target in all of that, Wiltshire, spills the way of Rioli though. Suns win it again. Humphrey to Noble to Anderson. Hurried kick inboard, turnover. Now in the corridor, Neil's got it. Turns and decides to kick it deep forward for the Cats. Cameron down there, broken up by Andrew. Top of the goal square, Dempsey. He's always in the perfect spot. Pokes it through for a goal. And hard work and hard running leads to good things. Ollie Dempsey, living proof of that. It's an 11-point break for the home team, 5-2 to 3-3. Geelong have kicked the last 4 goals in the game. 8 minutes played in the second term. Friday night footy on ABC Sport. Tim Hodges on the boundary.
Corbin, Lingy picked this up straight away. I was looking at Jed Walter, who rolled his ankle in that marking contest, but in the same contest, Jack Henry copped a knee to the right-hand side of the ribs. He came off the ground. He's struggling for air at the moment, so they're taking him to the rooms. So it's, his right-hand side rib cage. So that's what they're most concerned about at the moment. So Jack Henry out of this game for some time.
That's a big out too, because he's just so quality down back. He can play forward as well, so that'll be a big watch for the Cats if he can come back and join in the game. Yeah, it was really awkward, the marking contest straight away. Suns free kick here.
Cats by 11, and they're going to play on to advantage. Anderson, 1 bounce, 2 bounces, lowers his eyes and kicks it straight to Wilson Humphries. The nearest Suns player was Ben King, but not sure what he was trying to do there, the captain.
Yeah, a very ordinary disposal. And he actually could have gone another 10
He could have gone
metres.
all the way. So Humphries the give and go, and driving across half back, dropping an absolute sitter was Neil, but he's able to regather, give it back to Humphries, who hits up Martin at half forward. In fact, couldn't quite get him. Good defensive action from Adams, swats it away at the last minute, and now finding himself in all sorts of trouble was Murray. Ball in dispute. Humphries. Now the little handball goes to Wiltshire. He grubbers it inside 50, beats a couple of Suns players. Dempsey's involved, stripped of the footy. Ollie Henry brings down Moyle. Cats fans call for holding the ball. Dangerfield comes in and the umpire eventually blows his whistle. So ball up, 40 metres out directly in front from the Suns' goal.
Ollie Wiltshire shows a bit, Lingy.
He does. They love his speed.
Yeah.
They really love it.
Pretty enthusiastic with the footy as Rao trying to clear off the back flank, but picked off. And Neil just stamps a kick down to half forward, and here's DeConey. So man on the mark standing right on 50. Sam DeConey, who's rucking a fair bit again tonight.
Rucking at the moment.
He's going to lay it up here towards full forward. Again, Dangerfield floating across the front of the pack. Awkward landing. Picked up by Martin. Got back to his feet with the footy. Kick smothered. Spills out to Bodie Ewell into the Suns. Handball to the back pocket. Goulburn. Hand pass goes back to Closey. Hurried kick to half back. Kick intercepted. O'Connor trying to link up by hand with Kolodjasny. Got it to him. Handball to Ollie Henry. Took them on. Hand pass back to Kolodjasny. Comes back to Ollie Henry on the deck. And the ump gives him an eternity to work it out. In the end, he says, ball up. And I'll throw it in the air, half forward for Geelong. 11-point lead for the Cats.
Cats have kicked the last 4 goals, bracketed by that quarter-time break after the Suns got out to an early 12-point lead. Moyle wins it in the air, but at ground level, De Koning, his direct opponent, is able to win it. Now it pinballs around. Who can pick it up? Right up against the boundary line. In the end, Mac Andrews sees it over. So it'll be tossed back in right on the 50, where the end, the Barwon River end, which is the end the Cats are kicking towards.
Mark Witzarves has just dropped back to be the deepest defender on Ben King. It's amazing, his flexibility.
De Koning takes it out of the ruck. Handballs to Jack Martin, who's tackled and had to drop it, and it trickled over the boundary line. Another boundary throw in.
The fact that Koning's up in the ruck, Edwards, I think, has just come back out in the ground, so they might shuffle that a little bit. O'Sullivan's having his rest, but then you can get a 300 gamer just to roll back and play deepest defender. Chris Scott's got a lot of different moves he can make thanks to Mark Witzarves.
Cats by 11 points. Dangerfield with his head over the footy. It spits out the back. Leo Lombard's got it. Now Rao in traffic. He gets through quite a few Cats. Handballs backwards. The kick from Adams was an awkward one. It goes over the head of a couple of players, and now the foot race is on. Hewlin does well. That was Zeke in the first year. Over to Lombard. They've got it on this western wing. Miller comes in and offers a bit of assistance. Adams kept running. Adams, the defender, kicks towards King. He's in a wrestle. He's got it. No, he hasn't. He was in a wrestle with Blitzarves.
Big bit of it.
De Koning comes in.
Did he ever?
And now Kolodjasny, he was 3-on-1 Ben King. He thought he'd taken the mark. Still the ball's alive. 55 metres out. Leo Lombard gives it off to Murray. Hurries the kick, and all by himself hiding in the pocket is Walter. Because Ben King was triple teamed, Walter found a little bit of space in this left forward pocket. And again, he's going to have to snap a goal from the pocket. He kicked one in the first term, missed one earlier in this term. Back in the side, Jed hasn't got enough curl on it across the face and pushing it through for a minor score. They cannot find a major in this second term, the Suns. They have kicked 3 behinds, while the Cats have kicked 1 goal, 1, and it's Geelong by 10 points.
Holmes goes long to the wing. He's Ollie Henry. Never seen that before. Jed Walter, as he was taking that shot, the umpire actually put him on a better line. So Walter, who was standing right up against the fence trying to snap it in. I've never seen a player put themselves on a more acute angle and the umpire help him out. Kick trickles down towards Anderson. He's tackled, taken to ground, and we'll have a ball up. Atkins again with the tackle as his want. So half forward for Geelong. Up it goes. Andrew palms it down. Jack Martin there for Geelong. Shoots a hand pass inside the forward 50. Ollie Henry, Wayne Harms-S, just whacks it out along the 50 to Dangerfield, who works his way free, shoots off his left peg, and on the goal line, Dempsey marks it right between the big sticks. And Ollie Dempsey is going to make it back-to-back goals for him.
It's got to be, it had to be a push in the back, didn't it?
The crowd just realising now with the rest of us, it is a shove.
I was waiting to jump in and say that there was a huge push. I thought he'd got away with it.
Not to be. So Suns work it out. In the end, the clearing kick, Bailey Humphrey just trying to make some room for himself and shoved Lawson Humphreys out of the way. So multiple Humphreys in the same area, and the short kick goes down to half forward, and Cameron takes the mark against the boundary.
I reckon there's 2 Humphreys.
I reckon the Suns have got to be ready for a short one from Jez here. I'm not sure with his soreness he's got, whether he's got the distance from here. And I mean, it'd take an amazing kick anyway, but
the man on the mark, he's almost right on the junction of the 50 in the boundary line. Jeremy Cameron's doing his customary lead-up, which is squeezing the ends of the footy. He's a long way out. He's very close to the man on the mark. Cameron's going to try and have a ping anyway. He sinks the boot into it, and it just dips late out to the right or behind.
Good kick.
Yeah, good kick, wasn't it? Wow.
Geelong by 11 points. Quarter hour mark, second term. Friday night footy on ABC Sport.
Noble to Bodie Hewland on the kick in. Risky, set up for Ballard, casually handballs to Petrarca. Haven't caught him too much. He gave it to Rioli. He accepted it back. Then he handballs to Noble. Noble's centering kick, can't find a target. Anderson had to go in. So too did Atkins. He went in harder and was able to hold it up.
I can understand why they've lost the last couple of games, the Giants being tired and that, but I can't understand why on a night like this, with the run they've got and the forward line potential they've got, that they muck around so much with the football. Even that hand pass there, Petrarca, he's jumped into it as well.
Mullen doing the run with roll on Petrarca at the moment. He tries to snare it, and he couldn't. It favoured Stevens. Cats still working hard here. Humphrey was he held. Stevens doing well. Good hassling technique. And they jumped. They're like seagulls with hot chips on that outer side. They all come in and close, and no one can pick it up. So another stoppage here. McAndrew mistimed it in the air. Edwards didn't. Manor toe pokes it. Skittles clean bowled Ollie Henry. Adams at the back for the Suns. Had it, lost it. Dangerfield head over the footy. Well done by Rao. Kept his feet. He handballs. No one can pick it up here. It's a tough one. Guthrie's at the back. He's got some support. He handballs out to Manor. Lost control of it. Regathers. Handballs backwards to Blitzarves. Got it right in front of the red chickie stands. Kick to a one-on-one, and McAndrew coming over the top of Wiltshire. Make sure it's over the boundary line. So
good pressure by the Suns, though. Good frontal pressure. So it forced Geelong to go back, back, back. And in the end, the only option, someone had to just kick it. It was Blitzarves. But the kick was always going to go nowhere, be pretty messy. That's the pressure they need to maintain. And then slowly, as Mick's called for all game, just fix up their ball use.
McAndrew, spectacular hit out, leaping up on the shoulders of Edwards, palmed it down. There's a whistle in all of that, though. Geelong player held without it. Dangerfield takes the advantage, shoots a low trajectory pass inside 50, picked off, and Noble intercepts. Now the Suns looking to go corridor, kicks it straight to Blitzarves, and he's able to pick that off. Takes the intercept mark. Little record tonight, along with Chris Scott, most games together as a pairing. Hand pass to Guthrie, long to full forward. Adams floats through and picks it off. Full back, takes the intercept mark for the Suns.
There's not a lot of running action. There's marking action, a lot of hand pass action, not a lot of run, not a lot of continual type of play, because they're getting locked out by a very good defence on both sides in many respects.
Here's their chance, they Mick. They've got to make the most of this one.
Lombard flares it wide, and off and running here is Goulburn on the outer side. He pumps it inside 50. Long was out of position. He worked his way in front. He took nearly a double grabber, but snatching it right at the last minute was De Koning. And De Koning kicks up towards Manor, spears down the corridor. Dangerfield played for the free, definitely made sure the umpire saw it. I think Adams did get him high.
He's got to make sure they see it.
He's got it right in the centre circle. Swings the right boot. Beautiful hit-up pass. And taking that uncontested mark is Stevens. Pokes it inside 50. Looking for, did all the right work. Cameron, has he won the free kick? He has.
Well, you can't keep paying these type of free kicks in today's football. I don't want to say they're hometown decisions, but when you look at the Dangerfield one on this one here, and I've got to see it again.
It was Ballard that gave it away. So Ballard is on Jeremy Cameron.
I'll watch it again. Look, I might be wrong, but I've seen up this other end where it should have been to Gold Coast, but it was allowed to. Let's have a look at this contest. There's nothing.
Barely
he dropped the mark.
him.
He dropped it.
So Cameron from directly in front off a couple of steps. He says there's nothing wrong with my groin muscles right now. And he slots it through. Second goal of the second term for the Cats. Suns yet to produce a major in this second term, and they skip out to a 17-point lead. 6-3-39, the Suns 3-4-22. Real handy opening. Just before you're about to jump in, gents, let's get down to Tim Hodges on the boundary.
Kel, just an update on Jack Henry for the Cats. Back from the rooms. It didn't look right. They made him do a run-through around the boundary just to prove almost to himself that he's good to go. That right-hand side of his ribs looks like there's some padding on underneath his all-white jumper, but he is back out on the ground now. So he looks sore still from that knee in the ribs, but he is back out there, which is important for the Cats.
Good news for the Cats. We just saw the replay, Mick. That was not a free kick to Jeremy Cameron.
Well, the umpire was 10 metres away and didn't call it. Yep. He had full view of that. It was an umpire from outside there. Well, anyway.
Goalless last week. He's on the board tonight. Jeremy Cameron. Petrarca's hand pass meant for Rao. Intercepted by Dempsey. Got a kick away. Trickles onto Smith. Long inside the forward 50. Adams almost ran past it. Had to reach behind his head to spoil. Ball hits the deck. Collected by Ballard. Hand pass snuffed out. Picked up Ollie Henry. Spectacular. Snaps it through for a goal. Intercepts the footy and does the rest. New game high, 6 unanswered Geelong goals. And that is his best moment of the night. The Cats 7-3-45. They lead the Suns 3-4-22. Margins out to 23. We are about to tick, or we are into time on in the second term.
You're right. Who was it, Corbs, that you called who came and almost missed the ball?
Adams.
Yes.
Adams. Underneath it.
He judged it perfectly initially to go. So he came off his opponent and went. I thought, great decision. Just take the intercept mark and then let's rebound from there. But Corbs is right. As he then approached it, he
changed
completely, and almost rushed and got all his footwork wrong and made an absolute meal of it. And then once it became a ground ball, Mick, Geelong hunted after the ball well, and Ollie Henry got the rewards.
Alarm bells are sounding. It's 6 straight goals now for the Cats after a slowish start. Moyle couldn't do it in the air. In the end, he just toe-poked it towards Lombard. Quick handball to Miller. They need a goal, and they need one quickly. His entry inside 50 was a rolling, dribbling goal, and Lawson Humphries is there to mop up. A little give, and then the get back he did with De Koning, but his kick, the exiting kick out of defensive 50 couldn't hit Ollie Dempsey on the chest, and Closey with the intercept mark. He's just going to set it up really high. This is a tough one for the forwards. Ben King was there. Big spoil. Favours Jack Henry. Humphrey, that's holding the ball. Humphrey ran him.
No, he's got him around the neck.
Tossed him round in a 360.
Holding the footy. Great
it was
tackle.
Goulburn. It was Goulburn, rather.
Brilliant tackle.
Oh, he's going to play that righto.
And Jack Henry just thought, he's a strong boy, Jack. He thought, I'll be able to stay strong through the hips here, wear this tackle and still feed a handball off. But that was a perfectly executed tackle. Great effort.
Lockie Goulburn just played this is his 8th AFL game. He's in the right forward pocket. He's lining up with his back to the crowd. Off a step. He throws it on the left boot and he misses.
Yeah, no confidence.
Everything.
Yeah, no confidence. And I don't think he's got a good left foot, and that was very, very evident.
They've had 4 shots at goal this quarter, the Suns, to Geelong's 5.
Yeah.
But 0 goals forward to 3 goals 2.
That's right.
There's not many left footers out there tonight, Mick, period, in this game. There's one for each team, would you believe? So Jeremy Cameron, the only one out there as a left footer for Geelong, and Zeke Hewland, the only left footer for the Suns. As Gold Coast intercept on the wing, down to Ballard, hand pass over to Lombard, the KB, handball to himself, now into the forward pocket, almost a third go. Goulburn collects, tackled, holding the ball, said the umpire.
Wow.
O'Sullivan got him, it was a hot whistle.
Oh.
Prior opportunity was where?
I don't think he even had it.
Nowhere.
Yeah, they've been pretty hot, haven't they?
Yeah. Cats go back with the kick towards Humphries. He gives a little 1-2 with Guthrie, and then Lawson Humphries long up to the boundary line western side, and Jeffries leaps in, picks it off. Intercept mark for the Suns. It's the Cats who are on top. They lead by 22, 24 gone in this second term.
It's hard to think that they're that far behind 6 goals in a row because they're not playing overly bad football.
Jeffrey, target was Walter. He was caught behind a couple of Cats players, rather. And now there's a scrap on the ground. Petrarca's in there. What are his numbers, Lee? What sort of... Hasn't had any impact on this game, it feels like, at all.
No, he's only had 5 this quarter,
And one kick from that quarter too, isn't it?
Moyle down to Petrarca, but he's tied up by the other number 3, and that's Bailey Smith.
12 for the game, Cal. 3 kicks, though, as Mick said. 3 kicks, 9 handballs.
Here he goes again. This time Rao takes it, grits the teeth, handballs over to Hewland, who throws it on his left boot and misses. Everything.
Yeah.
They cannot hit the target.
Very untidy, really untidy. Even Miller coming into the 50 about 2.5 minutes ago, he put the ball on the ground in front of a leading player. It's been very sloppy.
Geelong by 22. Lawson Humphries, the least experienced player to feature in State of Origin earlier in the year. Long kick out towards half-back. Ball spills away of Miller. He's tackled on a ball up.
They've actually cut the ball off well here, Mick. So their half-forward line, Geelong's half-back line, they've trapped the ball in pretty well. They just have no reward for all their work.
From the ball up, Edwards got a hand pass going forward. Picked off, though, in the end by Murray. Spun around 360 degrees, and that's enough. Holding the ball. Free kick for Smith. Dabs a kick into the middle of the ground for Dempsey, who always creates his own space. Marks drives a long kick to centre half forward. Target is Cameron, spoiled by Adams. He caught the arms, took his eyes off the footy, and a free kick for Jeremy Cameron. Centre half forward for the Cats. and a chance to pile on more pain.
I reckon Cameron's got the corky out of this one. It was really good body work by Cameron initially to get rid of McAndrew.
Yeah, he got rid of him.
And then it forced the Adams to come back with the flight. I actually thought Adams got him reasonably clean. I'm going to have to look at the replay here. Maybe front-on contact on that one.
I think there's any front-on, or it's almost like you've got to give the free kick. But he did the work early, and Andrews just couldn't get back. McAndrew, rather.
So Jeremy Cameron just slightly right of centre. The drop punt squeezes it through. 7 unanswered goals for the Cats. Jeremy Cameron with his second of the night. And Geelong are having their way increasingly. The rally towers are being whipped around again here at Kardinia Park. 8-3 plays 3-5. Ticking towards half-time. Cameron Lang, Mick Malthouse.
But can I back Mick up here? So 7 in a row. They're 28 points up at the moment, the Cats. But the Suns haven't played like they're 28 points down this quarter, apart from their kicking for goal and some of their composure with their kicks inside forward 50.
Yep.
So that needs to be fixed. But if you go through the stats mix, basically even in inside 50s, basically even in clearances, in fact, pretty even in contested possessions. Geelong's got their nose in front a little bit. They're doing a lot of things right, the Suns, but then they're shooting themselves in the foot by just gifting it back to Geelong so often.
Biggest opening in the contest. De Koning flies at Moyle. Ball hits the deck. Umpire says there's holding. It'll be a free kick to the Suns. It'll go to Anderson. A desperate skipper just bangs it long inside 50, and Blitzarves reads it best in the air.
That's a good call, Cal. A desperate captain hoiks it inside the front 50 without any thought of where's my teammate. Just straight to a Geelong player who's in the right position.
Blitz handballs it to Holmes, who was dashing past at speed. His kick couldn't find a target. A fumble from Wiltshire. Goes in hard again. Well done. Getting involved with Stevens, the late inclusion for Bowes, who is out. And then the kick down the line just lands in. It just lands in. Jeremy Cameron takes it. The rub of the green going the Cats' way. And the siren sounds. And Geelong is going to take a 28-point lead into half-time. McAndrew just making his way over to the boundary umpire, throwing both his arms up in the air to say, "Are you serious?" That was out. So frustration's a little bit here for the Gold Coast Suns players. They've been in the contest, but now not on the scoreboard at half-time after leading by as much as 12 halfway through that first half. Geelong kicked the last couple and took a 6-point lead at quarter time, and they've reeled off 7 in a row to lead by 28 at halftime. 8-3-51. The Suns 3-5-23. Multiple goal kicker Jeremy Cameron in that second quarter. Both his goals came from goal kickers to Ollie Henry, Dempsey, Dangerfield, Wiltshire, Neal and Atkins. And for the Suns, Ben King, Walters and Leo Lombard.
Rib complaint for Jack Henry, Tim Hodges, but he's obviously back out there and continuing. Anything else to look out for on the injury front?
No, I'm just keeping an eye on the interaction between McAndrew and that boundary umpire, which I'm sure that will make a report for the umpires, that the fact that he doubled back and then doubled back again just to continue on with that boundary umpire. I was right behind that ball. I don't want to point the finger too much, but that ball was out of bounds on the full and should have been called that way. So, yeah, the rub of the green, the Suns have not got on multiple fronts. And then the fact that Damien Hardwick, I'm glad the umpires have cleared off, because Damien Hardwick has to walk straight across the ground from the awkward position of the coach's box at Kardinia Park on the other side of the ground, across the ground to the rooms. So you won't see him have to confront the umpires at all. They've gone well off, but he will be fuming, you would think, probably with his team as much as the umpiring performance in that first half.
A goalless quarter, and after leading by 12 points, the Suns have conceded the next 7 of the game. All right, the coaching icon, Mick Malthouse, the legendary Cat, Cameron Lang with their take through 2. It is Geelong by 28 points.
Mick, just the contrast between the two quarters, first of all. So at quarter time, you and I spoke, and you brought it up throughout the first quarter pretty early on. The Suns were overusing the ball, overusing handballs, lots and lots of possessions for not a hell of a lot of inside 50s or scores. And Geelong, super efficient. That quarter, everything evened back up a little bit. So the Gold Coast Suns in that quarter we're actually able to generate 17 inside 50s in a quarter, which you would take every day of the week against a team like Geelong. Unfortunately for them, they kicked 0 goals for.
Yep.
But more than that, I reckon on 8 occasions, they just kicked the ball inside 50 straight back to a Geelong player. I think you said Cal called that last one, Noah Anderson, kicked long, free kick from the centre bounce. So you've got an opportunity, 666, so there's no spares. You should be able to find someone or a contest. Instead, it was an uncontested chest mark for Mark Bledsoe.
Yeah.
So
exactly 50 metres away.
Yes.
So not even a Gold Coast player worked it out that he can kick 50, and the key forwards were back 60, 65 metres. So
and
where's their thought process?
A 50-metre kick stays in the air a long time, which is enough for a player to make up a lot of ground, and they still couldn't get there. It's so disconnected.
Yeah, it is.
And must be frustrating for Damien Hardwick and his coaching group, because some of what they're doing through the middle of the ground was much better in that quarter.
Well, even, Lingy, as I said on air, the Miller ran, bounced it, looked up, and short passed it to the ground.
Yes.
So, and that was King. He was causing all sorts of problems in the first quarter by finding space. He was 5 metres clear, and he couldn't even get the ground ball because it was intercepted by a Geelong player. So it only went 20 metres. It needed to go 30 metres for a player who had no one around him. So they are actually shooting themselves in the foot. And if you like, look, I reckon they've been gifted a couple of very poor umpiring decisions, but nonetheless, aside, if you aspire to be in the finals, now we know we saw last night a rampaging Adelaide, but there doesn't seem to be any. You said connect, and I'll add on leadership to go. Hang on, this is 7 goals in a row this side have kicked against us. We need to just settle. If we can get one back, you don't know what might take place. So,
correct. And
very little leadership.
And Mick, can I highlight some of the stats that paints the picture of what we're talking about? The leading disposal winners in that quarter for Geelong.
Yep.
The top 4, all halfbacks or defenders.
Yeah.
So Lawson Humphries had 10 disposals. Max Holmes had 7. He's playing off halfback. Sam De Koning a little bit in the ruck, but he's also been playing back. And Zach Guthrie with 6 disposals. Yeah. So they're gifting it back, and then Geelong were just starting to use the ball nicely through a little bit. And I'm with you. I think of the 4 goals they kicked in that quarter, the Cats, probably 2 of them were gifts by umpiring decisions. So the Suns, you're right, Mick, that leadership, the message should be, if we take away those 2 bad umpiring decisions and we just have a little bit more composure and we find a goal or 2 in that quarter, we actually get beaten in the quarter, but only by a goal.
Yeah.
And we go into half-time, instead of being 28 points down, we're 14 points down.
Yeah, and let's do a snapshot of a couple of players. Let's look at Smith and have a look at his kicking efficiency.
100%.
If you go to Anderson...
Yeah, 25% kicking efficiency.
And this is telling us a lot of the story.
In that quarter, yeah.
This is the second quarter, but it's also telling us that overall, if we go to the match, I'd love to see what the kick ratio is to hand passes. So Gold Coast Suns, 108 kicks, 122 hand passes, of which I'll stick my neck out here. I'll say 80 of those were defensive hand passes because Geelong pressured him into a hand pass. But I reckon of the 80, 40 could have been kicked forward.
Yep.
So then all of a sudden you've got a scramble ball in the forward line and you don't know what might happen.
So
Geelong on the other side.
The Suns, Mick, have had almost 70 more uncontested possessions than the Cats.
Yeah.
But are not doing really anything with them.
Well, they're not running with it.
Yeah.
It's sort of like hand pass. And what they're doing, they're having 4 or 5 hand passes, Lingy, in the space of around about a square block of 15 metres. So Geelong are happy about that. They can just pressure that hand pass, and nothing is coming from the end result.
They've got 5 players, the Suns, who are on track to have over 30 disposals.
Yeah,
but again,
hand passes.
Yeah, not doing a lot with them, which comes back to just possessions versus actually impacting the game.
Yeah, there's no impact at all. No. And Geelong, on the contrary, 103 and 70. So massive contrast. One is going at well over 122 to 108 kicks. whereas Geelong are going the opposite. They're going 103 to 70 odd. So, you know, it's a game of contrast, and there's only one side that's kicked 7 in a row. That's Geelong.
We had Steve Hocking on with us pre-game. We'll tell you a little bit about what he had to say after the latest from the ABC newsroom. Plus, $1 million player has been omitted. More on that with the Sunday teams in just a moment. It's halftime here. Geelong by 28 points. Let's see what's happening in the ABC newsroom.
ABC News with Noni Edwards. US media is reporting that Washington and Tehran are nearing a peace deal and are expected to sign a memorandum of understanding around the G7 meeting next week. Bloomberg is also reporting that Switzerland is being floated as a possible location for the signing as soon as Sunday. Earlier, Saudi Arabian state media published details of the final draft agreement, which it reported including a 60-day extension of the truce, the opening of the Strait of Hormuz, negotiations over Iran's nuclear program and the lifting of sanctions against Iran. Back home, there's a large police presence outside a One Nation fundraiser in Melbourne following a last-minute venue change today. One Nation says the event was moved from a restaurant in Moonee Ponds after police raised concerns about planned protests. However, Victoria Police says the decision was made by the restaurant itself and that police didn't receive any threats against the venue. A small number of anti-racism demonstrators are protesting outside the new location. Party leader Pauline Hanson and MP Barnaby Joyce are both due to address supporters at the event. Federal opposition leader Angus Taylor has congratulated Britain's Defence Secretary John Healey for quitting his job over a lack of defence funding. In his resignation letter, Mr Healey said he was left with no other option after not getting as much money for defence as he wanted. Mr Taylor has backed the shock resignation and says Australia also needs to boost its spending on defence.
Good on the Secretary of Defence in the UK for resigning and saying that defence spending needs to be higher. Males should be asking for defence spending to be higher in this country because the truth is that AUKUS cannot be funded on the current budget.
Police have revealed 11 unsolved homicide and missing persons cases have been assessed for possible links to serial killer Ivan Milat. The head of the New South Wales Homicide Squad has told a parliamentary inquiry task force AIR reviewed about 50 matters beyond the 7 backpacker murders Milat was convicted of. Detective Superintendent Joseph Dewey says investigators categorised the cases by how likely they were to be connected. Criminal experts have told the inquiry it's very hard to believe Milat did not offend between an alleged rape in 1971 and the first backpacker murders in 1989. A fire broke out at Wellington Airport today, forcing evacuations and flight diversions. A Fire and Emergency New Zealand spokesperson says crews had attended the fire alongside the airport's own fire brigade. Wellington Airport says the main terminal building was evacuated and no injuries were reported. Authorities haven't said what was on fire or what caused it. A new smartphone app has been released to support Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander women during their pregnancies. A collaboration between the Menzies School of Health Research, the Avant Foundation, the Australian Preterm Birth Prevention Alliance and Monash University, the developers hope it will transform maternity care across the top end. Program lead and First Nations obstetrician and gynaecologist, Associate Professor Kiana Brown, says they consulted mothers while making the app.
And they said, we just need consistent information that's for us, that we can identify with, that brings in our cultural knowledge, and it's relevant to where we live and where we work. And basically, that's how it came about.
The family of a Victorian athlete has thanked the community for its outpouring of support following her death on an overseas holiday. 25-year-old sprinter Gemma Stapleton's being remembered as a talented and dedicated athlete who left a lasting impact on the people around her. She died while holidaying with her family in Thailand. A fundraiser for the family has closed after raising more than $100,000 in less than 24 hours. Gemma's younger brother Joel Stapleton says she was always there for him.
I'd just like to thank the community for everything you guys have done for our family as well. We've had an outpour of messages and donations and we're just so overwhelmed and thank you.
The top of the ladder Fremantle Dockers are returning to training today in the AFL after their mid-season bye, and captain Alex Pearce has welcomed the premiership buzz around the club. The Dockers are favourites to win the flag, and supporters are excited at the prospect of their long trophy drought ending. Pearce will play his 150th game against Geelong next Thursday night and says while fans have every right to be excited, the players are remaining in the moment.
That's what footy's about, like getting behind your team and supporting it, and it's great that our fans are having a good time and riding the wave. Let them do that. We're very conscious of not trying to ride the wave.
You're up to date with ABC News. For more news at any time, head to the ABC Listen app.
A young man vanishes and something about it doesn't sit right.
It made no sense.
I'm Rob Bergen. Join me for What Became of Jack, the new season of Unravel.
You know where my son is.
Search for the Unravel podcast on ABC Listen.
This is the 2026 AFL Premiership season with ABC Sport.
Now in the corridor, Neil's got it. Turns and decides to kick it deep forward for the Cats. Cameron down there, broken up by Andrew. Top of the goal square, Dempsey. He's always in the perfect spot, pokes it through for a goal. And hard work and hard running leads to good things. Ollie Dempsey living proof of that.
And taking that uncontested mark is Stevens. Pokes it inside 50, looking for, did all the right work. Cameron, has he won the free kick? He has.
Oh, you can't keep paying these type of free kicks in today's football. You know, I don't want to say they're hometown decisions, but there's nothing.
Barely
he dropped the mark. He dropped it.
So Cameron, from directly in front, off a couple of steps, he says there's nothing wrong with my groin muscles right now. And he slots it through.
Got a kick away, trickles onto Smith, long inside to forward 50. Gee, Adams almost ran past it, had to reach behind his head to spoil. Ball hits the deck, collected by Ballard. Hand pass snuffed out, picked up Ollie Henry. Spectacular, snaps it through for a goal. Intercepts the footy and does the rest. New game high, 6 unanswered Geelong goals. Dabs a kick into the middle of the ground for Dempsey, who always creates his own space. Marks drives a long kick to centre half forward. Target is Cameron, spoiled by Adams. He caught the arms, took his eyes off the footy, and a free kick for Jeremy Cameron. Just slightly right of centre. The drop punt squeezes it through. 7 unanswered goals for the Cats. Jeremy Cameron with his second of the night.
The AFL on ABC Sport.
On radio.
ABC Sport Digital Radio.
And ABC Listen.
Cats by 28 points. They've kicked the last 7 goals in the game after falling 12 points behind. Geelong now lead by a game high 28 at the half. Corbin Middlemass and Kelly Underwood, the coaching icon Mick Moldhouse and the legendary Cameron Ling. Tim Hodges with us on the boundary. This is Friday Night Footy on ABC Sport. There was a late change coming into the night. George Stevens, the late inclusion for his 3rd game ever. His first game of the season. He was a late in for Jack Bowes. It was the late out. Failed a fitness test around 6 p.m. this evening and was ruled out of the game. Standalone Friday night fixture for us in the AFL land in round 14. Likewise in the NRL. They ordinarily have a doubleheader on the Friday night, but it's Origin around the corner. So State of Origin Wednesday night at the MCG. So it'll be busy around your neck of the woods, Mick, on Wednesday night as Origin comes to town, New South Wales and Queensland. Half-time in the round 15 fixture, it is the Dolphins who lead the Roosters 12-0. So 12-0 the scoreline there. And then State of Origin at the G on Wednesday night. You can find coverage of that right here on ABC Radio. Who wins game 2, Mick?
Well, I think Queensland will win it.
Ooh, bounce back.
Yeah, I do. I reckon they were a bit stiff to lose. Billy Slater, I like Billy Slater. I reckon he's got the goods. Could end up at Melbourne.
Yes. Couple of other things. Steve Hocking joined us pre-game. This is what he had to say about Patrick Dangerfield's future when you asked him as to whether he'd play on again next season.
Oh, look, we're so fortunate with him because he's so mature and so we will just sit at the appropriate time and chat that through. I think he'll go on for what it's worth. That's my own personal view.
And do you think he should go on with it?
Look, I think managed correctly. Yeah, there's no question.
With 23 players.
Yeah, no question about that.
So there you go. Interesting insight from the Chief Executive, Steve Hocking, earlier today. The Sunday teams, of course, the squads were released last night. They get trimmed on a Friday evening. The game between St Kilda and GWS, which you'll be at Lingy. Jesse Hogan is back in the Giants outfit, so he returns along with Ryan Angwin. Steve Cornelio's hurt and Max Krzyzewski has been omitted. But at St Kilda, Dan Butler comes in, the Richmond Premiership winner for the Saints. Mateus Filippo, the $1 million recruit, is out. He's been omitted after his 4 disposal game against the Swans.
Is he really on $1 million? That still blows my mind, that one. But
it's good freight, isn't it?
Cool. Can I come back?
Well, the other game, by the way, Jai Anand is going to make his debut.
Yes.
So this is a feel-good story out of the Geelong VFL. He's debuting for Richmond. He becomes their 7th debutant of the season. Meanwhile, Tom Brown and Morris Rioli also return. Eric Hibwood's back for Brisbane in that game. That's the early start Sunday in Hobart.
Yeah, they loved him down here at Geelong, Jai. And I think the old, would you mind just hiding away for a little bit? We wouldn't mind a shot at the end of the year. But great that he's got his opportunity and now making his debut. We love those stories of the mid-season recruits, the mature age recruits. It's fantastic.
And just in some other sporting news, New Zealand's Kane Williamson has announced his retirement from international cricket effective immediately. So the former captain finishes as New Zealand's all-time leading international run scorer. It runs across all formats, almost over nearly 20,000 of them. He will not take any further part in their current Test series against England, with 2 tests remaining, and as a result, he won't be coming to Australia this summer for the 4 Test matches. So Kane Williamson...
No reason why?
Done. Just on there.
What was his first... no one made runs in the first Test. So he must have made too many. Mind you, as I say, not many did. And there's a couple of players missing from England, Lingy, for not behaving themselves. Or
misdemeanours?
Yes, one might suspect, after 12 o'clock.
So a duck and 18.
Duck and 18.
So his last international innings out at Lords for 18. That's it. 1 test into the series.
How old is he?
He is, I've got this in front of me, he's 35. Nearly 36.
Been a star, hasn't he?
Yeah, he has
What
been a
player.
superstar. Humble too.
Tim Hodges is on the boundary ahead of the second half. Geelong by 28 points. Hodgie.
There was some classic vision of Damien Hardwick during that second quarter on the Channel 7 coverage, blowing his top in the coach's box. I think a lot of it was about the umpires. Probably a hell of a lot of it was about his own players. I reckon he would have the paint would have been peeling off the inside of the away rooms here at Kardinia Park during that halftime break. The response of the Suns in these next 10 minutes, with their season really on the line. They got the Hawks next week, the Dockers in Freo the week after, Collingwood, and then the Crows in Adelaide. This is a massive 10 minutes in this third term just to make a statement. They don't want to get blown away here.
Will the Suns wave the white flag in this second half? It is whiteout night in Geelong, and the third quarter is underway as Anderson tackles the ruck. Edwards to the turf. Cats lead it by 28 points. They've kicked the last 7 goals of the contest. Edwards knocks it into space. Rioli gets there first. He's tackled by Manor, gets a handball away, but Miller is set upon and going nowhere fast. It'll be a ball up inside the centre square. This time Edwards again, and then soccered by Hewland, or rather fisted down by Hewland, and another stoppage.
What's that wind worth, Lingy? Straight across. The flags are up and blowing across us from left to right.
Maybe a goal or two. Not heaps. It's not blowing enough.
Right.
Another stoppage as Blitz halves
There's a new
brought
stand.
down in a 2-man tackle.
And as this ground has improved with its stands, Mick, it is much more protected out there than it was back in the day.
Another stoppage as Moyles has it held to him. A ruckman for the Suns going it alone tonight after Witts was omitted. Wanted down. Rao shares it with Jeffries, who runs up over halfway with Martin giving chase, and have a long kick from Jeffries into the forward pocket. Out the front of his intended target, King, and out it goes. So boundary throwing 30 metres out from the Suns' goal. Joel Jeffrey, of course. Not to be confused with Jim Jeffries, who's a comedian. Between Humphrey and Humphreys and Jeffrey and Jeffries. Catching me out. My apologies to the Jeffrey family. Of course, son of Russell Jeffrey, former AFL, VFL footballer, from the boundary throw-in. Down to Golden. Some indecision. Caught holding the ball. Chase down tackle on his opposite number, and Guthrie wins it for Geelong. 51-23.
Yanked that one.
Guthrie, that's a shocker off the boot. Out of bounds on the full it goes, and Jepson will take the free. Jepson has it here between wing and half forward for the Suns. His team down by 28, early stages, third term.
I need the first is an understatement here, the Suns. He's just going to hoik it long, ask them to run and leap, and it was O'Sullivan who killed it over the boundary line with a great spoil.
He's done well, O'Sullivan.
He has.
Yeah, just had his starting points a little off, maybe 10 minutes into the game.
That's it, though.
Then he's adjusted
only
quickly.
Twice, only twice.
So boundary throw in 25 around from the Suns' goal, going to the Bowen River end in this third term. Moyle tries to get it straight down to a teammate, but he cannot find one, and in the end Walter has to tackle Jack Henry. Copped a nasty knock to his ribs in that opening half. Moyle again, this time straight down the throat of Rao, but he's suffocated in a tackle by Atkins. Going nowhere. I think he was taken high. The umpire says it's a free kick, and Matty Rao, the Brownlow medalist, will have a set shot 25 metres out on a 45-degree angle.
Yeah, because he fought the tackle so much, he's so strong, and Tom Atkins strong with the tackle, but had to get almost a second effort to hold on, and went over the top of Matty Rao's shoulder. Clear free kick.
So the reigning Brownlow medalist, can he get them going? On the approach, it's sweet connection, but it fades late, and it fades to just miss. 25 metres out.
It's a big kick. Holmes to pump it straight up the pipe for Geelong. Ends up almost out on that outer wing. Blitzarves competes in the air, spills down to Dangerfield. Handball back to Smith. And now can't trap it. The ball spills underneath Dangerfield and a whole lot of other bodies, and we'll have a ball up on the wing.
It's a dangerous kick out, isn't it, when Max Holmes gets it and runs it.
He runs
25 metres.
From the ball up comes to Blitzarves, shoots a hand pass forward, taken by Bodie Hewlin. Handball away towards Murray. Has it for the Suns, flirting with that boundary line. A little too close for comfort. It's out of bounds on the full. Free kick for Geelong, and free kick for Jack Henry. He's going to take it half-back for the Cats.
It's the best I've seen them man up Gold Coast. They've really put some pressure on, and they've forced the error.
And they have, because it bounced off the chest of Manor and over the boundary line. Johnny Noble was there to see it over. Noble playing his 150th game tonight.
What's this? Is this been called? No. What is
where
this
he's
called? A lasso?
I reckon he's given a Geelong. It's off
it's
goal.
Touch now.
Yeah.
So I reckon they were going to pay that as the lasso kick to Geelong.
Yes,
I reckon maybe the Arcs just got involved and said, no, that one's touched.
It's a
Chuck it
lull
in.
to start this third quarter. Neither side yet to score a major, and the boundary throw-in is going to just trickle out over again. Another boundary throw-in.
Maybe they did what I did at half-time and ate some of the food, and it was a little spicy for me. I'm struggling, and there's not a lot of water running.
Well, there is a problem.
There's no water down
I
there.
don't think it's Cardinia paid the water bill, because there's no tap water.
I reckon the mains are shut off or something.
Toilets weren't working at half time. Can you get on the phone, man? It goes inside 50. Jeremy Cameron outmarks Collins. Neil, sorry, my apologies. He juggles it over the 50. And now he's going to kick beautifully to Mark O'Connor, who had floated down inside 50. Took Miller was his direct opponent, and he takes the uncontested mark, going back with the flight, and O'Connor will line up.
Yeah, every right there, Neil, to go back and have a shot, because he's such a beautiful set shot for goal. He did the right thing. He got back quick just to see if something opened up, and Mark Connor on this open side of the ground worked down really hard, and it was a beautiful kick to him and a much easier shot at goal. There's a chance the clock might run out. No, he's started his approach.
Okay, to extend the lead to 33 points. Only 25 metres out. He stabs at that and misses.
He kicked it like an Irishman, halfway around his body.
Yeah.
It is a natural kicking action of the Irish, is to move it outside your body.
He wasn't a confident set shot, goal kick, was it?
Jeffrey short to Bodie Hewlin, and he just pulls the kick back inboard to Collins. Hand pass back to Bodie. 25 out from his defensive goal line. Long kick out to half-back. A fumble from Murray. Running out of space. Andrew overruns the handball. Came back to him. Dangerfield intercepts. Hand pass to Bledsoe. Handball back to Dangerfield. Threads it through to Manor. Gets it back. Danger, his third touch in the chain. Handball out wide to Bailey Smith. Shoots from a tight angle right to the goal line. And climbing up, Jepson punches it through for a rush behind.
Ooh, I reckon he had one on there. Jeremy Cameron just politely telling Bailey, hey, just check that one down to me. It's a set shot, 30 out from goal.
7 minutes gone into third term. 29 points Geelong's lead. It's a game high. Dangerous moments for the Suns. They have a tough run home. There's no Richmond, no North Melbourne, no West Coast, no Essendon. There's no soft kills on the run home for the Suns. Big second half in the context of their season.
And they've never won at this ground before, playing their first ever Friday night footy game in Victoria. Long took the mark. He goes into the corridor. It's full of white jumpers, though. It spills the way of Dempsey. Quick hands. Now he has a chance. He's run down in the end, the Ruckman Edwards. Ball spills clear. Who can pick it up? They pile on top, a tangle of arms and legs. In fact, it's a tangle of blonde hair and headbands down there, because Ollie Dempsey and Bailey Smith were the ones that jumped on top. Centre half forward here for the Cats. Taps down to Smith. Quick hurried kick. Spills the way of Noble. Kicks out into space. Johnny Noble. He squares it. And scurrying and taking the mark was Murray. Handball's on. Over the top he goes to Rioli. Now Hewland. This is Bodie. Can give it back to Rioli. But he missed Rioli. Had to go back and win his own footy. He beat Holmes to it. His handball goes to no one in particular. Bailey Smith picks it up. Handballs to Holmes. Handballs to Jack Henry. Down the line, Cameron works his way in front. Didn't have an opponent in the end. Lost his opponent. Casual as you like. Spears it towards Dangerfield. Oh, that was almost a case of tunnelling. Sam Collins and Dangerfield didn't take a backward step, and the Suns are able to win it. And the clear comes this broadcast side of the wing.
To Ben Long, who pokes a kick to half forward for King, who marks and then turns and dabs it inside the forward 50. Walter hits the deck with force. O'Sullivan had it mowed down by Petrarca, holding the ball. And there's a tackle inside their forward 50 for the Suns. It will result at a shot at goal for Gold Coast. Petrarca will get it 45-degree angle right half forward.
Well, he ran straight into him.
Yeah,
so I don't know what he was doing. But the play on the far wing was comical, and it really typified where the Gold Coast are. They haven't scored a goal since early in the first quarter, and it was so comical the number of times they had possession, gave it straight back to Geelong.
So Christian Petrarca on the drop punt. Misses near side. So they've had a couple of set shots now, the Suns, in this all-important third quarter. They're playing catch-up in the game, and they've missed them both. Petrarca to the near side here. It's back to 28 points the Cats' way.
Have to be his quietest game for the Suns. Just the 12 disposals. Anderson leading the way with 20. And the Cats try and bring it up to the wing. Ball hits the deck. Rao tackled by Bailey Smith. Going nowhere. Oh, the fans wanted holding, and they didn't get it. Play on advantage. Leo Lombard handballs it out. This is Hewland, the older brother Bodie, and he's able to hit up Ben King, who didn't have an opponent because of the quick turnover, because there was no holding the ball called against Bailey Smith. Well, rewarding Bailey Smith, and King's taken an uncontested mark top of the goal square. Cameron Ling was the free there.
Well, he did get a handball. It's whether or not he held onto it for too long. He got tackled to ground, and it was on the ground when he got the handball. Oh, line ball.
So Ben King to start the long climb back here at Geelong. He makes sure of it. King's got his second after he kicked the first for the night for the Suns. And finally it brings an end to 7 consecutive goals for Geelong. Margin is 22 points. Yeah. 8-5-53. The Suns 4-7-31. They went goalless for a quarter, but it is only, Mick, 22 points.
And you're right, Cal. It's not an insurmountable amount, particularly that you can get the football. If you're not getting the football, then you're not getting into the forward line. You're not going to kick goals. They are getting the football, the Suns. They are mucking a lot of them up, but when they break, they are catching Geelong King's found space on 3 occasions, Lingy. He's kicked 2 goals, 1, isn't it? Or 2 goals, 1 from them. So his man left him again, 15, 20 metres away.
22 points the margin. Smith pushed off his kick. Blitzarps takes it for Geelong. A handball to Watkins, then on to Smith. Now the centre break. Kicks to a centre half forward. No mark. Slides at the back to Jepson. Suns with it. Handball to Bodie Yulin. Handball to Collins. Under pressure. Coughs it up. Taken by Dangerfield. Slips out of the tackle. Handball to Wiltshire. Wiltshire tumbles a kick. It's coming back.
Here. And what is it?
And I think it's a high tackle. It's coming all the way back to Dangerfield.
Okay. So why isn't an advantage paid there? Oh, it wouldn't have been Geelong's advantage, but they kicked it. That rule is baffling.
Yeah, I'm going to lean towards the umpire on that one because I reckon he called it back and the player went on with it.
Okay.
So does that mean?
Doesn't that mean if the player goes on with it, then?
But I don't know. That may well be. It may well be. I'm not 100% sure that the free kick was.
How on earth?
They all seem to keep playing on, so I don't know whether they heard the whistle. Well, that's where I'm going to give the benefit. I've been the umpires back all night, so
Dangerfield's going to have to kick it 40. He's caught the play on now. He's standing out of bounds. He's able to take his kick anyway. Kicks right to the behind line. It's punched away by Bodie Yulin. Skims off his knuckles and a boundary throw-in. Left forward pocket for Geelong.
These blokes are taking a long time to kick the football.
How tight is Dangerfield's Guernsey? Tonight, how's he going to get that off tonight?
22 points the Cats lead. 13 played in the third.
A scrubbing brush.
Spills back into play. And the left forward pocket here. They keep it in play. Ollie Henry just kicks it up, and in the end, it's off hands and through for a rush behind.
The Suns will want to go quick to the open side now. Yep.
Okay, so Anderson's onto it. He drives it back into play. He goes around the north side. Unkind bounce for Bailey Humphrey. Waiting at the back, Connor O'Sullivan, and he's tackled to the turf. Umpire says, let's throw it up.
It needed to be a better kick because it was on. They actually created an outnumber on that side of the ground. That's why they wanted to go fast there, but the kick missed its target.
Coney tackled to the ground in that ruck contest up against Miller. He's looking around for a ruckman, and Ed Moyle burns, but it doesn't get there in time. And he thumps it out in front of Bailey Smith, who gives it to Ollie Henry, who dabs it over the head of Dangerfield. It'll roll and dribble through for a minor score. Oh, Danger's got the stairs up.
Oh, he missed a certainty there. Ollie Henry had to be better.
Gee, they're keeping the door open here, Mick, because if they can produce back-to-back goals here, the Suns get it under 20 points.
Don't worry about any of that. Worry about the fact that Damien Hardwick will jump off his ruckman was sitting on the bench, and that's why the Coney was able to smash the hell out of it.
Rioli from the back pocket, long kick up to the wing, spills Geelong's way. Bruin handball to DeConey, handball meant for Manor. He's taken down by Jepson without the footy, and he's getting a free there. There's an easy call.
Well, it was missed by the umpire closest though, and the out of area umpire had to call it. I don't know how you missed those ones.
Oh no, now they're going to reverse it. This is going to be a Suns free after all that.
Why?
It's come from out of zone. It's been reversed for something downfield. So Anderson gets the footy now at halfback, and the Suns are on the counter-attack. Switches play out towards Murray. Murray gives a handball to Bodie Yulin. Yulin from the logo. Kicks inside the forward 50. King down there. Jack Henry spoils. Kind bounce for Kolajasny. Back pocket for the Cats. Handball away to Humphreys. Humphreys just got it out by hand towards O'Connor. Hand pass to Atkins. Takes off Petrarca. Holding the ball. Trek got him. And for the second time in the quarter, Petrarca wins his own free in the attacking arc. And he'll have a set shot here. True centre half forward, 40 metres out. Tim Hodges, any idea as to why that was reversed after the Jepson contact on Manor?
I just wonder whether did he tap him on the head afterwards, that rule that was brought in? Because it was another umpire who spoke to Nathan Williamson.
Behind play.
It was against Jeremy Cameron, Hodgie, well behind the play. We've just seen the replay up here, and yeah, it was there. It was a silly thing to do when your team's got the footy.
This is a must-have. As the Suns trying to climb back into this game. The drop punt from Petrarca is good. Back-to-back goals for the visitors. And Geelong's lead is trimmed to 18. 16 and a half gone in the third. The Gold Coast moved to 5-7-37. They still trail Geelong 8-7-55. But after being down by 28 at the half, the margin is just 18 points. Cameron Ling, Mick Bolthouse, Friday Night Footy on ABC Sport.
Well, Geelong's only got themselves to blame for that one, Mick. So Jeremy Cameron, ill-disciplined, gives away the free kick. And then even Tom Atkins then ignoring first options and basically running into a tackle that was always going to be paid as holding the ball.
Now, Lingy, can I just point out something to you? Have a look at the stats and see if there's a turn, complete flip of hand-pass kicks from both sides.
Yes, Geelong, 16 kicks, 25 handballs. So they are now overusing the handball.
Yeah,
and the Suns, back to the 1-to-1 ratio of kick to handball, which is much more what you want.
Well, that's what you need on this ground.
Good tackle by Miller on Atkins. Ball spills clear. Now there's a big ball to be won. Jumping on it was the late inclusion Stevens. He handballs into space. They come in, no ball, tackling, making sure Manners going nowhere. So the Suns like kicking to the Bowen River end. They booted 3 in the first, didn't kick one to the City end, and now they've kicked the first 2 in this third quarter. Cut it back to an 18-point ball game. Manor, handballs, Bruin, half forward, stabs it, out in front and marking was Neil. Just creeping over the 50 was Sam Collins to 51 out.
Yeah, Neil's got the distance. Yeah, he's a beautiful kick of the footy.
Sam Collins being pulled back right onto the paint.
You asked me about the window earlier. There's enough breeze that he will be kicking into that it'll just hold up a touch.
Well, have you played? You've got to play with this stand. Have you been out on the ground when that stands like that? Because sometimes it hits that, the wind hits that and comes back at you.
Neil, big kick.
That's a good kick.
Physically
wow.
and literally to the Joel Selwood end. What an absolute bomb. Neil's got 2, and that puts the Suns back on their backside. Margin back out by 24, 9-7-61 to 5-7-37. Shannon Neal, take a bow. That was exceptional.
That is a beautiful kick. I know we say forwards are paid to kick goals and they should be better at set shot goal kicking, but one like that, that can be game changing too when the Suns have got momentum to just go back well outside 50 and flushed it. Superb kick.
Well, this will be, it's a great kick. This will be a test now. Well, we know Geelong can beat most tests, but this will be a good test for the Gold Coast because they've kicked those 2 goals, one against them now. They really need the next one to have any sort of chance in going in the last quarter.
Rucks split it on the way down. Comes to Stevens. The late inclusion for Geelong. Handball to Atkins. Hand pass to Mullen. They run it out of the middle here. Long kick to full forward. Trying to spoil away Collins. Had a fresh air shot. Lands in the lap of Andrew. He can get it out of there at least for the Suns. Up to the wing. Ball gets out the back. It'll sit though for O'Connor. Handball away to DeConing. Hand pass from the logo to Humphreys. Humphreys can kick inside the forward 50. Wiltshire hitting up to meet it. No mark, but had his arms chopped.
Arm chop or push in the back. That's what they've called.
Adams made contact and Wiltshire will get it up against the boundary line right on the junction of the 50 and the boundary.
I don't reckon he's got the distance. Or maybe, given where the mark's being set.
What about the kick of Humphreys though?
Yeah.
Well, left foot. Left or right he goes.
Yeah.
He chose left.
Wilson Humphreys missed last week with that ankle injury. Wiltshire arcs out to his right. He has kicked an absolute cannon. More comfort for the Cats. And Ollie Wiltshire, his fan base is growing. He makes a liar out of you, Cameron Ling, as he thumps it through 10-7 to 5-7 as we tick into time on in this third term. Wiltshire's got a couple and the Cats are out by 5 goals.
I'm sorry, Ollie. I didn't back you in. He was smart enough to just run around late and almost kick from, if he kicked from the same point in a straight line, he would have kicked into the man on the mark. So he just got that extra metre, but he didn't really need it. He put it well over the goal line. That is a superb kick. That is the position on the ground where they go into the rooms just before at the end of training. So they might have had a few shots from there. But that is a massive goal. Well done.
You used to dop him from there, Lingy, before you went in?
No, our change rooms were down here in front of the bench. We used to have the race out of the middle. So
where were you? Where was your last shot then?
No, I would have been
Right on
doing.
halfway?
I would have been doing some team thing, helping Tone out. Just
Game high, 30 points. Lombard's going to wrench it clear and take it out of the centre. Handball to Miller. Miller flying shot. It was a kick, a low kick inside 50. O'Sullivan's there and he's tackled by Jepson.
In the early days, did the two teams run out of the side-by-side race? Middle of the ground?
No.
No, never there together.
20 metres out from the Suns' goal. Here's a chance. Rao handballs it out to Miller. Brilliant smother from Atkins. Ball to be won. Holmes is there. Handballs to Ollie Henry. Took it one-handed. Was exceptional. Out towards Wiltshire. He slips over. Now Noble is going to kick it down the line. Where taking the mark is Walter. So Jed Walter stabs it. Oh, he just hangs out for a little moment. The idea was there to Leo Lombard, but Lawson Humphreys was able to slap it over the boundary line.
back in the old days, the old Brownlow, wooden Brownlow stand, maybe.
Right.
Maybe.
So they're up and about now, the Cats. First two to the Suns in this third term, close to within 18. And Geelong responds with the next 2 goals. Moyle wins it in the ruck. Walter's there. He grabs the Sharon, and then Bailey Smith grabs him. Ball up right on the edge, just in front of the boundary line here. Half forward for the Suns. Bailey Smith scoops the handball out to Bruin, kicks into space right in front of the interchange gates. Neil with a huge spoil, might have hurt himself. He hung up in the air for a moment there, and he's in pain on the ground. Meanwhile, the Suns with the numbers. And the kick backwards.
They can come back.
Taken by Adams.
They can come. Oh, see, they're going to hold this up to protect Neil, but the Suns had an out number on this side of the ground to bring it, but they're going to stop it and let Neil come off the ground.
What happened, Hodgie?
I thought he was just winded, Cal, but he's grabbing the back of his neck as he comes to the bench. Yeah, so he's going to need the chiropractor or physio on the right on the back of the neck where he came down and smacked his back and his head hit the turf. So he's in a bad way at the moment, Shannon Neal.
Oscar Adams, short kick to Collins, and Collins measures his kick through to Rowell. So the Brownlow medalist, who had a delayed start to the season after that finger injury in Origin, missed the game the last time they met. Kicks to the attacking point of the centre square. Spills through to Moyle. Hand pass got to Petrarca. Handball to Jepson. Now to the 50. Handball to Goldberg under pressure. Kicks goalward. Great chase down effort from De Koning. Affected the kick. The ball's out of bounds on the full. It's a game high lead for Geelong. They're out by 5 goals.
No need for that hand pass. The player was already in a better position to hand pass. He put the pressure back onto the young Gold Coast player, and as a consequence, Geelong take the ball back.
O'Sullivan kicks to half-back, punched away by Collins inside the 50 for the Suns. Taken by Petrarca, lateral kick finds Anderson. He's a long kick of the footy, man on the mark 49 metres out.
It was a good spoil from the marking contest. I didn't see who actually got the fist on it, but a good big spoil back inside 50. So Geelong had the first line of crummers because they knew where the kick was going to, but the spoil was that big, it cleared them. That's how Petrarca ended up with it. And nice composure to find Noah Anderson.
Well, he's gone back 30 minutes.
Yes.
This is Michael Holding.
Well, we used to say Jeff Thompson. We don't remember him, do you?
I do. Dad told me all about him plenty of times. Tom Owen Lilly.
So here we go. Noah Anderson, the son of Dean Anderson, the Hawks premiership player. He's got to kick it all off 55 metres. He's got it in him, but it's just a little to the right. Up behind, 29 points, Geelong's lead. 25 gone in the third. Friday night footy on ABC Sport.
Holmes doesn't waste any time. He has a couple of bounces, draws the defender, gives it to Dempsey, who's running his favourite wing on the outer side. Has a bounce, kicks up towards Ollie Henry, who outmarks Rioli in a one-on-one contest. Nice leap from Ollie.
Ollie Dempsey's kept running down the boundary. No, they don't use him.
Ollie Henry, rather, and then he kicks to the big pack where Dangerfield's lurking. He's looking, he's sniffing, and Jack Martin picks it up. He's tackled to the turf. Holding the ball against Jack Martin, is it? Yes, it is. So it'll be a free kick to young Murray for the Suns. With 3 minutes to play in this third term, Cats leading by 29.
First round pick from last year, John Murray. Sells a dummy, gets around Martin on the mark. Short kick to his draft mate in Zeke Hewlin, the number 2 pick. Long kick out to the wing. Jeffrey leaps up, takes the mark in front of Blitzarves. and then runs through the middle of Cardinia Park. He's got an option there, decides not to use him. Ewan screamed him at him. Jeffrey takes 3 bounces, kicks to the goal line, touched on the line into the post, and that'll be a minor score for the Suns. They're going to check it. The umpire calls for the footy.
Well, what's he going to do if it hasn't?
Good question.
Yeah.
What do you do then?
Jed Walter had the footy 8 metres out, and he was about to snap through a goal.
Yeah. It's hit the goal umpire's leg.
Which
looking at Sanglewood, see if the ball did not hit the goal umpire, it would have hit the goal post.
Oh,
this is not the
that's a big
scoreboard.
decision.
Okay.
So that's the ruling they use now. If it was going through and if it hadn't have hit the goal umpire and it would have gone through, they pay it as a score, and on this occasion would have hit the goalpost clearly.
So back in the day, that used to be play on, didn't it?
I think so.
Yeah, that's only a pretty, when I say recent, last 15 years, that's changed.
If it bounces off the goal umpire without crossing the line,
28 points lead for the Cats, approaching three-quarter time.
Dangerfield came from a long way back for the spoil up over the top, which sees the ball dribble over the boundary. Throw in here, half forward for the Suns. They had some momentum. They kicked the first 2 in this third term to get it back to 18. And then Shannon Neal and Wiltshire. Big bombs from well outside 50 to get this crowd back into it. 2 goals apiece in this third term. Humphrey from the stoppage gives it to Murray, kicks down the line looking for Lombard, spoil from behind from Holmes.
See, that kick there, even that kick is a hope that he marks the kick. If he swings around and puts that ball 25 metres out, it still might be a hope kick, but all of a sudden it's in a really dangerous area. This is now bread and butter for Geelong.
Cats by 28 points, closing in on three-quarter time. Boundary throw-in. Blitzhoffs takes it out of the ruck, kicks down the line, it bounces just in front of the Cats bench in a one-on-one contest. Collins, was he taken? Yes, holding the ball. Free kick given to the young ruck in Mitchell Edwards. He drives it into that left forward pocket. They fly, all the white jumpers go up. Staying down, trying a little toe poke was the late inclusion, Stevens, and then they jump on top of the footy right at the top of the goal square here for the Cats. They're pressing and pressing, and they're looking to kick away with it with 2 minutes left before three-quarter time.
Umpire tosses it in the air. Moyle just slaps it out of there, but straight to Guthrie. Guthrie hooks it goalward, misses near side. It was a dangerous moment.
You don't want to hit it there. That's where the Geelong players will be set up to try and stop the exit.
29 points a lead for Geelong, and Ned Moyle pretty lucky he didn't just cost his team a goal.
Is he over 6'3"?
A long way.
Noble on the kick in. That's a massive kick. Big fly from behind was Jack Henry. Couldn't take it, and then they hold it all in. Tossed in the air. Half forward here for the Cats. Moyle slaps it down, straight down to Atkins. Handballs to Holmes. Throws it on the boot. And Sam Collins backing back, just gets his hands to it. Happy to see it through for a rush behind. Rioli on the kicking duties. Geelong by 6 at quarter time, by 28 at half time. It's nearly three-quarter time and they lead it by 30.
Just looking at Geelong's defence of the kick-in compared to Gold Coast, miles apart.
Rioli short to Noble, long kick to the wing, and the pack mark for Jack Henry. And Geelong are going inside 50 again. Half-hour mark in the third. 5-goal lead. Kicks in the Dangerfield direction. Off his fingertips down to Andrew. Tackled by Martin. Ball comes to Cameron. Took the advantage. Shoots goalward and hits the post. 31 points the lead for Geelong. That in itself is a new game high. 31. The Cats' advantage on the stroke of three-quarter time.
Geelong have got 4 players across the line, so Gold Coast can't play on.
Noble goes for a run and then kicks up towards the ruck. Ned Moyle got a hand to it. Off hands. It comes the way of Bailey Smith. Throws it on the boot. And Ollie Henry going back with the flight. He was the meat in the sandwich. He had Noble one side, Jeffrey the other, and he takes the mark.
Mick, it was very one-trick pony Gold Coast kick-out exit, wasn't it? They had 4 goes at it, and it was the exact same thing every time.
All the time. And what Geelong do, they have a player about 30 metres in front to the left. They have 4 players in that ring, so therefore if the player who wants to play on, which Gold Coast generally try to do...
You better not play on here because the siren's about to sound for three-quarter time. Ollie Henry, he's on the approach. He will cross 50. He breaks into a jog. He makes connection, but it's going to hang out to the right. So a misfire for Ollie Henry means the margin will be 32 points at three-quarter time. Geelong 10-11-71. The Suns 5-9-39. The home side in complete control on their white-out night. They'll be looking forward to standing and waving those white towels in the last quarter. The goal kickers tonight, 2 each for Cameron, Wiltshire and Neil. Singles to Ollie Henry, Dempsey, Dangerfield and Atkins. And for the Suns, 2 to King, 1 for Petrarca, 1 for Leo Lombard and 1 for Jed Walter. On the boundary line, Tim Hodges with an update. Hodgie.
Kel, Shannon Neal spent the last 6 minutes of that term in the hands of the physios, getting work on the back of his neck. He's had a couple of Panadols as well, but he is okay to come back on the ground in the final term. And I know you prima donnas up in the media centre, you want your pies and your sausage rolls nice and hot at half-time. You're whinging about no running water in the media centre. I can tell you there's no running water anywhere in the Brownlow stand. That's in the kitchens, the canteens, the toilets, everywhere. So, Lingy, you've got to rip a roast over the road, reopen that, get some drinks in the media centre fridge, and can you go down and do the plumbing as well, please?
All right, I'll get to work, Hodgie. There's my challenge.
That's old school, though, isn't it? Remember you used to play the away team on the road and there'd never be any hot water or anything like that. Mick, you would have plenty of stories like that back in the day.
I would hope all the showers for the Suns are nice and cold at the moment, if that's going to be the case.
I tell you, you should have seen the media bigwigs when they went to fill up their water bottles at three-quarter time.
Yeah.
No running water.
And I got yelled at for it.
You're the local Geelong boy.
We are pretty sport in the media, aren't we? There's a barista at Docklands in the MCG, and there's all sorts of assorted drinks. All we wanted was some bottled water, and we thought that was too much to ask. Now there's no running water.
Well, look, there is a solution. There is a little esky just outside Fox's front door. And
you didn't pinch one, did you?
No, you know what I did? I borrowed it. And I work on the simple theory. I've done a few things for Fox for nothing. So you know what? I'm gonna drink one of their.
When was the last time you were on Fox?
Oh,
yeah. When the last time you finished up as a coach, probably.
It was.
When you left Carlton.
So they're one Schweppes drink short. But I know that they've got another 30 in there. So if you really...
Gary Lyon's staring in here. He's looking for his drink.
So if you really want to drink, just drift out there. I'll cover for you.
You go and grab me another one, can you, Mick?
Give it.
Like he's too scared.
I'm not scared. Don't worry about that. Don't tempt me.
It is three-quarter time. Geelong by 32 points, which is a game high. And this is Friday Night Footy on ABC Sport. The thoughts of Lingy and Mick next.
The biggest stars in the women's game
Harmanpreet Kaur launches this all the way for 6.
are lighting up your winter nights.
Down the track comes Mooney. Cover drives to the boundary.
As ABC Sport brings you the ICC Women's T20 World Cup.
Big 6 from Phoebe Litchfield. And it's not just a win, it's a statement by Australia.
Every game live and uninterrupted on ABC Listen. Just look for the cricket button.
This is the 2026 AFL Premiership season with ABC Sport.
This is Hewland, the older brother Bodie, and he's able to hit up Ben King, who didn't have an opponent because of the quick turnover. So Ben King to start the long climb back here at Geelong. He makes sure of it. King's got his second.
Towards O'Connor, hand pass to Atkins, takes on Petrarca, holding the ball. Trek got him. And for the second time in the quarter, Petrarca wins his own free in the attacking arc. This is a must-have. So the Suns trying to climb back into this game. The drop punt from Petrarca, he's good. Back-to-back goals for the visitors.
Manor, handballs, Bruin, half forward, stabs it. Out in front and marking was Neil.
Neil's got the distance, yeah. He's a beautiful kick of the footy.
Sam Collins being pulled back right onto the paint. Neil, big kick. Physically and literally to the Joel Selwood end. What an absolute bomb. Neil's got 2, and that puts the Suns back on their backside.
Handball away to DeConing. Hand pass from the logo to Humphreys. Humphreys can kick inside the forward 50. Wiltshire hitting up to meet it. No mark, but had his arm chopped. up against the boundary line, right on the junction of the 50 at the boundary.
I don't reckon he's got distance, or maybe, given where the mark's been set.
Wiltshire arcs out to his right. He has kicked an absolute cannon. More comfort for the Cats. And Ollie Wiltshire, his fan base is growing.
The AFL on ABC Sport.
On radio.
ABC Sport Digital Radio.
And ABC Listen.
Sounds here from the third quarter where the Suns did get within 3 goals before Geelong steadied up. And all of a sudden at three-quarter time, it is a game-high lead for the Cats. 32 points. They're on top of the Gold Coast Suns. We've got a quarter to play. Cameron Ling and Mick Moldhouse with their take through 3.
Mick, you brought this up. Throughout that third quarter, Geelong were the ones who had more handballs than kicks. And for a period there, the Suns were on top and forcing Geelong to overuse it a little bit, created some turnovers, some good tackling, some holding the ball. And it felt like the Suns were just creeping their way back into it. Obviously, 2 massive goals by Ollie Wiltshire and Shannon Neal just put that margin back up again. But if the Suns, let's just say in the first 8 minutes of this quarter, can cause Geelong again to try and overuse it, and they can just kick a couple, the game hasn't been put to bed by Geelong yet. Or am I just searching for hope for the Suns?
I think you're searching for hope, because if you had said that to me before the last goal was kicked, I reckon they had a chance. But those two just seem to deflate. You just see their heads drop. All that hard work, it equated to really, 2-8 to 2-4.
Edwards pumps it down to Smith. His hand pass trickles away towards Atkins, who tries to fight through a 2-man tackle. Rowell and Anderson hold him up.
Yeah, 2 goals, 8. The game should be put to bed, shouldn't it?
Should hit the post once.
32 points, start of the final term. Geelong on top, Suns with it all to do. Manor, first possession, handball. In fact, no, a throw.
Called him for a throw. Must have been confident of it, because players have got brilliant skills these days. Can be quick with their hands, but the umpire was right there. Nailed him straight away. Rioli, I think it is, will take the kick.
The Cats have been outscored in final quarters only twice this year, so they're a good finishing team, 11-2 in final terms. Rioli takes the free, kicks inside 50, and O'Sullivan just beats King in a one-on-one.
Well, that's horrible by King. No pressure, no thought that he's going to get body contact. Better for O'Sullivan, though, to say how good he was.
O'Sullivan across the goal face to Jack Henry. Hand pass onto O'Connor, who runs, carries, kicks down the wing. They come from all directions. Spills down towards Neal. He spun around in the tackle. Suns win it back. Oscar Adams. Hand pass away towards Bodie Yulin. Gives it to little brother Zeke. Hand pass to Miller. Handball middle of the ground for Rioli. Under pressure. Shoots a look away. Hand pass to the wing. This is Closey. Closey kicks straight up the pipe. Finds Rowell. And coming from the blind side to stand the mark is Max Holmes. And the ump said, nope, you weren't in the protected area to begin with, so you can't enter from behind the man that took the mark. And he says, Matt Rowell, come with me. We're going to the top of the goal square.
In fact, he's about 4 metres short of his 50.
Nathan Williamson, the umpire, with the intervention. And the Brownlow medalist with the goal. And the Suns kick the first of the final term. They need more of that. Geelong 10-11. They lead the Gold Coast, who move to 6-9. We're 2 minutes into the final term, and Geelong's lead down to 26.
So that's the one players are a little confused about at the moment, because they know that if they are in the protected zone and they don't stand, then it's 50.
Yep.
So then they are unsure, am I in the protected zone to start with? We watched the replay. I think on this occasion, that is a 50. I think Holmes comes from too far back. So I don't think you can be arguing too much with that. But in general,
correct. And that
players
area
are a bit confused.
And that 5 metre radius, by the way, is at the discretion of the umpire.
Yes.
It's not like it's signalled on the ground, or there's no area that marks that. And it's pretty tough to tell, isn't it? Depth perception out there for the guys to work that out.
Back underway in the centre. Atkins handballs into space. Rowell runs onto it. He overruns it, in fact. Leaves it for Holmes to pick up. He kicks out wide on the Dempsey wing. Judges it beautifully in the air. Beats closely to it. Thought about the handball over the top to Bailey Smith. Ignores him, and now he's going to drive it in those hot pink boots into the left forward pocket. They all launch. Who's waiting at the back? Chance for Jezza. Gets his boot to it, but it rolls through for a behind.
So Andrew, I'm sure, has gone forward.
Gone forward, yeah. He's had little runs in the ruck.
Yeah, this is the desperate move that he might pluck a couple in the air and maybe kick goals. And it is a desperate move.
Noble brings it in, just got it to Murray, who skids on his knees and marks. Jai Murray.
So Ballard, you think, is then rolled over to Cameron?
I think so.
Murray long towards Lombard. He had to go. He was looking around, and in the end, Guthrie's the only one who leaps up, so he marks the footy. Cats back the other way. Handball to O'Connor. Handball to Blitzarves against the boundary line. 52 out. Pulls the kick to full forward. Leaping up, Collins had a fair bit of it and paid the intercept mark. In front of the behind post. He's got it deep in defence for the Suns. Goes short to Closey. Still at right half back. Suns with a bit to do, down by 27.
There's a whistle before the mark was taken by Holmes. So it's going to King. Ben King, long way from home. Handballs to Miller. They're just playing on at all costs here. Handballs to Rioli. Strides out along the boundary. Takes a couple of bounces. Handballs over to Goulburn. A high ball. Leo Lombard's there at the drop in the goal square. Can he get a snap? Brilliant smother. Came from Guthrie. Comes back to Hewland, and Hewland snaps. He's missed. It was touched. It was touched.
Horrible shot, wasn't it?
Goodness me.
All he had to do was elevate the ball and tries to get it through chest high. You just can't do that around company.
Yeah, Zeke Hewland, it was the younger brother. A let off there for the Cats with their desperate defence. Margin is 26, Cats lead.
Guthrie kicks wide to Edwards, got to him on the bounce, Geelong with it, hand pass away towards Smith, he burns off Goulburn from half back, kicks down the wing, hand on it from Closey, and then follows up, wins it for the Suns, hand pass under pressure, got it out towards Ballard. Ballard's hand pass finds Rioli, runs, carries, handball to Goulburn, got it back out in front of Rioli, but he runs straight into Edwards, rolled over in the tackle, and the ump says ball up.
Well, you can see what the Gold Coast are trying to do, play on at all times, carry the football, get it in there, but there's no space on the wings, so it's contrary to how they play. They're just up and down, so Geelong just meet them and force them to the fence. So the reality is Gold Coast should be getting rid of the football halfway through that centre into their forward line as opposed to trying to carry it in there.
So it's a boundary throw in, half forward for the Suns. Moyle slaps it only as far as Holmes. Handball, he's looking for Manor there, and he missed him, and it is a Lassu last touch, so it'll be a free kick to Rioli. Just brings it back. A chipping ball to Noah Anderson. He flares it wide. He's asking a lot of young Murray in his second game, but he took the mark right on the edge of the centre square.
Been good.
He has. He goes into the pocket. There's no one there. Puts it out into space. Jack Henry gets there first. Ben King tackles him. Now it bobbles around. Petrarca fighting, scrapping hard. It's been well held by Mullen tonight.
Well, he hasn't touched the ball this quarter. And that's, we're quarter way through it.
So a ball up rather. And again going nowhere. Petrarca tackling Guthrie. 20 metres out from the Suns' goal. Moyle tries to get it down towards Leo Lombard. Bailey Smith gets in the way, and Bailey Smith's claiming it was a last touch. On the full. And the umpire's not falling for it. So it'll be a boundary throw in, 25 around from the Suns' goal. Kicking to the Joel Selwood stand in this final term, and they trail by 26 points.
So the Arcs jumped in here.
Yes, Smith was right.
Yeah, but Bailey Smith's conversations delayed play enough for it to be checked, and now it's going to be Smith's kick.
Pretty clever.
It's clever.
Very clever.
It's clever. I don't think it's right. It should have just been thrown back in.
So here's the replay.
Boundary umpire took eternity.
Oh, yeah, it's off the knee of Took Miller.
Smith shares it with his running mate in Holmes, who goes with a long kick down the wing, and in the end it's schooled out of play, and again it's last disposal off a Suns leg and a free kick for Dangerfield. He's going to have to pick it out of the dugout.
Are you worried about him, Calladez, when he socks up? He just doesn't look as good now.
More fashion advice, Mick. I loved it tonight.
Danger with the socks down. Kicks inside to forward 50. Big leap at the back. Ollie Henry, no mark. Spills top of the goal square. Intercepted by Bodie Hewland for the Suns. Handball away to Collins. Short kick picked off by Blitzarves. Tackled by Zeke Hewland.
Didn't we work out pre-match their stockings, not socks? So the stockings have scrunched down now.
Cats by 26. 8 gone, final turn.
Inside 50 here for the Cats. Neil, ambitious. hurried kick out of there. It only goes as far as O'Sullivan. He's been so good tonight. He shorts it to Holmes, who marks right on the arc, says, yep, I'm going for home.
Yeah, and he's within his right to do that. Certain players who can carry that journey, especially with the stand rule, he should be able to run around just a little bit late and maybe be able to kick from that metre closer.
So 3 goals for Max Holmes so far this year. We saw 2 big bombs from outside 50 in the last quarter for the Cats. This one from 55. It's got the carry. Was it touched on the line? What does the goal umpire say? Goal! Oh! That is a super strike from Max. They have been flashing 3-pointers left, right and centre. Liggy, I know you've been getting into the NBA Finals, but from downtown tonight, and they've got the white flags waving furiously here this evening for whiteout night. And the Cats by 32 points. They're having fun now. 11-12-78 to the Suns, 6-10-46. And Tim Hodges on the boundary. Hodgie.
Cal, Mick and Lingy, Jeremy Cameron's come to the bench. With this lead, with a 6-day break, with a trip west to face the ladder-leading Dockers just next week, do you consider just saying take the rest of the night off, Jezza?
I reckon they'll spend it. Say his rotation right now, Hodgie, is going to be 5 minutes long as a break. Take that 5 minutes to assess the game. If the lead grows and they've got it, then yes, absolutely. But if not, you need him, they'll bring him back.
Rowell hurried kick out of the middle, almost picked off by O'Connor. Ball hits the deck. Zeke Yulin jumps on top of it. He's tackled immediately by Bruin and a ball up. 32 points. So after all that, no inroads and 10 minutes off the clock in this final term. Back to where we were at three-quarter time. Extracted by Mullen. Coughs it up.
That's a Noah Anderson free kick, I reckon.
Okay.
Or, no, maybe it's not Anderson, sorry.
It's going to go to Jepson. He was being held without it. Handball away towards Jeffrey. Kicks inside the forward 50. Blitz-ups, as he so often does. Spoils it down towards Dempsey. Hand pass to Humphreys. Pumps a kick down the wing. And there's Blitz-ups again, who originally spoiled. Collects on the boundary line right on halfway. He's tackled and the ball held to him. The ball up.
He doesn't get a stat for that, Blitz-ups. But an important spoil, then the work rate to get there, and then the strength to hold the ball up and let his team reset. Great play.
Now he's rucking down to Smith, who's tackled by Closey against the boundary line. Picked up, though, as he couldn't get a kick away by Miller. Gives it to Andrew to Rowell. Handball away to Bo to Yulin. Handball to Zeke Yulin. Breaks not one, but 2 tackles. He's still going. Took on a third in Stevens. Got a hand pass through. Said play on, and then Humphreys caught with it. Ball up inside the centre square. Mark Blitz-ups tonight. 306th game he's been involved in with Chris Scott. Equals the all-time record with Jock McHale and Gordon Coventry. 306 together.
De Koning takes it out of the ruck. Handballs to Ollie Henry. Goes back to Holmes. He kicks wide. It flares to Bruin. Bruin right on the arc. Shannon Neal marks it, and he can play on to Dangerfield all by himself, who is in the right forward pocket.
Clever.
And he basically did the splits to make sure the angle wasn't as acute as it could be.
Was that like a netball goal shooter's catch?
That is exactly like netball. Exactly right. Where they do the splits, and then the foot that's planted closest to goal, they can move on in. And Danger has done that on the left. Oh, he hits the belly of the ball. Danger. What are you doing?
You spoiled your setup, Paddy.
He misses everything. Let's see, had the 1 goal tonight, Dangerfield, in the first quarter. Geelong by 6 at quarter time, 28 at half time, 32 at three-quarter time. And that margin stands at 32 points with a goal apiece and 12 minutes to play.
Closey, long contest, kick to half-back, and Jack Henry leaps up, pulls it down. Between wing and half forward, gets up trying to stretch out some cramp. Notices he's got a player all alone against the boundary line. It's Bailey Smith. Just went over his head. In the one bounce out of play, throw-in 30 metres out from the Cats attacking goal. The Suns are there signalling that was out of bounds on the full. Boundary umpire didn't think so, so forward 50 stoppage for Geelong.
See if they can check it in time again. No, it's coming back in.
32 points, Geelong's lead, 13 gone final term. Forward 50 stoppage for the home team, taken by Manor. Hand pass away to Wiltshire, handball to Dangerfield. Hooks the kick back to full forward and intercepted. Zeke Yulin, the youngest man out there at 19. Long kick up to the wing. Lombard trying to get out the back, slips over, and Lawson Humphries has been superb again tonight. Picks it off for Geelong. Inside 50, bounced off the chest of Dempsey. Wiltshire took a step, then caught holding the ball. And a free kick for Collins. Suns are going to go down 32, 13 and a half played final turn.
Collins gave it to Noble, who kicked it to Ballard, back in the side tonight. Been in and out to Miller, a high ball, and the intercepting mark now by the Cats. They're all over them at the moment. Holmes has got it. Holmes spears the pass. He spots someone all by himself in the forward pocket, and it's Dempsey.
That kick coming out of the 50-metre defensive line, all the Gold Coast players ran away. The Geelong player held his ground, and the ball didn't carry that far, so it made the three of them look very silly. Geelong have played a smarter game, all up.
So Dempsey off 2 steps, and he misses to the near side. He couldn't quite get the curl to work in his favour. He's already had one major this evening. Margin is 33. Cats lead, 11 minutes to go. And Hodgie is, what's Jeremy Cameron doing?
I thought Kel, and I reckon he thought he was done for the night. Unfortunately, Patrick Dangerfield came to the bench, and the rotation meant number 5 is back on the ground for another run.
33 points, new game high. Jeffrey marks the kick out and looks back inboard and finds Zeke Hewland. He marks in the defensive arc. Handball away towards Miller. Sweeps a hand pass to Noble. Off the back flank in game 150. Kicks down the wing. Wanted Bodie Hewland. Scored away by Kolajasny. Smith had it. Lost it. Dragged down to the tackle by Closey. Was he held without it? Yes. Tackle lingered. Free kick for Smith. Suns, they run home from here. So if they drop this game tonight, they'll find themselves 7-6 and right on the bubble in the wildcard zone. Smith kicks to full forward and picked off by Ballard. If you look at their run home, Lingy, I'll get you to yell out if you hear any slam dunks here that are just absolute wins for the Gold Coast Suns on their trot home. As the kick comes out wide to Jepson, he pokes it down the wing. Wanted King, broke it up. Ball sliding through was Kolajasny. Took out his own teammate. Guthrie and all of that. Handball to Watkins, handball to Guthrie. Now out wide to Bruin. Kicks down to half forward, and here's Dangerfield. Cameron. Cameron loops a hand pass away to Smith. Off he trots Bailey Smith. Long kick towards the behind line, and Dempsey in front of the behind post, and he runs end to end all day. And Ollie Dempsey more than capable of doing it in a one-on-one scenario.
And as he learned from his last kick, he hasn't quite been able to finish his work perfectly tonight, Ollie Dempsey, but he's been terrific again.
Yeah.
He covers so much ground, as you said, Corbs.
He has, he's been brilliant.
Genuine winger.
To put it on ice, Ollie Dempsey hooks it through for a goal. And the rally towers wave again around Caninia Park. And the wide-out night is turning very much into Geelong's kind of evening. A second for Dempsey, 12-13 to 6-10. The game-high lead grows. It's 39 points the Cats' way, 17 gone final term.
And some of the running power of the Cats tonight has just slowly but surely taken over. Holmes has had 28 disposals. Bailey Smith up to 26, but he's pumped the ball inside forward 50 10 times, which is massive. Holmes has kicked a goal as well. And then Ollie Dempsey hasn't had as much of the footy, 17 disposals, but he's kicked the 2 goals and he's had 6 score involvements. So the guys who can really cover the ground for the Cats have been able to take over, while Oisin Mullen's locking down, doing a job. Tom Atkins has done a bit of a job, and even now seeing a player like George Stevens spend some time in the centre bounce.
And you've got Gold Coast, 2 highest position getters are both back flankers.
Stevens desperate on all fours, loving his time in the centre. Somehow works its way to Mullen, and now to Ollie Henry. Almost loses his balance. Tackle. Ball spills clear. Umpire will reward Adams for that tackle. Gives it off to the run of Anderson. Punches it long. Closing late was Ben Long. 50-50 ball. He's flicked it out straight to the opposition in Ollie Dempsey, who skies it. Wiltshire came in from the side. Sam Cullens killed it with a huge fist. Goes the way of Miller. He can use Jeffrey. And now on to Bailey Humphries. Handballs over the top to Moyle. Oh, he's in all man's land. He's caught. He gets rid of it. Bailey Humphrey comes in, wraps up Mac. Andrews playing at full forward in the goal square. Tracking back there was De Koning, and they keep it. Oh no, De Koning casually steps it over the goal line and is happy to concede.
Finally, someone who appeared to know what the rules are.
Yes.
So many players there don't rush it when they are entitled to rush it. And De Koning there just saying, yeah, I'm under enough pressure. It's fine.
Yep. When you're under pressure, you can step it over.
Fantastic running by the Gold Coast Suns until they hand pass to a ruckman.
Yes.
I mean, I don't want to be keep slamming.
Who was standing still.
Why would you hand pass to a ruckman who then turns around and goes, I don't even know what to do with it?
I don't want it.
Lawson Humphreys with the kick out to Neil. Long kick down the wing. Slides out the back to Jeremy Cameron. Gives it to Wiltshire. His hand pass knocked down by Jepson. Ball inadvertently socked close to the line, and in the end seen out by Manor. Came off the boot last of the Sun in Ballard. Manor takes the free. Dart into the pocket for Cameron. Cameron from the tight angle. Knocks it through. Jez has got 3. And the party is well and truly on at Kardinia Park. The Cats get out by 44 points. 13-13 to 6-11. 19 minutes gone, final term, Friday night footy on ABC Sport.
Tim Hodges just told us earlier that Jeremy Cameron had come to the bench, and we just started to think maybe that might do him. Well, I'm sure he's enjoyed going back on and kicking that extra goal. But I reckon as we've got, how long to go? Do you reckon roughly?
7.5.
7.5 minutes. I reckon Jez will be heading to the Pine very, very shortly to put his feet up for the night. I think he does look sore. Even his burst to run away from his opponent isn't quite there. But it's amazing, even when he's a bit sore and maybe struggling a bit, he can still kick 3 goals and influence a game. But I reckon they will now look to manage him for the rest of this game.
Yep, well, next week Fremantle in Perth and then the bye.
I don't reckon he'll go on that trip either.
Ooh, okay. Free kick going the way of the Cats. It's all falling their way, and this is the late inclusion who took the free kick in Stevens. Works its way to centre half forward. Henderson's able to pick it up here, though. Oh, he's got himself in a bit of a bother. Coming in to help him out was Hewland. Tackled, stoppage, ball up inside the centre square.
With all due respect to the Suns and the Hawks, that's the matchup I want to see. I want to see the Cats and the Dockers.
Tell you what, Suns-Hawks Friday night. I'll be watching that one as well. They've still got plenty of life left in them, the Gold Coast Suns.
They need to start taking a scalp, though, for that life to really kick into gear.
Atkins dribbles it inside 50. Collins is able to mop up. Handball over the top. Closey just kicks into space. O'Sullivan. King tackles him. He's held Ben King pretty well tonight, O'Sullivan. Bruins there. They're fighting this one out all the way, the Cats. Mullen, quick handball up to Martin. Delivers to Cameron and he marks on the lead. Out in front of Charlie Ballard. Oh, he's a little sore to get up.
After he kicks this one, he's coming to the bench. Yeah. And surely he was sore.
He had to really explode.
He's a remarkable footballer.
Cradled the Sharon to his midriff. A little bit of a shove. She rolled and was very ginger to get up.
His leading timing, his positioning, even the way he turned his body to mark that ball.
3 goals,
so impressive.
4 tonight for Jezza. From on 50, 45-degree angle, and hooking it late, missing to the near side. So that's 3 goals, 5 for Jeremy Cameron. Margin is 45 points. It's the biggest it's been for the night. Crowd posted at 30,276. Most of them are in white or dotting a little bit of white for White Night in Geelong.
There's no soft touches on the run home for Gold Coast as Petrarca gives it to Rioli, gets it back. Now a handball away to Rao, kicks into the centre corridor, finds Anderson. Anderson across the half-forward line to Closey. Short kick inside 50 and King marks. Ben King will have a look here, but margin is well and truly out on 45 points. So the only teams that they play outside of the wildcard spots on their way home, Collingwood up at Carrara. They play Carlton, who of course are resurgent. They're 13th on the table at the moment, and they play the Saints, who are starting to get it together. Outside of that, every team they play is in the top 10.
Yeah.
There's no soft touches on the run home for the Suns. As Ben King, the Coleman medal leader, pulls further in front. So his individual night pays off with 3 goals. He's up to 41 on the year, but his team is well behind in the game and headed for their 3rd straight defeat. Geelong by 39. We've travelled 23 minutes in the final term. The Suns 7-11. The Cats 13-14.
Will he be there next year, Corby?
Doesn't sound like it. It feels like everyone was reporting that he's about to sign a contract extension and
hasn't done it.
It went quiet, and then we got Damien Hardwick this week coming out and essentially saying, he's given great service, he's eligible for free agency. If he leaves, it's with our blessing.
I don't reckon he'll be there.
Well, you don't talk like that.
It almost sounded like a coach that was saying, hey, even if you're not going to be there next year, we're all in until the finish line in 2026.
5 minutes to go. Cats by 39. Edwards. Hurried kick out of there. Miller's been paid the mark. Gives it to Petrarca. Quiet night by his standards. Spearing pass is beautiful. And he hits up Hewland. This is Zeke Hewland. Directly in front, 35 metres out. So Zeke Hewland can get his first goal of the night. He was one of 4 inclusions this week. Doesn't waste any time. Sprays it.
Right.
No, he doesn't. He just gets it in. He made the goal umpire work. And Zeke Hewland with his first back-to-back goals for the Suns, and it's back to 33 points. Suns haven't quite thrown in the towel, but it is whiteout night, and they will be in full party mode for these final few minutes here.
Yeah, and I think the way Geelong have gone right now is, so the Suns are going to keep throwing things at them, and who knows? You just keep rolling the dice as long as you possibly can. The moment Geelong can get a mark, though, I think they'll shift into a bit of just kick mark possession football just to wipe an extra minute off the clock. They just can't quite get a stop right now, the Cats, because it's coming straight out of the centre bounces. So the Suns have got to make sure they're super efficient, straight out. Don't let Geelong mark the ball, otherwise the clock will count.
Edwards palms it down, but straight to Petrarca. Hurried kick forward, bounces over the head of Zeke Hewland. Taken by Guthrie's, drilled into the ground by Humphrey, and he's got prize when it comes to dangerous tackles. He's lucky to get away with that one as Guthrie bounces straight back up. I don't like that. They rip the player across the body and into the ground.
That second move.
Miller, hand pass away to Oscar Adams. He's tackled, dispossessed. Geelong win it back. Martin to Atkins to Holmes. Back to Martin. Handball away to Mullen, and now to Dangerfield, who's back out there. Alongside the centre circles. Kicks for Ollie Henry, who marks left half forward, 45 out.
Yeah, that's all they need to do is get a couple of possessions, just find a mark, and then a number of the players, you can see him just, as soon as Ollie Henry took that mark, just yelling at him, settle, take the 30. We just need a little rest, wipe a little bit off the clock, and then not a worry. Not that it was going to be, but the Suns were going to keep throwing things at them. Just get it down under 3 minutes.
I don't reckon it was for him. I reckon this is for Cameron.
For Jez, yeah.
Absolutely, or he's cut in front of him.
Got to do that as a medium forward every now and then, don't you?
Ollie Henry's drop punt is good. And more reasons to celebrate for Geelong. Back to 39 points. And Ollie Henry knocks through his second of the night. He's up to 23 on the year. And Geelong, 14-14. They lead the Gold Coast 8-11. 27 played final term. Friday night footy on ABC Sport.
Just what you were talking about, Corby, you're saying about their draw coming up.
Yep.
It's really difficult in my mind to get over the type of game that the Suns are playing. And I reckon this type of game early in the season can cut sides apart because they haven't quite got their fitness, haven't quite got their touch. You get through, you score. And I just think that as the season goes on with this team, more and more they're getting found out by pressure at the ball and pressure by turning the ball over and catching them out the back. And that's what Geelong have done basically all night.
Hurried kick out of the centre, favouring the Suns. It's a bouncing ball back there. O'Sullivan was taken high. He's been brilliant in the matchup with Ben King. He wins a free kick. What about this? In the 28 seasons as a player, as a coach for Damien Hardwick, this is just his 6th ever game in Geelong. As O'Sullivan kicks it towards Blitzarves, takes a lovely mark out in front of his opponent.
Well, the Bombers wouldn't have played here at all during his time, would it?
He's had 0 wins, 5 losses so far. 1 as a player and 4 as a coach. So he's never won here, Damien Hardwick. As Bailey Smith takes an uncontested mark at half-back. They're sharing it around and winding down the clock. And warm applause for Bailey Smith. Umpire throws both arms in the air and says, play on. I think he was enjoying the attention, Bailey.
Yeah, he said, how long can I hold this for? Cameras are on me. Give me a clap.
Kicked it out wide to the wing, and the red chickie stand. It was off hands, and it'll be a boundary throw-in. So the Suns will go back to the Gold Coast with their tail between their legs. They led by 12 points late in that first quarter. Geelong by 6 at quarter time, and since then it's just been all one-way traffic. Boundary throw-in. Ollie Dempsey's been brilliant. Gets in a little handball to Mullen, who's done the job on Petrarca. Toe pokes it to his own advantage. Now Dangerfield gets involved. Gets rid of Petrarca like he's tossing aside a ragdoll down there. Extraordinary. Into the pocket he goes. And the safety of the boundary line for a couple of the under-pressure defenders from the Suns, including Rioli and Noble.
The Cats would love to get over 100 points here, just given the way forward line coaches and people think. They'd love the fact that get the 100. That's what the crowd wants for sure.
Royal palms it down. Comes away the Cats though as Atkins feeds it through to Ollie Henry. Handball to Danger. Shoots goalward, misses. Make it 40 points the margin. 29.5 gone final term. Jeffrey bring the footy back into play for Gold Coast. Just stabs it short to Collins. Crowd posted up over 30,276. It was a high-stakes Friday night encounter, as Kel told us in the pre-game. First time we've seen the Suns in Victoria on a Friday night. Gee, it's a good mark. Collins trying to exit defensive 50, and Ollie Dempsey leaps up and marks in front of Zeke Hewland. Oh. He turns it straight over. Kicks it back to Adams. Hand pass away to Noble. Short kick to Miller on the half-back line. Hand pass to Noble. Off he trots. Oh, kick smothered by Mullen. Spills back to Holmes. Holmes gives a
look at the numbers inside 50. Sorry, Corpse.
Handball away to Atkins. They're queuing up at centre half forward. Kick goes over the head of Martin. Invited back in Collins. Ball spills to Wiltshire. Was he taken high? Yes. Out of zone umpire says, hang on. Free kick for Ollie Wiltshire. And he'll get it at full forward. He'll kick from 15 out. And a chance for the Cats to crack the ton in the final minute.
Like all small forwards, Mick, just making sure the contact
was there.
Went high, but it was there, wasn't it?
Oh, well, if you're in a betting situation and you're going to get the football, then you've got to learn to tackle low. And I can't believe the turnover in the middle of the ground by Noble. Wow. I mean, they just kill themselves.
Ollie Wiltshire to finish it off. He pops it through. He's got 3 for the night on what is a career evening for him in front of the sticks. A young career at that in only its 8th game. 15-15 Geelong. They lead the Gold Coast Suns 8-11 in the waning moments. 32 travelled in the last. The Gold Coast down by 46 points.
Well, that's felt about the margin throughout the game. It wasn't totally all on Geelong's terms, and the Suns threw bits and pieces at the Cats throughout the night. Unfortunately, they're overused at times, and then they're kicking turnovers and wasted a few opportunities in front of goal. Just always meant that margin was going to creep to around about that 6 or 7 goal. And we're sitting at 46 points right now. So a good bounce back by the Cats.
After 2 narrow defeats, they'll be back in the winners list. First time in 3 games for the Cats. There's a free kick going to come here for Rowell as he gets a big high five from Noel Anderson as he's slung to the ground in the tackle. It will be a little late. 46 points the deficit. The kick from Rowell comes wide to Noble and he hits up King, who slides in and takes the mark at left half forward as the seconds peel off the clock. And the home team, they were white hot for White Night. And Geelong back in the winners list in a big way. And for the Gold Coast Suns, the hot team in the early season has cooled off to be a middle-of-the-road outfit. Ben King after the bell shoots goalward and misses. It'll make the final margin 45. The Cats win every quarter and just about every moment. Geelong 15-15, too good for the Suns, 8-12. Geelong by 45.
We are Geelong, the greatest team of all. We are Geelong, we're always on the ball. We play the game as it should be played, at home or far away. Our banners fly high from dawn to dark, down at Gardenia Park.
The Gold Coast Suns actually kicked 3 of the first 4 goals in the game. They led by 12 points, and from that point on, Geelong kicked the next 7. Unanswered to half-time. They led by 6 points at quarter-time. The Cats 28 at the half. The Gold Coast kicked the first 2 goals of the second half and threatened to get back into the contest. And then the Cats put their foot down again. They led by 32 at three-quarter time and run out winners by 45 points.
Remember our tradition, stand up and fight. It's always our ambition. Throughout the game to fight with all our might, because we're the mighty blue and white. And when the ball is bounced to the final bell, stand up and fight like hell.
Cats up to third on the table, and speaking of threes, it's 3 straight defeats for the Gold Coast Suns, who find themselves back in the pack at 7-6 on the season. And it's murderer's row on the run home for them. It's as tough a draw coming home as you can get. And part of that is because they played all the easy teams up the front, so they've got a pretty tough run in if they are to feature in September for a second straight year. Geelong by 45. Cameron Ling, Mick Malthouse with their initial thoughts on ABC Sport.
It was an important game for both these teams, Mick, coming into it because, as Corbin just alluded to, the 2 losses in a row. We spoke that we thought maybe Geelong's losses were a better form line, given how close they were, and they pushed. We now know the Adelaide Crows are on their way up, and they only just went down to them. The Suns' losses, they made me worry a bit, just with the way they got taken apart by the Brisbane Lions. Tonight, I think we saw, certainly around some of the contest stuff, an improvement from the Suns. But sadly for them, they just destroyed themselves with their ball use and their kicking for goal. And so often it was that last kick inside forward 50. They just gave it straight back to the Cats.
Yep.
And we touched on, I think, through the middle couple of quarters, that Geelong's major ball winners were their half-backs and their defenders, because they were being gifted the ball and then they could just counter-attack from there and got plenty of it. And it was a pretty comfortable win in the end.
And sort of, when you said those backline players from Geelong coming out of the backline, their percentage kicking efficiency was so high, given that the lack of pressure also linking. And so just the tactics alone get... Now the contrast in the game, we've already spoken about. We've got Damien Howick has a set plan and he's stuck to it, and you admire coaches for doing that. Geelong have had theirs for ages on this ground. There's a lot of players that have worked right through that over a long period of time. But just subtle ones. Now, there's game plans and type of modus operandi. Then there's strategies on the night. I looked at the kick-ins from Gold Coast. Clearly they know that Rioli will play on or Noble will play on. And what I was intrigued by was that, and I'll get you to work this machine over here, Lingy, if you can find out how many scores come from kick-ins. But Geelong had 4 players. It was a soccer line. They had 4 players along the front of the line, so that if the player took off in any direction, he was already confronted. Then the next line was, because he forced him to kick it, they had another 4. So therefore, when he kicks it, there's going to be a contest anyway from his kick, so therefore it's very little movement where they can run the ball out. Contrast, Geelong, we saw so regularly, Holmes run the ball out and kick the ball and find a target outside 50, and that player in turn ran the ball, and his next possession kicked it over the centre line. So in other words, they've cleared the danger area and put themselves into a relatively good position to attack, whereas Gold Coast, they couldn't even get the ball after one kick. So it was then, and I know that the inside 50s, they say that it was was 62 to 47, which is Geelong's favour. But a lot of that come from the back half, and then it stayed in there. So that's why the Cats were able to really, I mean, it was a relatively easy win in the end.
It was, and the margin was 45 points, Mick. The difference in the whole game was Geelong's ability to score from those turnovers.
Yep.
You're speaking about, even with Geelong trying to, Gold Coast trying to exit their back 50 and just constantly giving it back.
Yep.
And scores from stoppages. That's where the 45 points lie. So Geelong scored 4 goals, 8. Could have been even better from stoppages.
Wow.
Compared to Gold Coast 1 goal, 3.
So it's 4-8 to 1-3. Yep.
Yeah, and then on turnover, scores from turnovers, 10 goals, 7 to 6 goals, 9. So
any kick-ins from any kicking
So
goals?
the kicking goals were only 1 goal each. So on your point, though, Geelong's kick-ins were getting basically to their almost half-forward line.
Yeah, exactly.
And that meant probably there it was ending up as a stoppage.
Yep.
And then Geelong was scoring from stoppages, but from their forward half. Whereas the Suns' kick-ins were often getting turned over.
Exactly.
And then Geelong was scoring from those turnovers.
Yeah.
So 2 different ways of them scoring, and a really balanced game from the Cats. But unfortunately for the Suns, it played into the way Geelong wanted to play, and then the key running, game-breaking, line-breaking players for the Cats started to get their hands on the ball. Holmes ends up with 31 disposals. Now, he played half-back for the majority of the game, Mick, but still had 7 score involvements and 3 inside 50s.
That's what I mean. So, yeah, and that's exactly right. You look at the inside 50s, and if I threw this to you, Noble and Rioli were second and third as far as possession rate goes. Inside 50, they got it in there 5 times.
Between
them. If you go to Holmes, and he was on the back line, I think he had 3. And we're probably doing an injustice here because they used the ball to the middle of players, found those players who then transferred it inside. So there's not probably going to be a lot of big numbers.
Can I jump in and say, so the 2 leading ball winners for each team are both effectively half-backs,
yes,
if you want. So Holmes and Noble. So Holmes has 7 score involvements.
Yep.
Noble has 1 score involvement.
Yep.
So
it speaks for itself.
It's not just necessarily whether they're kicking it inside 50. It's whether their kick doesn't quite make it inside your forward 50, but it's breaking the game open.
Yeah.
And then it's leading to a score for your team. That's the big difference that you're talking about there.
Yeah, and that is basically. And the other thing is, marks inside 50 or thereabouts. We know that King kicked his 3 goals, and I think they were all from marks. I'm just looking at it. Yeah, they're all from marks. There's 4 marks, 5 marks, 6 marks. So Gold Coast had kicked 6 of the 8 from marks, and 1, 2, 3, probably only 4 marks from Geelong also. But it was a couple of frees that were probably marks that were rewarded as frees.
Let's go celebrate with the winners. Tim Hodges is down there. Hodgie.
Pretty subdued down here, I've got to be honest, Corbin. Not that many people, which normally in the Cats rooms it's bursting. It's definitely not like that tonight.
Everyone, maybe with the no running water, Hodgie, everyone's had to go home to go to the bathroom.
I won't lie, there is a bit of a pong down here. So, there is a concern. Jack Henry has got ice on his ribs, so he copped that knee in the ribs earlier. He'll be a watch before they head to the west. But Ollie Dempsey, the last of the Cats in, they'll belt out the song now. I'll let you listen to that and I'll chat afterwards. I've got to be honest, that was an awful rendition of the song. They gave that nothing. So, just going through the motions tonight, the Cats probably as they did for much of the second half.
Which since they haven't sung it for 3 weeks. So last time they sung the song was round 11 in that win over Sydney.
You know what it sort of smacks of? They kicked 15 goals, 15. I reckon, and a lot of those points were really gettable ones. I reckon if they'd really put the foot down, and I don't think they would have felt like they played or finished off their most brilliant football tonight.
Man, I'm so jealous of you and Geelong people. It's just, my happiest football memory as an Essendon fan in the last 20-something years are regular season wins. And you guys think, oh, we're a little inaccurate tonight. We'll just sort of ho-hum, sing the song. It's incredible. And what a fantastic program. And Geelong, after 2 narrow defeats, back in the winners list tonight. They won every quarter. They win by 45 points. Back into the winners' rooms. Tim Hodges. Hodgie.
Corbin, Ollie Dempsey has been good enough to come over and join us, and we're just laughing. You didn't really give that song much to the team after that win.
Just get the job done. It was a good night, but yeah, we never really give it that much, do we?
As Corbin said, it's been a couple of weeks since you got to sing it.
Yes, that's true. We've had a couple of stiff ones, but it's all right. We're back now, which is great.
A word on the game. A terrific result just to get the win, but there was a lot to like out there for the Cats.
Yeah, heaps, and we know how much of a quality side they are, so it was great to play that way and felt like we were on top all day, so it was really good.
What about your own form? You're continuing a great season.
Yeah, I'm loving my role, and they just trust me so much with playing the way I play and playing to my strengths, and I'm really loving just playing consistent footy and enjoying it.
Awesome to have Ollie. He's got the cans on. I'll send you upstairs, Mick Malthouse, and a very happy cat, Cameron Ling.
Oh, I get to talk to one of my favourite players as well. This is good. Hello, Ollie.
How are you, Lingy? Good to chat to you.
Oh, great to chat with you. Well done tonight, mate. Fantastic. Just throughout the game, though, it felt like you guys were in control, but it was never, until towards the end, never quite comfortable. They were throwing bits and pieces at you, and I think that at one stage they kicked 0 goals for, but had a bit of the ball. Did you sense out there that you hadn't quite broken them yet?
Yeah, I think so. And we were up a lot at half, but we definitely knew that they were going to keep coming. And as I said, they're such a quality side. They've got so much talent out there. So we knew they would double down the way they play. And, lucky to break it open in the last, which was great.
Love the game up here in the box of Lawson Humphreys. It continues to amaze that he's still such a young player. He's only played 49 games. It's going to be game number 50 next week. But when the game was still there to be won and on the line and the Suns were coming at you a little bit, it felt like it was him down back who really took over. And in the absence of Tom Stewart, that's pretty big, isn't it?
Yeah, that's massive, especially, as you said, for a 49-gamer to step up like he did. And he's been playing good footy ever since he's come in. So I absolutely love playing with Lawson. He's such a smooth mover and such a good user of the footy. So he's got a very cool head. And as you said, filling shoes with Tom Stewart's pretty big role. He was going well.
And we were marvelling at the fact that, again, a little bit when the Suns were throwing stuff at you, that just a crucial couple of set shots. So Shannon Neal goes back and just flushes it with a massive set shot. And then young Ollie Wiltshire just nailed it in front of the social club there. That was a fantastic kick. He was really good again tonight.
Yeah, what a goal. That was epic. And he's got some tricks, Ollie, and he's another one I love playing with. And it's so good to see him in the side and playing good footy. So he's got a lot ahead of him.
Ollie, I love developing and coaching young players and coach the juniors and that, and try and teach them the wing role. You play it so incredibly well. Do you have almost points of the ground? I know you're reading the play and you're watching whatever unfolds, but do you think if I can get to a certain point back, well, then I'm well set to have the game in front of me? If I'm getting forward, when do I go and try and hit that goal square like I do? What cues are you using out there to hold that wing role so well?
Yeah, it changes week to week with how they play me, and I feel like this year more than ever they've had a role on me each week, which does make it a bit harder, but I've been able to fight that, and just there's different cues that I use, just when to go, when to not go, and I think I've been a bit more defensive this year, just the way they're playing me, and they're a bit more worried about me going forward, which is all right, and I've been able to help the back line a bit more this year, and it's a balance. It definitely is a balance, and as you said, I have a few cues of when to go and when not to go, sort of thing.
Ollie Dempsey with us on ABC Sport. Ollie, it's Corbin Middlemass here. Congratulations on the win tonight and your year so far. Do you like the Guernsey, the white out look?
Yeah, I love it. Do you?
I think so, yeah. I do, particularly as a one-off.
We love the skippers in particular. He was always going to go that bit extra, wasn't he, having the full white socks pulled up to the knees?
Oh, yeah. And he'll make it brown the way he tacks the footy, so it was probably brown by the end of the game.
I just want to ask you about Gaz as well. Gary Ablett Jr., who, of course, was inducted into the Australian Football Hall of Fame during the week. I understand the two of you share a special relationship, or at least you're in regular contact. Can you tell us a little bit about your connection to one of the best players that I think think a lot of us in our lifetime have seen go at it.
Yeah, I'm very blessed to have such a good relationship with Gary, and it sort of doesn't really stem from footy, which is also great. And I love. That was so cool to see him, get inducted, and his speech was great. And he's such a super player, but he's a super person. And I've learnt a lot off him on and off the field. He's really helped me with certain things, and he's such a great fella. And I'm pretty sure he said in one of his interviews that I was going to win the Brownlow. So I think he's a bit getting a bit ahead of himself there, but it's very funny seeing that.
I did see that doing the round. So this is a connection really based on your faith, isn't it? And you spoke about this so beautifully when you won the Rising Star a couple of years ago. That must be such a beautiful connection to have someone, I guess, in that part of your life that also has this common shared interest of yours, so playing AFL football and the challenges that presents.
Yeah, honestly, I could not have a better role model, like in faith and footy. Like, the crossover is insane, and I've been very blessed to be connected to him, and he's been so massive for me off the field, and I don't even think he knows how much he's influenced me, and it's been really great to just be such good mates with him and catch up regularly, and he's got so much wisdom, so I'm very blessed.
That's awesome. Appreciate your time, Ollie. Well done tonight. We'll catch you out here soon.
Appreciate it, guys. Good to speak to you.
Ollie Dempsey from the Cats.
I've told this story before. Sorry to jump in, man.
No.
Even when he first started, he has been one of the most. Talk about. He mentioned his role model in Gary being such a beautiful human being. That's been Ollie Dempsey too, and I can remember it. If you'll indulge me for a second, pre-season practice match down here, Geelong was playing Essendon. This is going back a number of years before Ollie had established himself in the team. I took my kids along. We were sitting down the cheer squad and just having a bit of fun, everything like that. He spotted me in the crowd, which is really nice, and waved and everything like that, and then recognised one of my kids, who would have really young at the time, on the fence, came over and gave him a cuddle and everything like that. And my son asked him for one of those little footies that they give out. Ollie had already given out all the balls. He'd spent time with the crowd, signed autographs, did everything, and he said, I'll go get you one. And I'm honest, I would have done that at some stage and then just gone into the rooms and forgotten about it, moved on with my day. About, I reckon, 8 or 10 minutes later, Ollie ran all the way back out. This is after he'd played a game, ran all the way back out, brought the footy all the way back to the city end goals, and handed my son a little footy, which he still loves. Ollie Dempsey's his favourite player, and I reckon he played one game of football at that stage of his career. And he just, all that thoughtfulness, that's him as a person. So I love the fact he's having success on the field, because as an 18-year-old kid, he came straight in and just had amazing values and is an amazing person. So it's great that he's getting that success as well.
Really good to hear that.
Great story.
Yeah, I didn't know he's. I always look at their background, and then you find, so Brian, he's on the other side of town.
He's and his relationship with Gary, who he spoke about there, and obviously a fitting week for it, given he was inducted into the Hall of Fame. But we don't hear, we're very much a secular society nowadays in Australia. We don't hear a lot of the guys talk about their faith. The Islamic guys in particular are particularly good at it, and they get asked a lot of questions, particularly around Ramadan and the unusual nature of that, obviously, to be a professional athlete while trying to go through the discipline of Ramadan. But when Ollie won his Rising Star Award, to have a young man come up and talk about his Christian values and everything about his religion and how much it means to him, it was awesome. We always love hearing players share their particular backgrounds, and that was his connection to Gaz, separate from the fact they both play for Geelong and they both play AFL football, which is an amazing connection.
Yeah, I love that. And something about his footy too. He seems to play with a smile on his face.
Yeah,
everything he does, he attacks the ball in the air, on the ground, tackles and that, and seems to bob up just with this giant grin. He's like, I love playing this game. It's great to watch.
And he reminds me so much. His disposition, his build is totally different, but he's got the same mannerism as a smile, and works from back pocket to forward pocket, Steele side bottom.
There's someone who loves footy as well.
You think about Steele. He's always got a smile on his face and covered the ground unbelievably. Yeah. Dempsey covers the ground beautifully. In fact, he's a weapon going forward because he can jump over the pack and take those big marks.
Oh, I completely understand how that, and you've been an All-Australian selector in the past, how you get to the point that you don't pick a genuine out-and-out winger because, I mean, like any team, if we were playing a game in the schoolyard and you had the chance to take some of these midfielders in the competition, everyone's taking the midfielders. Like, I understand how that happens.
Push a Max Holmes out to the wing or Nick Akos out to the wing. But
I feel like in modern footy where it feels like at the moment the wingers and the half-forwards are so important to determining how teams go, I'd just be fascinated to see at the end of the years, even as a separate conversation, who's
the best winger?
Who the best winger would be? I mean, he'd be right in the conversation. Harvey Langford.
Forget the mids. Yes, name the winger.
Harvey Langford's been excellent at Melbourne. There's a whole lot of guys that would be right in the mix there.
Do you know what though? I reckon this year, last year, the last couple of years, there are better wingers than there was maybe 10 years ago, 12 years. I reckon there was a lot of structural wingers 10 years ago, and you'd get to those All-Australian meetings and you'd be like, come on, this guy might run up and down the ground, but he averages 10 possessions a game and doesn't kick any goals and doesn't do it. It's like, oh, come on, okay, I know he's important for structure, but really, is he really an All-Australian player? But I reckon in the last 4 years, you have players who can cover the ground, like Ollie Dempsey's. He's certainly still one of the best structural, but he's taken hangers in the goal square and he's kicking 2 goals like he did tonight, or he's taking a big, important intercept mark down. Harvey Langford does exactly the same. He's another really good one. They're structurally important, but they're also genuine All-Australian type players as well. They're goal kickers. They'll have 22 disposals instead of 8 or 10. So I reckon there was a few years there where I was happy to argue, no, you know what, there's no wingers who've actually put up their hand and had an All-Australian year. They might be important for their team, but...
So if the season ended tomorrow, would you be making more of a case thinking, hey, we need
pure wingers?
We need a pure winger.
Yep. When you've got some of the quality of Ollie Dempsey, I thought he was unlucky not to be last year, or Langford, and there's other ones I'm missing, of course, who are as good and not just important to their team structurally. They're actually impacting the game with goals on the run or big marks in defence or up deep in the forward line.
And the photograph I showed you earlier, Lingy, which I'll now show.
Oh, you got the photo during the week at the Hall of Fame dinner of 2 of the greatest wingers to ever play the game.
And
Dougie Hawkins and Peter Matera.
Yeah, that's right. And the Hall of Fame. But a bloke like Dempsey, he will, if he keeps going, which there's no reason why he can't keep going because his body shape is fine. He's a jumper, he's a runner, and he's a finisher. He is a genuine winger, but I've seen genuine wingers towards the end of their season end up like Keith Grigg, half-back flank, and just dominate for that period of time. Dougie Hawkins went forward.
Mick showed me that photo of Peter Matera, and I broke out into cold sweats as a Geelong fan of him kicking 5 against us in '92. Oh God!
Well, Dougie Hawkins was a different winger, but unbelievable for in the era when there was Flower, Keith Grigg, Dipper Domenico. So we're talking about an era when wingers were genuine because the game was, look, if there was a stoppage on this side of the ground, that winger come to about the centre of the ground to patrol the back half and get forward if he needed to. And that other winger, he was in position to be a back, a defensive winger or an offensive winger, depending on circumstance. But we're actually moving back, I think, into a more structured, positional type player.
You've told me this before, your West Coast days where Mainwaring was on one wing,
defensive winger,
and Matera was on the other. And Mainwaring was more the defensive type. Matera certainly was more the attacking type. Geelong do that because of Ollie Dempsey's ability to hit the goal square and kick goals and take marks deep. He's clearly the more attacking winger. Well, they'll roll whoever else is on the other wing to Dempsey.
Blitz over him. Like that.
He will have a slightly more roll around.
Cover the back,
able to cover for a defender.
Well, it's called wing back.
Up.
Soccer, wing back.
I was about to say, we talk about how the game's looking more and more like basketball and association football, and both those sports have wing roles, don't they?
Yeah, they do.
In basketball, it's your 2 and your 3.
And they're so important.
In soccer, absolutely. The way the ball's transition, how important that role is. Cats by 6 points at quarter time, 28 at the half, 32 at three-quarter time, and in the end, 45 points in the finish. They're up to third on the premiership table as it sits at the moment, while the Suns find themselves on a 3-game losing skid. They're 7-6. They sit 8th on the premiership table at the moment. Let's go into the Suns' rooms. Tim Hodges is down there. Hodgie.
Corbin, the Brownlow medalist, Matt Rowell, has been good enough to come out and join us from probably a pretty heated Damien Hardwick exchange. How were things? Can we pry a little bit in the coaches' meeting room?
Dimmer was pretty measured. He was happy with our first 3 quarters, to be honest, especially from our contest and pressure side of things, but he thought we let ourselves down a bit in the last quarter, and I think we did as well. Just with the way we probably didn't handle the pressure, we probably tried to rush things a bit with our offence, and probably just played into their hands a bit in the last quarter, which probably let us down and let our first 3 quarters down a bit. So it was disappointing in that way.
7-6. That's 3 losses in a row. Are you reaching for the panic button, or how are you feeling about the season?
No, there's no panic. We know we've got a bit of work to do. But we know we're still a good footy side. We come up against some good teams, and we haven't been up to it. That's a simple thing. We haven't been good enough to get the results, but I think we're not that far off it. And we'll keep getting better as the year goes on. But there is a bit to work on in our game at the moment as a team, and we've got to keep working hard and not going away from the process, and we can't panic.
We appreciate the Suns media department to make you available to us. I'll send you upstairs, Mick Malthouse and Cameron Ling.
G'day, Matt. Just a couple of things about the game. Do you think that the game style that you guys have got was going to be able to beat the ground? The ground is so narrow. You just seem to be trapped so often without width. And without that width, you sort of played into Geelong's hands. Your first quarter, you had, I think, about 50 possessions more, but the actual entrances inside 50 were less. You just seem to get trapped in I'm talking about the width of the ground. Does it surprise you, this size of ground?
No, well, we knew what we were walking into with this ground. We played on it here last year, and I think compared to last year, we moved the ball better offensively, to be honest. We talked a lot about trying to take the ball off the line a bit, which, so they couldn't try and trap us, and moving the ball quickly when we did go. And I thought we actually did better than last year, and it was actually working for us at times. So we just probably missed that execution in the final third a little bit that hurt us. And I think Geelong were pretty good at that, and they were really quite efficient, which was frustrating.
Yeah, well, look, as an observer, it just seems to be that even getting trapped in the back half and the kickoffs, Geelong had a set play for you guys. They had four across the line, so that anyone who did play on virtually was rushed into a kick, and that kick then was sort of counted back. Just in regard to the coach, and you said he was quite happy enough with the first 3 quarters. Why do you think that, with a 5-goal deficit at 3/4 time, he was still happy with the way you were playing? Is it because of the effort more so than the actual execution?
Yeah, I think I talked about before, the contest and defence side of the game. We were pretty poor with that against Brisbane, and I think that was there tonight. I just think we played into their hands a little bit in that last quarter, as I said, but yeah, we went away from that contest and defence in that last quarter just because I think we panicked with the scoreboard a bit, and we let ourselves down in that way. So yeah, I think he was happy with the way the contest and defence was going, but yeah, let ourselves down in that last.
Matt,
no worries, mate.
Matt, appreciate your time fronting up after a game like that. You were able to, as a group, generate a lot of uncontested possessions, a lot more than the Cats, in fact. I think plus 70 in that area. Is it too simplistic to say that really the only thing that sort of killed you bits, particularly in those first 3 quarters, was either that last kick inside forward 50 or you're kicking for goal? I mean, a little bit straighter and we've probably got a different ball game on our hands. Was that the main thing that just really shot yourselves in the foot?
Yeah, Lingy, I think a little bit, yeah. We had moments that we probably could have capitalised a bit more. And you look at Geelong, and they're a very efficient team going forward. And I think their forward group is a team to look towards to go. They're one of the best in the comp at their efficiency and the way they move the ball in the final third. I think we've got still a lot of room for improvement in that. And you look at our forward line, and there are some young boys down there. So we're still working on that. But Yeah, so those are the little work-ons that we need to keep getting better as a group. We sit here and go, the game could look differently if we'd scored that goal, but we didn't. So we can't make excuses, but we do need to work on that, I think.
And Matt, what about in general? This season, I think, I certainly was, and I think a number of other people were really excited about what the Suns could achieve. And that brings with it a different type of weight, a different type of pressure, the pressure of expectation a little bit. As you wrestle with this little mini slump through this part of the season, as far as win-losses go, how does the group and you as a leader bring the guys through, given that weight of expectation, and get on to back to playing your best footy?
It's been a different season this year. Obviously, we really built last year, making finals for the first time, and obviously that expectation was going to come. But we just got to keep looking to each game. I know it sounds simple, but each game is new, each battle is different, and we've just got to keep suiting up for each game and trying to bring out our best footy. And we know we're not playing our best footy at the moment of what we can produce, but we know like I said before, we can't panic, and we've got to stick to it. We've got to bring the group together more in these tougher times. When we're not winning, we can't stray away from it. So us as leaders, me as a leader, need to step up a bit more, take responsibility for that, and obviously bring the group along. And we've got to stick together in these times, and I know we'll come out of it, and we just got to keep improving.
Matt, appreciate your time. Good luck next Friday night against the Hawks. Appreciate your time.
All right, thanks guys. Thanks for having me.
Matt Rao down there in the Suns rooms. Appreciate Tim Hodges' work throughout the night as well. Working the boundary and then inside both rooms. Geelong by 45 points. They won every quarter. Counts by 6 at quarter time, 28 at the half, 32 at three-quarter time and 45 in the finish. 3 goals for Ollie Wiltshire and for Jeremy Cameron. The rest of the goal kickers, by the way, if you're trying to complete your record, Dempsey with 2, Neal with 2, 2 for Ollie Henry, and then singles for Holmes, Atkins and Dangerfield, 3 for Ben King, 1 each for Petrarca, Walter, Lombard, Rowell and Yuland.
Thank you for wording it like that too, Corbs, for completing your record. I still, when I come to the footy, mark my goals and points as a lot do in the footy record. I make sure my kids still do it. They say, why do we have to do it, Dad? We can just check the AFL app. I'm like, nah,
keep it alive.
Got to mark it in the footy record.
I still call it the budget, given that in Western Australia it was the budget, and it wouldn't have been even the budget really in my lifetime. Like the waffle was, and I was a kid, grew up in the 90s, so it was still AFL footy. But I think just because my dad used to always say, "Here's $5 to go and get the budget or whatever," even though it was the record. Yeah. And it's amazing how it stays in the vernacular. And I'm sure plenty of people in WA do that, and in South Australia. But 45-point win for the Cats. The Suns are a fascinating talking point. Did you know tonight is only the second time this year that they've won the tackle count?
Wow.
64-62. So that makes them 2-11 on the season in the tackle count.
Geez, with some of the guys they've got through that middle part of the ground, and the bloke we just spoke to.
Well, Rail's been out for a few weeks too. He didn't start well, did he? Because he broke his hand. Missed 3 or 4 weeks early.
You know what? They can thank Noah Anderson for the tackle count. He's at 11 tonight.
Wow.
There's a lot that had low numbers.
Yeah.
How about this as a run home? So we love doing our ladder predictors. So the Suns get to this point at 7-6. Mm-hmm. So what are they? 13 games in. It means they got 10 to go. These are their 10 games on the run home.
All right, hit us.
They've gone through it.
We'll tell you, win or loss.
Just shout out if you think there's any absolute certainties here. So Hawthorn at Carrara.
That's a tough one. That's probably a loss on current form.
Fremantle.
It's at home. That's the only thing.
Yep. Fremantle in Perth.
Loss.
No. Collingwood at Carrara. Back on the Gold Coast.
They should win
They
that.
can win that one.
Adelaide.
Whereabouts?
Away.
That's away.
In Adelaide?
No, they won't win.
No, that's a loss.
I'm pretty certain that is, by the way. That the Crows, I might just double check that one.
That is in Adelaide, yes.
It's in Adelaide.
Adelaide Oval.
All right. Western Bulldogs, Carrara.
Well,
that's a line ball. That might even...
Well, it's particularly when you're starting to say tackle count, because Liberatore will be up and about, so that's a real line ball.
That might even determine their position inside the 10.
Then Carlton. Who knows what they look like by then?
They should beat Carlton.
That's
at Docklands.
Well, I still think they should beat Carlton.
It's not a gimme, though.
No, it's not a
anymore,
gimme. No, there's not a lot of gimmies.
Then they play Melbourne at Carrara, GWS in Canberra, Brisbane at the Gabba, and then St Kilda at Docklands to finish in round 24, which again is a tricky opponent if you're playing for a spot in the top 10.
Have you got any numbers for? Look, I hate saying 9th and 10th.
Yeah.
But you got any? What would you reckon would 9 and 10 mean?
So I did this exercise. So essentially, in the history of an 18-team competition, 33.3 recurring percent of the time you've had a winning record. 33% of the time you've had an exactly even record.
To finish where? 9th and 10th?
Yeah, to finish 10th.
10th.
And 33% of the time you've had a losing record. So basically...
So you're looking at 11, you're looking at 12 or 11.
You're looking in and around 11, 11 and 1. So that's, you want to be super close. You'd be...
And what are they at the moment?
You'd be getting by if you have 11 wins. And if you have...
seven.
To be safe, you'd probably want 12 or 13.
Well, they need 6 out of 10.
6 to get safe. Say they need 5 wins out of that 10 to get...
But you also got to look. You also got to look who's underneath them, and can they be better? Adelaide on the ladder at the moment.
The
Adelaide
Crows are flying.
Well, look, and the Crows have had their 13th game.
So 10
Sorry, mate.
You go.
No, the Crows are now one game in front.
Here's the live ladder in front of you.
Yep.
So the Crows are now up to 5th.
Yep. Brisbane, you would suspect, will win enough games. Giants, Collingwood, St Kilda, maybe Carlton. They have to put their head above water against those 4, and they'll make the top 10.
And the other question is, can Melbourne sustain what the amazing football they've played in the first
But
half?
they've still got that one game
and
up their
no
sleeve.
Maya check.
They've got one game up their sleeve, though. See, that and a significant one game at this stage of the season. They've ended up with a shocking draw.
The Suns?
Shocking.
Well, they didn't capitalise on their easy part of the season.
Well, who beat them easily? Who beat them?
That shouldn't have. So their losses are against Melbourne at the MCG, Sydney in Gather Round at Norwood, Hawthorn at York Park
Well,
in
there's 3
Launceston.
good sides.
North Melbourne got them.
North by 6 points after they were 40-odd up.
No, that's a shocker.
Then that Brisbane Lions last week, Geelong.
Yeah, well, they've only really lost one. Well, when do they play Eagles and Essendon?
So they've already played them. They don't play the so-called bottom 4 teams. So if we look at the teams that are...
Well, Geelong are no. I just got this here. Geelong play the bottom 3 in the last 3 games.
So the Suns don't play any of West Coast, Richmond or Essendon on the run home. They've already played them. So they had wins. They beat the Bombers by 9 when the Bombers were looking half good after Gather Round. They beat West Coast by almost 10 goals way back at the start of the season. And Richmond they beat by over 11 goals way back in round 2. So they had the chance to get away and get all those wins at the start, but they find themselves in this position, middle of the road at 7-6 on the season.
Round 24, Saints, Gold Coast could very well be.
Yeah.
It might be the 24. And then the AFL will justify by saying, see, we told you to be close. Well...
So last year there was
shouldn't be a final.
Last year there was a 3-game gap between 10th and 11th.
Yes.
So Sydney were a 12-win team in 10th and Carlton were a 9-win team in 11th. Damien Hardwick only moments ago was asked about the confidence level of his side after 3 straight defeats.
Yeah, end of the day, what you're going to realise, I think, is our template, our identity, how we're playing is in reasonable shape. We've just got to execute moments a bit better. You know, I thought there's ample opportunities where we could have actually won a contested ball and they were bigger and stronger and got it done. They're a very experienced side. You know, they've been at the top of the ladder for a long period of time. We're emerging into that space, but we've got to get better. And I thought there were challenges throughout the game. You know, the lasso rule where it comes off a guy's foot indiscriminately and then it's I don't know. That's not what the rule's for mine. Like, it's if someone kicks it out of bounds, absolutely. But if we're knocking off someone's foot and we're looking at that, that's just... They need to change it. That's an easy change.
Wasn't the only time that he spoke about the umpiring. He went a little further later in his presser.
Yeah. End of the day, it was like the Roman Colosseum, the Roman Colosseum. I reckon they're waiting in the crowd to do this one, and then all of a sudden, free kick. So... at the end of the day, it is what it is. Home ground advantage. We understand that. We know you're up against it from the start, but a couple of them I thought weren't there.
What's he alluding to? A bit of home cooking?
Well, we did say that we thought 2 were really, really soft.
Yeah. You don't want the coach coming out and saying it, though, do you?
No,
After you've
you
lost 3 in a row?
No, you don't. You're going to get no satisfaction whatsoever because you ring up and all that'll happen is the AFL publicly will say they got it right, or maybe privately they say, well, you're probably right. But what can you do?
Yep.
You can't change anything. That's the whole thing. It's a frustration. An hour later after the game, you're going, well, you roll with it.
In the NRL tonight, the Dolphins smacked the Roosters 48-10. So 48-10, Dolphins over the Roosters. The Women's T20 World Cup, we've got it here on ABC Sport. You can find it all streamed through ABC Listen. It actually starts tonight, so 3 a.m. Eastern Time. If you're up late and you're looking for a little bit of sport to listen to on the radio or working overnight or perhaps when you wake up in the morning, England and Sri Lanka's the first game. The Aussie women start their campaign tomorrow night, so good luck to our girls over there as they're keen to try and get back a piece of cricketing silverware. So Australia play South Africa, Old Trafford, 11:30 p.m. tomorrow night. I know a lot of people are following the Football World Cup. Of course, the Socceroos start their campaign 2 p.m. on Sunday up against Turkey. So good luck to the Socceroos this weekend. The votes in the ABC Footballer of the Year. Before we do that, just a quick plug, by the way. Footy Conversation, you can find it all through ABC AFL Daily, which includes AFL Saturday, which Mick Moldhouse is on tomorrow. And our feature guest is the interim coach of the Essendon Football Club, Dean Solomon.
Oh, that's a good one.
Who's been in the news a bit after the fact that Scott Gullen in the Herald Sun reported that he was Andrew Welsh's captain's pick as the president, said, hey, Dean Solomon's the guy. So we'll put that to Dean Solomon among various other things tomorrow, I'm sure. So 12 noon if you want to listen live across the country, Eastern Time. Mick Moldhouse, Luke Ball and myself at the MCG for AFL Saturday. From 10 a.m, of course, you will find Sports Talk in Western Australia. And 10:30, it is SA Grandstand with Aaron Bryans in SA. Clint Wilden, of course, is on Sports Talk. I better give him a shout-out in all of this as well. And Cameron Ling's alongside Matt Clench, of course, from 12 noon every Sunday. 45-point win, the Cats over the Suns. They won every quarter. And Cameron Ling has got the votes in the ABC Footballer of the Year.
I do. It's a clean sweep to the Cats for this one. And I'm giving one vote to the man we had a little chat to before, Ollie Dempsey. The importance of the role he played on the wing. Couple of goals, Mick. 20 disposals as well. And just some really important moments by him. And the 2 votes and the 3 votes, I kind of could have flipped it either way. It was the pair who led the way with their game-breaking play. But I did go 2 votes to Max Holmes, 31 disposals. The 7 score involvements and the big bomb goal, really important. But Bailey Smith sometimes will go back into defence and get a bit of the ball and he's smart enough to know how to rack up a few disposals. I don't think that was him tonight. I think with his 27 disposals, the fact he pumped the ball inside forward 50 10 times and had 5 score involvements, he damaged through the middle of the ground and got the really important penetrating long kicks inside forward 50. I thought overall his role through the midfield was super important to their victory.
Love it. 3 for Smith, 2 for Holmes, 1 for Dempsey. The votes in the ABC Footballer of the Year. Shortened weekend. 4 teams have the bye. We're already 2 games down, which means we've only got 3 games tomorrow. No overlap. Back to back to back. Starts with Essendon and Melbourne. The Bombers have lost their last 25 of their last 26 games. But the one in that 26 was Melbourne. They beat in gather round. So let's see how the Dons go tomorrow. Following that, the West Coast Eagles are playing an away game at Perth Stadium up against the Kangaroos. And then the nightcap, Port Adelaide hosting Sydney. So that's your Saturday slate. Of course, all available tomorrow right here on ABC Sport. Great to be in your neck of the woods, Lingy.
Thank you, Corbs. It was good fun. A really enjoyable game. I've got my 5-minute drive home. Enjoy the drive home, guys.
I appreciate it. Just get the plunger out too if you can and fix some of the plumbing here. Thanks to Cameron Lang. Thanks to Kelly Underwood, to Stuart Birchmore for all of his work, not just teching, but also safely getting us here, Mick.
Yes,
and we're halfway there, hopefully safely getting us home.
Yeah, just make it easy, Big Stu.
Thanks to Tim Hodges downstairs for all of his work as well, and in both rooms, and Mitch Turner back in the studio. We are done. Friday night footy here at the Cattery. The home team, too good.